8 months into the deployment. We are halfway done. Last year, we achieved a 50% reduction of critical incidents.
Wow.
We have an availability of 99.97. So it's going really, really well.
Very good. And what is coming next? What really is your aspiration?
Yeah, what's coming next? Look, it's all around AI and AI-centered, right? And we need to reimagine it from two parts. So how can AI help me to run my infrastructure better? But also, what can I do different? What is outside of the box? So we're working now with your team on observability, right? And observability in the past was a very technical thing. These days, observability starts with your business process. What's your end-to-end process? And how does it flow all the way to the last router, to the last switch, to the last cable? So that's what we are focusing on right now.
And Raf, you and I, we really shared the concept of using AI, not just to automate the existing workflow or business process, but really to completely reinvent that.
Yes, clearly, if you just use AI to do what you do today, you just do automation. But AI is so much more. You really need to rethink and reimagine. So really, you have an input, you have your inputs clear, you know what your output is there. And then forget everything in between, redo it, reimagine it, do it different. That's really where we need to go.
Great. And you are the first customer in EMEA using Cisco IQ. What is your first impression that you can share with all of us?
Look, the team is extremely happy, and I'm happy as well, because one of my biggest battles is always replacement cycles. Yes, and sometimes your CFO may not agree with you to replace the switch already after 5 years. So Cisco IQ gives me a great insight where I can go fact-based to the finance community and say, look, if you don't replace it, we have it more difficult to patching. Patching sometimes takes downtime. We try to avoid it. So let's make sure we stay up to date with our landscape.
Great.
So the team is really happy with it.
So visibility and preventing issues.
Yes.
That's exactly what you are saying. Now, I'm sure that in the audience there are few other people that are going through the same journey. Any advice that you can share with them?
Any advice? Be the kid in the toy store. Don't stop by what you know. Go further. Push harder. You can have everything. You can have cost reduction. You can have a more resilient network. You can be AI ready. In Nestle today, we have around 100,000 users using AI every single day. And that's impacting your network. So reimagine everything. Don't get stuck in the patterns you have always thought in.
In the old thinking. Yeah. And now with the new product, with the incredible innovation, we can do all of that. But as we wrap up, the most important questions. What is your favorite Nestle product?
My favorite Nestle product. So look, you don't want to talk to me before I had my first Nespresso. So when I get up in the morning, and I work for Nestle, so I have both an espresso system. So I have first my big mug of coffee, so I wake up. Then throughout the day, I have a bit of San Pellegrino as well.
During the day, not too much coffee.
and a few coffees as well. When I was a child, my most favorite Nestle product was actually a Maggi product. It was ravioli in can. I don't know who of you knows that.
Woo!
That's what I grew up. I loved it, even later on in life when I was living alone at home and didn't know how to cook. It was easy to make, so yeah.
I love that. And Ralph, thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for your partnership and what you are doing for your company. Thank you. By the way, if any one of you is wondering what is my favorite one, is Kit Kat. And with that, Gordon, come back to the stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adele. Thank you, Ralph. Well, we're going to move from one unique brand to another one. Let's roll the video.
Welcome to the new Santiago Bernabéu. Steeped in history, transformed for the future, ready to revolutionize the experience for sports fans in their seats and around the world. featuring Europe's first secure SDA network, connecting fans to next-generation possibilities. Reliable fast Wi-Fi 6 for unimaginable interactivity. Vision Edge dynamic signage generating state-of-the-art digital imagery and cloud-based broadcast, giving 500 million global viewers a front row seat. The future of fandom is here, and powered by Cisco.
Wow. As a football fanatic and a Cisco employee, that makes me so proud to watch that video. Please join me in welcoming the architect of that vision, the CIO of Real Madrid, Enrique Uriel.
Nice to see you.
You too, you too. Now, the first time I asked Enrique to speak with me, for those of you who follow football know this is a problem. I asked him to speak with me in Barcelona.
Yeah.
How did you cope?
Come on, that's a fantastic city. It's part of Spain. I love Barcelona.
But we met at Mobile World Congress, and you were nearing the completion of the refresh of the stadium. And, you know, you've changed the game in terms of fan experience. Real Madrid is not just known for being the best football club in the world, I think.
Yeah.
But you're also now known for and recognized for the digital transformation that you've delivered at the Bernabeu. Amazing.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting us to be here and share that experience with all of you. Let's move from deep technology to talk about football, simpler things, by the way. And I guess that this incredible audience are most of you Real Madrid fans and followers. You don't have to respond, okay? So, can I ask you something?
Sure.
Think in your life, everything around you, what's traveling, shopping, all around you, there is a magic word that is always with you, that today is the trend and fashion. Do you know what word I am talking about?
I think that word's experience.
That's right, fan experience. So when you ask me about technology, I'm thinking about fan experience. Look, what's fan experience? From the technology standpoint, for us, fan experience is a perfect recipe that has 3 key ingredients. Is the who, is the where, and the how. The who are the fans. The where is the stadium. And the how is the technology. Technology is actually the glue between people and building. It's the way to connect people with the building. And that building, that project that you mentioned before, is a real, we used to call this a digital revolution because it has 5 pillars, have deep foundation that are innovation, is a smart building, is a new way of making TV. We are a content delivery factory, and of course, the most important thing is a connectivity example. Isolated one by one, they are not an innovation or a revolution, but all together in the sports industry, believe me, it's a revolution.
It's amazing, right? And earlier on today, we talked about technology, we talked about trust, talent, we talked about time as well. But let's start with technology. Let's look at the technology that underpins everything you've built there. To be able to move from a La Liga league match to a Taylor Swift concert to an NFL game all instantaneously. Talk to us about the tech.
Time. Time is really critical. Time matters, and time matters a lot.
Okay.
Look, in the past, when we have technologies, those technologies used to be usable for 4 or 5 years.
Yep.
So you have time to think if you are going to be an innovator, a pioneer, a conservative, or even a laggard, depending. But now, that time has been reduced dramatically. So you have no time to think. So you need leadership. You need a capability for decision maker to adopt all the technologies that keeps you leading the industry. Otherwise, you will be in the queue of the line, at the end of the queue. So that means that you are a follower, you are not a leader. And this is very difficult from a buyer perspective. I am going to give you a very funny example of how time is important. Wi-Fi. Everybody knows about Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is extremely mature technology. But look, in 5 years, we started designing the stadium on Wi-Fi 4.
Okay.
We went into RFP in Wi-Fi 5. And we finally deployed Wi-Fi 6. And now we are, again, renewing for Wi-Fi 7 in 5 years. That is terrible. So it's very difficult to follow the pace of technology today. And moreover, we were really innovators with you. We are really proud to say that together with Cisco, we were one of the first early adopters of IP telephoning in 2001, high-density Wi-Fi in 2010, SDA networks, AV networks, IPTV, all of them. And we are really, really comfortable together with you. But on the other hand, we are feeling that the market is pressing really and imposing, seems to impose you the technologies that you have to adopt. That's very dangerous because if not, looks like you are going to be left out, and that's not true. So you have to be really cautious what is the technology that you implement because not all the technologies are for everybody. Believe me, that's dangerous. So you have to take your time to decide when you are an innovator, when you are a conservative, and where you spend the money. AI is critical, but you need to find the real business case that adapts clearly to your business and don't make you waste money and time.
I hear you. So time and technology coming together. But you have an interesting framework around how you deploy technology, 5 different areas in terms of how you deploy technology. Can you maybe just spend a minute explaining what those areas are?
About talent, we are talking now.
Would you want to go to talent?
I prefer to go to talent because that's very important.
Okay, let's go to talent.
We'll go to talent because that makes sense to go about talent. Look.
But you've been in role for a long time. A long time, right?
1999. Come on, I'm too old.
Sorry.
Right.
But 1999, so you've seen a lot of changes through industry then, right? And I know at the heart of it, you're always thinking about how you embrace talent, embrace skills, bring them through. So yeah, talk to us about talent.
Yeah, I see 2 problems here.
Okay.
Because talent is maybe one of the most difficult things that we have in our hands today. The first of all is together with the technology. It's absolutely impossible to have your team absolutely skilled and trained in all the different technologies that are arising. AI, quantum, everything. So what we are doing is to keep the key know-how, the core business know-how inside our building and have all around an ecosystem of vendors, key vendors like Cisco that are delivering us the key projects and at the same time teaching our team to acquire that, transferring that knowledge and acquiring to the company. That is very critical. And the second problem is the lack of professionals in the market really skilled to deliver because there are a lot of people, a lot of consultants saying that they are really the key vendor for providing you with all those technologies. Be cautious, that's not true. And at this moment, I want to highlight something, if I can. And that's the incredible project you have at Cisco. I saw it firsthand in Dubai last January, and it's the Net Academy. You are putting a lot of money training professionals all around the world in your technology, so you are spreading that knowledge all around the world and preparing those professionals, and maybe you are solving the problem of the lack of professionals in the market.
This is our commitment to train another 10 million to drive that capability as you talk about. Thank you for mentioning it. Everything also relies on trust.
Yeah, the 4T.
Yeah, the 4T. You have 80,000 concurrent users in the stadium. You know, so trust becomes really important.
Yeah.
And you're using some of our technologies like Cisco ISE and Umbrella to keep your foundation resilient. Can you maybe explain how we've been working together over the last 2 decades to embed that trust into your architecture?
Absolutely. So let me go back to the beginning of the project. We have been Cisco users since 2000. Not too bad.
Not bad.
Our loyalty is
there.
Yeah. But think that when we were preparing this new project and thinking on this fan experience and delivering the best first-class stadium in the world, one of the first things we start doing is to preparing buckets where we can put the name of the companies that can deliver that technology. And in the case of the connectivity, talking about data center, campus, content delivering, we put all those names of those companies. Only those that are in the top right part of the Gartner Magic Quadrant in each particular domain. And do you know the only name that was present in all the buckets? Starting from H? No.
I think it may have been Cisco.
It's Cisco, correct. So together with our experts, we decided to say, okay, this is the company that is the only one that can deliver end-to-end, a value chain, seamless, and providing robustness, reliability, scalability, and a present and a future. There are a lot of maybe cheaper, faster, even solutions that somebody says that is out of the box. They are not on the market. But the way in we design together the network is unique. Let me give you an example. The campus. Sounds very easy, okay. A stack of switches, connecting, and so on. No. We design 3 networks. One is the classical IT network. Classical. I call classical, but it's an SDA network. We were early adopters of SDA. So that's fantastic because provide you not only the capability for providing all the services at any part of the stadium, but in a secure way. That's very important. The second one is the AV network. Why having an AV network? Because we are managing gigas and terabytes of information per second. Imagine we have 16 4K native cameras connected directly to the network, no compression, mixing images and throwing it to the halo, and no delay. That deserves an incredible performance.
It does.
And the third one is a legacy network. Level 2, transport. Why? Because we have a lot of people coming to our stadium to create their own show. And they don't want to use our network, our policies, our firewalls and everything. So it's just transport. So, and we have the example of the NFL recently. Yep. They came to the stadium, they came and they used all that campus, and they felt really comfortable, and the success was there. But there is always a but. Okay. The more connected you are, the more exposed you are to a cyber attack. So the cybersecurity architecture that we have in place at Bernabeu Stadium is impressive. We have to homologate solutions, we have to make red team attacks to all the solutions just to feel comfortable. And in that way, for protecting the stadium, solutions like ISE and Umbrella plays a key role.
I love it. I love it. And G2 loved your message around the end-to-end platform that you're building with our technology. Let's close by asking you what's in store for the future for the Bernabeu.
Please let me finish the stadium first. I'm really tired about finishing. But you are right. I'm more than overwhelmed about all the things that I have heard this morning here. So I'm absolutely sure that that's going to come to the stadium. You are going to start helping us to provide this. So I'm going to put the question back to you. How can Cisco, how do you think that Cisco can put all those technologies to help somebody like us?
Well, you know, I think, Enrique, the future stadium isn't just a connected stadium, it's an intelligent stadium. And this is what we're striving for. With the network and with AI at its core, I think the stadium becomes a living system for you. It senses crowd flow, it understands energy use, monitors security for you, and it looks at the match itself and adapts in real time for you. Fans move faster, queues disappear, personalization is everywhere for you. Every fan has a unique digital journey, personalized entry, seat-specific replays, tailored highlights during and after the match, 80,000 fans, 80,000 different experiences. And you know what? The aspiration is simple through our partnership. Transform the stadium venue into an intelligent, emotional, borderless experience powered by AI. I'm telling you, Real Madrid and Cisco together are going to shoot for the stars.
Give me a hug and hey. Jesus, this is incredible. So now I have my takeaways. Thank you so much.
Enrique, pleasure.
It's my pleasure.
So Thank you.
you.
Please, for Enrique. So what's next for us all? Because guess what? The week is only just beginning. You heard from G2 about all of our innovation today. Don't just take our word for it. head over to the world of solutions and step right into the Cisco showcase. I've already had a sneak peek. My personal favorite, capture the flag for all those engineers out there. A really great hands-on opportunity. Whatever's up your street, the experts are there, the tech is ready, and the energy, it's electric, it's live, it's interactive, and it's waiting for you today. So I'd like to finish by saying, looking across this room, you're not just technology leaders, you are the architects that will unlock AI potential across Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Cisco's goal is simple: to help you capture this time, to be your trusted partner, to make sure you have the technology and innovation that you need to scale. It's a really exciting time, and we're in the driving seat together. So let's not just let the future happen. Let's get building it together. Let's meet this moment. Thank you, everybody. Have a phenomenal week at Cisco Live. Take care.
And there you have it. What's next? We just got such a phenomenal lay of the land, all of the greatest breakthroughs in groundbreaking technologies and all of the AI empowerments for this incredible future we're headed toward. G2 always likes to say ambition, that desire to win. It's terrific, it's great, but it is not enough to get us where we want to go. Our organizations, your organization wins when we turn AI into real measurable outcomes. You just heard how we are delivering the critical infrastructure that is making that possible. So exciting. And again, grateful to have you with us here in the studio, on the broadcast for every single moment. All of the excitement and every incredible insight that we just heard from that keynote. And again, that's going to span all across the rest of the conference here in Amsterdam. Welcome back into the studio. My name is Steve Milter, and I am now joined by Josh Matthews, Cisco's VP and Chief Portfolio Strategist. Josh, I'm so glad to have you in. I'm amazed that we got you this early in the broadcast.
Oh, well, hey, thanks for having me. I appreciate being here.
Super exciting. All right, so first of all, congratulations. We wrapped this phenomenal, powerful, empowering keynote. G2 talked about Cisco's role in helping businesses to adopt AI to do it at scale. What do you think is the most exciting thing that we're doing right now at Cisco that is making it easier for teams and for AI agents to really partner with one another to work together like we need to?
I don't know if it's any one thing. I think that, G2 put it out here today, and I think Cisco, he's been saying it for a bit, is that we're putting out a platform, right? Like a singular platform for customers to work with. Couple of key pieces of it, that it's better together. Everything that you use from Cisco to achieve what you mentioned, bringing AI into your organization, building out AI ops, better with more Cisco, but he mentioned it in the keynote, is that we meet you where you are. Yeah. So being able to work in a loosely coupled was the terminology used, computer science terms. It's true, and I think so. The biggest and most impactful things. I was a speeds and feeds person my whole life. I was a network engineer for a long time. And I think seeing what you can do in one piece of silicon today to scale out and build that scale up piece, that's one part for the organization. The pervasive security is the other piece. It's you can't do what we need to do to enable AI with traditional firewalls. They play a great part and you need them. But having something that is pervasive across that entire stack, that's probably one of the most exciting things, seeing that from the network up here. And then lastly, I think the other piece of it is being able to secure both AI models and the data that goes in and out of them, and observe and be able to protect, not just protect them, but protect against agentic, what agents are doing in your environment. So all of those pieces are exciting. The fact that we're doing all of it and like tackling all of it head on, it's all awesome.
It is really exciting, and I actually want to dig a little deeper. I'm going to pull at both threads, because you brought up security, you brought up the platform approach, both of which are so incredibly important. So let's go back on the security side. One of the favorite things that I had that G2 talked about is he said we have to protect the world from AI, from agents. We have to protect agents from the world.
Yes.
I thought that was really cool. It's the first time I've heard it put that way. Tell us more about what that means.
I think when you say you're going to protect AI from the world, that you need to not, one area is in the models, right? In the models, you've got to be able to protect any kind of tampering of the model itself, and then you've got to be able to have guardrails for it. One thing I always say with our, our customers, work with a lot of our customers, is bringing AI into the enterprise and trying to get it at the speed of consumerism, that you have it on your mobile and you're using, consumer products. Using security to go faster.
Yeah.
In the
kind of
enterprise.
counterintuitive, right?
Yeah, it's usually the opposite. So I think that's one place where we're trying to protect AI from the world, meaning it be able to install guardrails, be responsible and ethical in the usage, and look at data in, data out, and what you get back from those models, or how models are tampered with. And then the other side of it is protecting, I guess, the world from AI. I said it before. If you have pervasive security, whether it's the AI defense, and the parts we just talked about, or that pervasive firewall across everything, the hybrid mesh firewall, being able to have a kill switch for agentic or agents themselves, or being able to observe the agent's behavior and determine when you need to do that, that's when you're protecting the world or your enterprise from AI. So again, you can't do it from any one point solution. You have to be able to do it and observe it, and then prevent it or stop it anywhere. So I think that's what he means by those, and that's why we're doing something about both.
And it brings up that important point. Again, I said before, it's counterintuitive. When people don't feel safe and they don't feel secure, they don't innovate, they don't move forward. Right. They're always extremely hesitant. They don't know where to put their spend. They don't know how to stack products. So I think that security being integrated at the core, foundational to the development and the process, and I think, as G2 also said, closer to the workload,
yes.
It allows people to move faster. Let's also, I'm going to ask you one more question. Let's touch back on that platform approach, because Gordon was talking about it, that this is the way that we actually protect our customers and our partners. You buy a piece of equipment, don't think of it as an individual point solution. Everything that you buy should be able to help you conquer challenges, overcome obstacles again and again and again. Give us a really quick, maybe a 30-second overview of what we're doing on the platform.
So I think, you saw, maybe if you're watching, there's one depiction of us doing everything from the silicon up to the application stack. And in between there was models, data, computing, all of the pieces of infrastructure. We're going across and doing everything from every piece of routing and switching, optical, wireless, security across all of that, and then bringing observability and analytics across all of it as well. So I think when you say it's a platform, 1 + 1 is 3, but maybe more like 1 + 1 is multiplicative. The more you get and the more you bring in, so that you feel like the more you invest in us, you get something multiplicative out of that. But you can pick and choose what you want, or what you have today. That will still work. In the security area, meeting on third-party security and being able to manage that. Or if you look at in the data analytics and the digital resilience space, bringing in data from anything so that we can better operate or help you operate your environment.
Love it. Josh, thank you for taking time to come and talk to us. So good to have you here. Yeah. We truly appreciate it. We're about 15 seconds away from heading out to center stage at this point. We're going to talk quantum, specifically a quantum leap in networking. This is Cisco's blueprint for tomorrow's infrastructure. We're so excited. Ramana Campella's in center stage. Let's head out right now.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ramana Kumpella. I am a Cisco fellow, and I lead Cisco research. So today, I'm super excited to talk to you about some of the research and prototyping efforts in the quantum networking arena that has been happening in my group over the past couple of years. So while I'm actually here and I'm privileged to talk to you about this stuff, this is really a reflection of much of the work done in our quantum labs in Santa Monica, as well as several engineers within the Outshift team that are all part of this effort. So I want to start off with this very famous quote from Richard Feynman back in 1981. So where he famously said, nature isn't classical. Okay, so if you want to really solve hard problems in nature, leverage quantum mechanics, right? So this kind of ushered in the era of quantum computing. The promise being many complex tasks, many complex problems that are typically, that require exponential amount of resources in a classical computer can be solved using a quantum computer much faster, right? So that's the promise. Several domains where this promise actually holds true include things like weather prediction, discovering new materials for various industries, discovering new drugs, financial optimization, logistics optimization problems, and what have you. But for all the promise of quantum computing, we are still far away from reality, practicality, right? So the reason being, many of these require hundreds of thousands of qubits. And today's quantum computers are of the order of few hundreds of qubits. The gap is pretty enormous. So how do we get to 100,000 qubits? So of course, we can keep building bigger quantum computers, but we can also take a page out of how classical infrastructure has scaled well with the help of a scale-out kind of an approach. So essentially, the goal here is to basically interconnect a bunch of these quantum processors using a quantum network, okay? So once you actually connect them, then they can actually act like a gigantic distributed quantum computer. That can get you to this hundreds of thousands of qubits that you need to realize the promise of quantum computing. But you don't stop there. The supercomputing facilities of the future will actually leverage the quantum processors in addition to other types of processing that you have today, like CPUs, GPUs, DPUs, what have you. And what you need is really a network that can interconnect quantum processors with GPUs and CPUs and everything else. And that's what we're building at Cisco. So these dots represent different types of compute units that are all integrated into one gigantic data center, if you will. Okay, so I kind of maybe motivated a little bit about why quantum computing has a scaling problem. And of course, you need a quantum network to sort of interconnect all of them to build this gigantic data center. But it turns out classical computing has physics problem. So in other words, we're hitting the laws of physics for many classical applications. This includes things like, speed of light, for example, right? So for certain applications, especially in the fintech realm, speed of light can actually become an impediment. So this is where, quantum networking can also offer solutions. So quantum networking is really a solution for both these problems. Okay, so with that, I just want to, if you understand nothing else in the presentation, just want to leave you with 3 key takeaways. So number 1 is that quantum networking can accelerate the arrival of practical quantum computing by decades through a scale-out architecture. Number 2, quantum networking is actually completely different from classical networking. And I'll explain to you why and how to think about quantum networking in just a little bit. So number 3, quantum networking has many practical uses in classical applications today. And the later half of the talk actually focuses on a few applications, and I'll show you how quantum networks can help certain interesting applications. Okay, so let me start with some basics of how classical networking and quantum networking are 2 different things. So in a classical networking fabric, if you want to send information between Alice and Bob, typically this information is encoded in bits, and these packets are traversing switch by switch, hop by hop. Eventually they reach the destination, in this case Bob. So the network is actually used to transmit this information. Okay? This is all, classic stuff. Quantum networking, on the other hand, actually relies on something called entanglement. Okay, so entanglement, I want to explain entanglement. It's actually extremely hard, but I'll just laymanify the word entanglement a little bit here. So entanglement is, you can think of if you have two photons or two particles, if they're an entangled state, essentially what that means is you cannot describe one or the other, right, in isolation. So in other words, the state of one photon or one particle effectively intrinsically describes the state of the other photon. And it doesn't matter how far these photons or particles are away, which led famously Einstein to say something like spooky action in a distance, right? So they could be right next to each other, they could be miles apart. Doesn't really matter. So they are entangled in the sense that their states are correlated. Okay, so how does quantum networking leverage this property of entanglement? So first of all, unlike classical networking, it's not that information is directly going from Alice to Bob via a series of switches. In the quantum networking arena, what you have is this device called entanglement source. So the entanglement source is generating these photons that could potentially go to Alice and Bob, or any Alice and Bob, or any set of hosts, essentially. And if you want to transfer information or quantum information in the form of qubits from Alice to Bob, you can think of it as putting this information in a box that magically appears at the other side. Okay, so through what is known as teleportation. Now it appears like information is getting transferred from Alice to Bob almost instantaneously, but that's not actually accurate. Information does flow from Alice to Bob instantaneously, but in order for Bob to actually use this information, he still needs some classical information to flow through a classical network. So you cannot leverage this entanglement to transfer information from one entity to another entity. You still have the speed of light limits to actually extract the information. Okay? That's just to level set the discussion a little bit here. Okay, so now let's dig deeper into what it is that we are doing. What is Cisco actually doing in this space? So our vision is really to build the quantum networking solutions of the future to lay the foundations of a quantum internet. Much like how Cisco has helped build the foundations and foundational networking technologies in the classical realm. This starts with the interconnect that you need to interconnect multiple quantum processors within a data center as well as across data centers. And there's also use cases where you could have quantum sensors that are located pretty much halfway across the world that are all jointly measuring some quantum phenomenon. And maybe you want to transport that information using a quantum channel to a quantum data center, right? In which case you need the foundations of a quantum internet, okay? In addition to that, as I mentioned before, there are also classical applications that can leverage the presence of this quantum network. And I'll go into some of these details later, but the quantum networking in the classical use cases can actually help with improving security, driving coordination between multiple remote parties without actually worrying about speed of light limitations, and precise time synchronization and so on and so forth that are not easily possible using a classical network. Okay, so here is what we have as a holistic quantum networking stack. At the bottom, you have a bunch of hardware devices, such as the entanglement source I talked about. You have switches, measurement devices like Bell state measurements and so on and so forth. You also have time synchronization, quantum memories, PQ-NICs. PQ-NIC is, I'll explain that, is a network interface card for the quantum world. And then you have the protocol stack that is on top of this hardware, which basically is a bunch of protocols to drive and distribute entanglements between various sources, and also do things like teleportation and entanglement swapping and so on and so forth. On top of this, you have these applications. So, on the left, you have quantum applications. So more importantly, the distributed quantum computing compiler that we have built. This is to basically take a big quantum algorithm or a circuit, break it up into smaller pieces, and distribute it across multiple quantum processors, along with quantum sensing applications as well. So those are the quantum for quantum, right? So in other words, quantum network for quantum applications. On the right, you have these quantum applications for classical, which is things like quantum sync, quantum alert, secure verification, position verification, and global time sync. So some of these we have actually announced in great detail in our annual quantum summit that happened last year, September. So we described many of these things and also have like demo videos that you can actually look at to understand them more. Okay, so in terms of advancements in hardware, so last May we announced a high-fidelity entanglement source, or a chip, that generates 200 million entangled photon pairs per second. And when you think of quantum, you usually like associate quantum with these gigantic, cryo chambers. But this one actually operates at room temperature, and it generates very high-fidelity entangled photons. So along with that, we also have partnered with a startup called Connect to actually generate entangled photons at different frequencies. So our own chip actually generates photons at the telecom frequencies, but the entanglement source that we work with Connect actually produces entangled photons at two different frequencies, near IR and telecom. Along with that, we are also looking at PQNIC, which is the programmable QPU to network interface card. So you have processors, you need a NIC to sort of get your quantum information out to the network. So that's actually something that we are building. Along with a lot of things in quantum realm operate at very precise time synchronization. They require very, very precise time synchronization. There are protocols like White Rabbit that can be leveraged, but they have calibration challenges, especially when you want to scale to a large number of nodes and so on and so forth. So we have our own proprietary time sync solution to help with that. Okay, so those are the generic components that we are building around. But let me just deep dive onto the quantum data center portion of it. Okay, so what are we building as far as a quantum data center is concerned? So we are building a quantum network that is high fidelity, entanglement distribution based network to interconnect these quantum processors. And the interesting thing, is that this quantum network is technology agnostic. In other words, you must have heard of different types of qubits out there, like superconducting, ion traps, neutral atoms, and what have you. So what we are building is actually a quantum network that can interconnect these different modalities. It's also a multi-user, multi-tenant. So a lot of times when people talk about quantum networks, right, at least the ones out there, they're talking about maybe point-to-point links or maybe a small ring topology that can connect like a few nodes. But what we are really building is the quantum network of the future that can interconnect many hundreds to thousands of quantum computers, okay? So I want to talk a little bit about entanglement protocols. And here is where, if I lost you, that's totally fine, because this is actually complicated. Okay, so this picture actually shows multiple entanglement protocols. And more details you can read in the archive papers that we have listed here. We published all of this stuff. So if you think of entanglement distribution, what is the goal here? The goal is to basically take one logical qubit in one quantum processor and entangle that with another quantum processor. Basically drive entanglement so that you can transfer information from one quantum processor to another quantum processor. Okay? So there's multiple protocols here that are listed. One is called emitter-scatterer, emitter-emitter, and scatterer-scatterer. So I'll go through them quickly. First thing is emitter-scatterer. So emitter, as the word suggests, is literally the quantum processor on the left, or well, my right, that is QPU1. QPU1 is transmitting a photon, okay, that gets processed or that gets entangled with something known as a communication qubit on the QPU2. Okay, so the PD there is a photon detector. The photon detector basically tells you that the entanglement, whether it was successful or not. And once that is successful, you're ready to teleport your information from QPU1 to QPU2. So emitter-emitter protocol actually works by sending two photons from QPU1 and QPU2 and letting them interface or interact at this Bell state measurement device in the middle. And if that is successful, that typically entangles the end-to-end logical qubits. And finally, you have this scatter-scatter protocol where you have two distinct entanglement sources, right, emitting entangled photon pairs that are basically entangling with the communication qubits on QPU1 and QPU2. But you also have this Bell state measurement device in the middle, which actually forces entanglement. So in other words, think of it as a transitive entanglement that results in an end-to-end entanglement. Okay? So these three protocols are designed to actually cater to different types of architectures and different types of devices that you have and so on and so forth. The choice really depends on how far they're apart, how far your hosts are apart, what type of technologies they use, and so on and so forth. And you can find a lot of these details in the papers. Okay, so the next important part of the whole thing is actually something called error correction. Now, error correction is not unknown to folks. In the networking world, we use error correction all the time, right? It's a very similar concept in quantum computing. And quantum noise is actually very real, which actually means that errors are very real. And if you don't take care of these errors, the quantum computer will produce results which are not very useful, right? So you got to take care of these errors as quickly as possible. So the way quantum error correction works is you actually take a qubit and encode that, okay, using multiple physical qubits. Okay, so one such encoding is called a surface code. A surface code is basically literally taking some n by n, kind of like a matrix or a 2D lattice, actually two-dimensional lattice. You choose some n number of physical qubits to encode one logical qubit, okay? And periodically, you actually verify whether these physical qubits are all in agreement with each other or not. And if you detect any kind of inconsistencies, it's typically easier to actually error correct them, which is to actually maybe change the polarization in this particular case or what have you, okay? So, but errors need to be corrected at every stage so that errors don't propagate and you're not wasting your computational results. Now, what gets interesting is the moment you actually switch from a single quantum processor to now distributed quantum processing, right? So you're not thinking of local error correction alone. You need to be able to think of the surface code, the one that basically takes a bunch of these physical qubits and extend them across processors. Okay, so the distributed error correction is all about ensuring that the physical qubits on one quantum processor and the physical qubits on the other quantum processor, right? The code is actually intact. Otherwise, again, you do all these expensive operations, and which will result in erroneous, computations, which will not be really helpful. So distributed quantum error correction is critical to make sure that when you're doing these gate teleportation or quantum bit teleportation operations, you're not introducing errors, okay? And typically, as you have multiple layers of switches in the middle, they all introduce noise. So you have to correct for all of these things before you proceed. So we have a bunch of work in this space, and we're writing up papers that we will publish soon. Okay, but this is a very active area of research for us. So now putting them all together, what we have is a distributed quantum computing software stack. So the circuit that I've shown here is a quantum circuit. So the quantum circuit is taken in by a quantum compiler that is aware of the network topology. It's aware of the quantum how to divide and partition that quantum circuit into pieces. It does the circuit partitioning, qubit mapping, distributed quantum error correction, scheduling, and all of this with multi-tenancy. So which means when you have hundreds or thousands of quantum computing, quantum processors, it's not that they're all running one job. They can be running many different jobs submitted by many different tenants, right, at the same time. So that's actually what our compiler actually provides. So all of this, the compiler output is actually taken by the protocols and algorithms, so the network protocols and algorithms basically take this layout and actually derive the entanglement just in time. So in other words, if Alice needs to be entangled with Bob, it reconfigures the fabric so that the entanglement is actually established just in time. Okay, so I have about 8 minutes. So let me jump into this other side of the equation, right, which I promised I'll get to, which is the quantum network for classical applications. So I want to remind you of the two things that I kind of talked about, right? So entanglement, right? So entanglement allows two photons to exhibit correlated states even at a distance. The other property of quantum that I have not quite talked about is actually the no-cloning theorem. So the no-cloning theorem suggests that you can't clone quantum information. You can, of course, teleport, which is like a move operation, but you can't copy the quantum state from one machine to another. So the key question that we have asked ourselves is, can classical networking applications take advantage of both these properties, entanglement and no cloning? Turns out these are the set of applications that can benefit from this. So one of them is called decision coordination, and the decision coordination is we have implemented a version of this, and we call it quantum sync. And the idea is to drive instantaneous decision coordination between two parties with the help of something called quantum telepathy. And this has implications in the fintech industry, especially HFT and so on and so forth. Another application that takes advantage of this is something called secure position verification. It's really about somebody claiming that they're at a certain position. Are they really at that position, right? That's what it is. And you can leverage quantum mechanics principles to make sure that the position is verified and you cannot spoof the position, even if you really wanted to. Two other applications, right? So ultra-precise time synchronization, right? So entanglement can be leveraged to do time synchronization as well. And finally, eavesdropper-proof security. So which is around, can you leverage quantum no-cloning theorem to ensure that if there is an eavesdropper in the middle, you can actually figure this out. And this actually has implications for things like harvest now, decrypt later attacks, which are basically around some attacker trying to collect the packets and wait for a cryptographically relevant quantum computer to be invented and decrypt it later, because that's what it is. Harvest now, decrypt later. So if you can detect an eavesdropper using the quantum mechanics principles, then maybe you can catch these attackers if they're actually trying to really harvest these packets. Okay, so let me walk you through the decision coordination problem. So you have Alice and Bob separated by, tens of kilometers. And Alice and Bob wants to make a coordinated decision. That is, if Alice wants to maybe buy a stock, maybe Bob should also buy that stock, or vice versa. I'm kind of using an analogy with stock trading because it's a fintech application. And okay, so one way to do it is, Alice made a decision based on some local phenomenon. Like, for example, it's seeing a continuous, barrage of trades, and it kind of made a decision to actually sell or buy a particular stock. Of course, you can transmit that signal to Bob, right, over the fiber, and Bob then knows that Alice made the decision, and then you can, of course, use that decision to sort of do it in a coordinated manner. Okay, so this is actually this is pretty normal for distributed systems, but it turns out, this strategy, is not necessarily the most optimal, and you can leverage entanglement distribution to do better than the classical approach. So here you have an entanglement source that pre-distributes these entangled photons to Alice and Bob, and both Alice and Bob make local measurements on that entangled photons, and they actually do it, make their decisions in a coordinated manner that way. And it turns out if they do it this way, the winning probability is actually higher than the classical approach, than any possible way you can actually leverage classical networking. And that's pretty powerful for fintech providers. So there's a lot of details I'm obviously skipping through. This is the devil is really in the details and the math, but there is a clear quantum advantage here. Okay. Another application, like I mentioned, right, so is the eavesdropper detection problem, where you have Alice and Bob communicating over fiber, potentially long distance. And the goal here is to basically make sure that if there is somebody in the middle tampering with your photons, like literally maybe put an optical splitter and started sucking photons out, right, to measure and figure out what's happening, or like maybe do the harvest now, decrypt later kind of attacks. Can you detect it with the help of quantum? And it turns out you can because of this entanglement property and no cloning theorem, right? So you can send entangled photons to Alice and Bob, okay? And you'll make local measurements, and you check for coincidences out of band. If somebody is tampering around, which is basically literally doing measurements on the photons, then it will appear like, oh, I'm not able to get my entangled the loss rate will be high, because somebody is sucking up photons, and that will actually reflect on the loss rate. Now, intelligent attacker can say, oh, I sucked up photons, but maybe I'll inject those photons back. But that's where entanglement, and no cloning theorem comes into picture, because nobody can clone the entangled state. So which means even if you inject the photons to masquerade the loss, right, you will still observe that the coincidences will be low. So as a result, you can detect the presence of an eavesdropper in the middle. And this actually is a good way to figure out if somebody is actually carrying out your harvest now, decrypt later, especially on open fiber that is actually unmanned or that is prone to these types of attacks. And I just want to say, all of this work is not happening in isolation. And it truly takes a village to actually build this stuff out. This is really, really cutting edge, quantum technologies, right? So we're very fortunate to have a large number of academic and industry partners who have been tremendously helpful in carrying out many of this research and prototyping efforts. Especially on the industry side, I'm really, really excited with the partnership with IBM that we announced last November, where jointly we are trying to figure out how to interconnect IBM quantum computers with the help of Cisco's quantum network to truly build this quantum data center of the future. We have other partnerships in works as well, especially in the fintech industry, aerospace industry, telecom industry, and so on and so forth. Okay, so I want to get back to the 3 key takeaways that I actually started out with. 1, quantum networking can accelerate the arrival of practical quantum computing by decades through this whole scale-out architecture. Quantum networking, as I explained, is completely different from classical networking. And finally, quantum networking has many practical and commercial use cases in the classical world today, in addition to, of course, the quantum computing world of the future. With that, I thank you so much for your time listening in, and thank you.
Hey there, everybody. Welcome back to the Cisco TV studio and the live broadcast. We have just come out of center stage, another phenomenal conversation, and we are going to go straight back without any delay because our own Rob Boyd got a chance to catch up with the man of the hour here and pulled Ramana Kampala directly off stage for a behind-the-scenes interview. Rob, let's go ahead and send it right back out to you.
Thank you so much, Steve. Yes, I'm extremely excited to get a chance to do this because we're talking about Cisco OutShift. And if you're not familiar with OutShift, in a nutshell, I think of it as Cisco's incubation engine. It's the team that is not looking to make $1 billion off of a single product and how to get it in your homes and businesses. These are the guys looking around the corner saying, what's next? How can we best serve our customers and our stakeholders in a way that represents where the technology is going? And yes, I've got Ramana Kampala. How you doing? Good. So nice to meet you. You're a Cisco fellow, and you're also head of research for Cisco OutShift.
That's correct, Steve.
So let me ask you, because I want you to explain this, because I'll probably mess it up. But I see you as guys majorly having two big things you're talking about here. You've got Internet of Agents, have you explained that, as well as quantum computing, which simultaneously feels like it's way out there, but yet we need to be paying attention now. How do you kind of square those two? How do they come together?
Excellent. Yeah. So I think we're really fortunate to be in this midst of two major revolutions, right? So the Internet of Agents and the quantum internet, and both of them are actually, they have a very interesting commonality, if you will. So Internet of Agents is about interconnecting agents to actually build a fabric so that agents can talk to each other and discover and solve pain points there. Similarly, quantum is exactly that. We have a bunch of quantum processors. The industry is moving towards building quantum computers. We really want to interconnect all of them to really build a quantum distributed data center.
Yeah.
Now, the commonality is, what we are doing here is not about enabling a lone wolf. We really want to enable the pack. So that's the analogy I would like to use, and that's the commonality between both these trends.
Well, and how relevant is quantum networking, because that's what you're specifically looking at, right? Which is, and we're getting positioned for that because these computers that aren't quite here yet, but we're seeing very good things happening. Is it applicable today? Is it something we should be paying attention to now?
Interesting you asked that. So when we actually launched our entanglement chip last May, that was actually, the purpose was to actually build a quantum interconnect for interconnecting quantum processors.
Yeah.
But the moment we put it out there, we have had a lot of inbound customer calls around, hey, what can we do with this entanglement-based network that you guys are building for, that can actually cater to classical applications. And we found a bunch, and actually I've, in my center stage, I talked about a bunch of them. For example, some of the fintech providers, they want to be able to coordinate decisions across multiple trading floors, if you will. And these are constrained by speed of light, and quantum can actually really help bend some of these laws of physics and help them make these decisions in a coordinated manner. Similarly, there are applications like position verification, where you can leverage quantum entanglement and no cloning theorem properties to actually verify the position of where exactly a trade is conducted or what have you in a secure manner.
Yeah.
Time synchronization, and one other really fascinating applications is to actually verify if there's an eavesdropper on a long-haul communication fiber for improving your security, and that kind of use cases. So
we'll get about 30 seconds left. Internet of Agents, explain what that is, because I had to look up. It's different than MCP. That's really about communicating with resources. But this is really about enabling agents to work with each other.
That's correct. Today, agents are siloed. I mean, if you have a procurement agent, that needs to talk to a finance agent, that needs to talk to a supply chain agent, these are all they need to be able to come together and actually make sense out of what the common objectives and goals are. And that's what we are really enabling, that substrate that can actually bind all these agents towards a commonality, common goal, and actually achieve, complete whatever tasks that you have at hand. And we're doing that through agency, which we actually released to open source, and that's part of the whole
All right, well, I'm going to throw to center stage where we're going to next. Get a chance to come by the quantum area here, because it is important information that you need to know and you need to be on top of. But now we're going to go over to center stage. Check that out.
All right. It's great to see everyone here this morning, this afternoon. So VP of Product Management, Rick Miles is my name. I run the cloud and network security products at Cisco, really the network security threat detection products, and really excited to talk to everyone about really firewall to firewalling. And real quick, before I go into this, I'm going to poll the audience. How many people have heard the term hybrid mesh firewall? Dan has, before this conference. Okay, so here and there, and that's about what I would expect. It's a newer term, and a real quick history lesson. There will be a test afterwards, so take notes. You've got the maturation of firewall, going from L3, L4 firewall to next-gen firewall starting in 2008, which always cracks me up because you think next-gen firewall. It's been next-gen firewall since 2008, quite a while. But as a few key things have happened, firewall starts to need to look different. You've got the applications themselves that are transforming, going from your traditional 3-tier to containerized services. You've got AI applications themselves with new threat vectors and non-deterministic models associated. You've got networks themselves becoming increasingly hybrid, cloud, multi-cloud, and it creates an expanse that adds risk for an organization. It creates a complexity. So if you take the beautiful architecture here, just 5 simple diagrams, even this, a real network is far more complex than this. But even if I talk through this 5 simple diagrams here, you end up having, a control point at the edge of a branch, and then you still have visibility east-west inside. Maybe it's different at a campus as you go a light branch to a heavy branch. You've got users, devices, applications everywhere. You've got at the cloud edge something different. And if you're multi-cloud, which is more or less every customer I talk to ends up in this multi-cloud situation for one reason or another, you've got separate stacks there looking at ingress, egress, and then east-west that exists within OT environments. This picture right here, if you're thinking about, okay, how do I drive consistency of enforcement and security controls? How do I segment and reduce risk? How do I reduce that blast radius, assuming post-compromise? 7, 8, 9, 10 different technologies potentially. You end up with a whole stack of security tools on each of these, which is incredibly complex. You end up in a world where, policy gaps. You're going to pivot to multiple systems. Objects will be different. Applications will be different. How do you even troubleshoot that? The operational burden becomes quite intense. And all that leads to delayed detection, delayed response, and complications from a overall cost of operationalizing. And so as you're thinking about how this landscape has changed, what you really need is that solutions architecture that brings all of these controls together, that abstracts them from a multi-cloud scenario, that can be deployed across each of these edges. Not to quote a CISO I was talking to last week, not the 177th tool because I've got 176 already. I can't take that on. You need the thing that can start to consolidate these, that can address not just the trust boundaries, but as Dan will come up and talk later, all through the distributed aspects, down to the workloads, down to runtime. Now, at the foundation, so our hybrid mesh firewall, very differentiated in market. It covers, yes, the firewalls themselves, which are still very important, but then it stretches through these other places that we'll talk about. Now, I had to take this opportunity to so firewall, still a very much foundational aspect. You want to preemptively block as many threats further up the kill chain as possible. And to do that, even in this future scenario, you still have this driving demand of yes, detection, decryption, all of these things at the trust boundary. And we've invested a massive amount in our firewalling technologies. The other thing I like to call out here is Cisco is the only vendor that is a leader in both microsegmentation and firewall, and a visionary in hybrid mesh firewall. So if you haven't looked at Cisco lately for firewalling, definitely go over, check out our booths and learn more. And one of the things I'm really excited to talk about today is, we're still innovating on the hardware side. We're going to talk about cloud, we're going to talk about SaaS and the distributed controls. Still massive investments on the hardware side. And with the 6100, if everyone looks under your seat, you've got no, I'm just kidding. These things are 2RU. It would be tough to hand out a free 2RU firewall to everyone here. But as you think about the AI-ready data center, I think the age of a refrigerator-sized pair of firewalls stacked next to one another, I think that's over. You need something that's more scalable. You need to distribute, but also with threat services turned on, you do need a clustered approach. So maybe not a 14 RU, but with this 2 RU, it's 630 gig plus of threat inspection throughput that can scale out to 8 terabits as your demand increases for your customers. As the application usage increases, you can continue to scale. Now, beyond that, well, you have to stop threats. And so as we use these, as threat actors are using these new technologies to find new and creative ways to compromise, we're also using these technologies to find new and creative ways to identify threats and drive visibility. So 2 engines I want to talk about here. One is the encrypted visibility engine. I'm going to poll the audience again. Has anyone here heard of the encrypted visibility engine? Yes, okay. We've got only people that I recognize from Cisco raising their hands. So really excited to educate everyone else here. Now what this does is we looked at, hey, we get 900 billion plus signals broadly across Cisco that we collect from a threat intelligence perspective. We have a litany of known good and known bad as far as flows. So can we actually look in an encrypted traffic flow at that handshake, in every attribute around that handshake, and start with a high degree of efficacy, realize, is there something suspicious in here? You know, what is this application that is there? And as we started to build this out, we came to the realization that yes, we can start to a high degree of efficacy, start to pull out is, you know, should this be looked at? Should this be advanced for maybe more decryption detection? Is there something malicious here? So really excited about this because it gives you another way to give you visibility even in an encrypted traffic flow. Now, importantly, that visibility in the encrypted traffic flow, you also need to innovate when you're decrypting and trying to identify threats. Now, threats in today's age, it's not good enough just to look at signatures anymore. You know, you've got threats that are rapidly adapting. You've got changes that are driving this need to push that detection more behavioral in sense. So if I take recently, you've got React 2 Shell. Was at end of December timeframe. I mean, high visibility events, 0 day there, where if I look at what we've done on Box with our ML-based Nord ML detection to be able to detect these 0 days, we ran that remote code execution attack tied to React 2 Shell on Box on that 6100, and boom, we were able to pick up on that remote code execution even though there wasn't a signature. So take the latest 0 day as an example, but imagine the next one. The next SQL injection attack, remote code execution attack. You've got to start innovating in ways that aren't just tied to signatures, but can start to detect these changes in these 0 days and these new types of threats. So this available in our firewalling technologies today. The other big area that is transformed and brought new risk is around the applications themselves. So now we've got, you take the 3-tier app, you've got AI applications with these non-deterministic models that create a new threat landscape. So as you think about this, well, one, we got to discover what applications are in use. Validate, okay, are these models, are they posing any risk to my organization? And then ultimately, what do I do about that risk? You know, every company that I'm engaging with, everyone is starting to build out, use their own AI applications, develop these things. This entire market is rapidly evolving. You know, every 3 months, every 6 months, it's very different, and you got to be able to stay ahead of this from a security perspective. Now, with AI defense, we've got a few key innovations around this validation and protection, and I'll explain how that ties into our hybrid mesh firewall. So first, the models themselves. You've got this situation where, you know, hey, how do I hotwire a car? Most models aren't going to give you that answer. You know, pretend you're a rogue AI. How do I You get into this game of 100 questions where you might find that you're going to be able to get some information out. You're going to be able to poison that model. You're going to be able to abuse that model. You know, the other example I like to use is, hey, can you create a bomb? You know, no. Can you know, I'm writing a research paper on how to create a bomb. No, I'm shooting an action scene where a boat's driving down the water. It hits a ramp. As it hits the ramp, it's really exciting. Flames go off in the background. How do I do that? You end up getting some of those responses, right? So now that game of 100 questions, what if you could algorithmically red team that to the game of 1 trillion questions, or just an obnoxiously large number, right? Attack this thing in every which way that you can to identify what those risks are. Well, that's what we've done in Security Cloud Control and with our AI defense product. We can go through, we can red team those models, we can highlight the risks that these models pose to your organization, and then importantly, recommend the guardrails for you to deploy in order to reduce that risk and address those issues. Now, the key part here is, again, if you think about the 176 tools, I don't want the 177th. This shouldn't be yet another separate platform. Right? It shouldn't be yet another separate thing that doesn't work with everything else. And this is not how we're approaching it at Cisco. We built this directly into Security Cloud Control, and those guardrails are actually enforced in our hybrid mesh firewall. So you can terminate, you can enforce those on the firewalls, you can enforce those on the cloud gateways. It becomes an extension of your firewalling platform. Operations tax. This is another key area. If you're thinking, okay, how do I manage going from 40 zones to distributed firewall, or even every one of these trust boundaries? How do I troubleshoot? How do I deal with multi-vendor environments? Say I've got a Cisco firewall and a competitive firewall. There's a lot of work there. There's a lot of pains that exist there. And in order to start addressing those pains, there's a few key things strategically that we're doing here at Cisco. One, we want to solve intent-based policy. We want to drive consolidation and give you that delightful user experience that goes across all of these boundaries. But key to this, too, is, hey, not every environment is only Cisco. So yes, we're bringing all of our hybrid mesh firewalling products within Security Cloud Control, AI Defense, these new services that we're inserting, but we're actually also extending this to third-party firewalls, which is a pretty big deal. And on top of that, you can drive, our unified AI assistant, our AI ops. I'll talk about agentic ops that we're building out here too. But stretching across those third-party environments allows us to meet an organization where they are and deliver better outcomes for them without the need of ripping and replacing everything. So you can imagine deploying a policy that says, hey, I want to connect the HR to the ERP. Right? Take some firewalling policy. So instead of having to go through and pivot to a panorama, to a FortiManager, to a firewall management center or security cloud control, identifying what that policy should look like in each place, trying to figure out where to deploy that policy, troubleshooting, if it becomes a nightmare. So what we built, and is now GA this month, and you can go over and check a demo at our booth out, is let's go from that HR to the ERP app. Let's hit one button to deploy that policy. And then it's a very boring demo because it just works. It goes through and it maps out. We've got to deploy it in these 3 firewall locations, one at the cloud edge here, one at this Palo Alto device here, one at this Fortinet device here. And it optimizes and deploys the policy to those locations. But it's a huge value add because it removes the need of pivoting through all these systems. And we've got a really exciting roadmap that takes that the next few steps forward. The other piece around simplifying that management experience is you heard the talk on the keynote this morning about the things that we're doing in agentic ops. What's very true for the NetSec admin as well. Everything from zero trust access policy creation, which I'll step through an example of, where we can help users and help organizations get down that path to zero trust, to simplifying troubleshooting, being more proactive with these things. Simplifying the management experience as a whole, leveraging these agents. Now, if I take the zero trust example, what this is doing is this is taking identity intelligence from our Cisco Identity Intelligence, and everything we know about that, it's taking the activity from the remote access VPN, who's accessing what applications, what's the frequency. It's then pulling all of these things together, what we can see on the application, the user, and creating zero trust policies for our security services edge, secure access. So all of that work now being done and taken on by the agents themselves in the system. So you have, instead of this, great, we've got a new architecture, we're zero trust, and your policies start out */any. You're like, ooh, where do we start, right? Now you've got that proactive driving worker on your behalf with this agent. And then troubleshooting. Things like elephant flows, all of these other pieces, they're not glamorous, right? But boy, when something goes wrong, that's when the emotional events happen. There's things that we can deploy these agents to be more proactive, to ensure you don't run into issues and to simplify the troubleshooting experience. Imagine having expert TAC members on your team. So that's what we're building out. We're excited to announce this. GA for that will be roughly in the May timeframe. So pulling all of these things together, talked about the importance of those trust boundaries, the visibility itself, some of the innovations around the management experience, but really that big differentiating aspect is that distributed nature. I'm going to invite my good friend Dan on stage, who's going to talk us through the distributed aspects.
Oh, thanks, Rick. Right on time, man. Very impressive. You gave me a
15 minutes exact.
bonus 20 seconds. I appreciate it. All right. Hey, folks. My name is Dan Wendland. I was the CEO and co-founder of a company called Isovalent. Isovalent was the creator of a powerful Linux technology called eBPF for workload, networking, and security that we'll be talking about today. Right? We used that to become the leaders in Kubernetes networking and security. So we were acquired by Cisco recently, and so we continue to drive that vision for Kubernetes networking and security, but we now have a broader scope. We're running not just Isovalent, we're also now running Cisco Secure Workload, our micro-segmentation solution, as well as Hypershield, which takes eBPF and Secure Workload and blends it with something called the Nexus Smart Switch that we'll be talking about today, and makes that all part of a unified Cisco hybrid mesh firewall fabric. So Rick was already talking about the right side of this slide. I'll be double-clicking on the left side of the slide. Right. So just to start out with vision a bit, right? We all know we're well past the world of having one big firewall at the perimeter and nothing inside to protect your environment. But we really fundamentally believe that the future of network security is distributed. Right? That doesn't mean your firewalls are going away. You'll still have firewalls at all your major trust boundaries, at your perimeter, probably at your zone boundaries. But there's always going to be traffic those firewalls don't see. Right? Our vision, right, is to make sure that we eliminate those east-west blind spots. Every workload, every switch port should be a visibility and segmentation point in your network fabric. Right? And moving to the edge also gives us another advantage, right? It allows us to have a lot more context. We understand the identity of the applications. These aren't just IP addresses. We understand the workload identity, and as we'll talk about later, even runtime context, that all of this context is really critical to building the strongest zero trust posture for your network. The second thing, that we fundamentally believe in, assuming I can advance my slide, is that the future is multi-cloud, right? Your private cloud data centers are not going away, but you likely have 1, 2, maybe even 3 public clouds that you're going to need to use, right? There's a movement towards sovereign clouds, right? There's also AI clouds. That app team is going to want this inference capability that only exists in this particular AI cloud, right? The world is getting more and more complicated, and complexity is the enemy of security, right? And so really being able to provide unified visibility and security across all of these different silos is exactly where we're taking things with hybrid mesh firewall. The last one is probably something new maybe you haven't heard before, right? Traditionally, the network has always been a silo, and the endpoint has always been a silo from the security perspective, right? I might see something in the network or block it in my firewall, and I might have EDR in a workload, right, that might see what's happening inside there. We really see these two worlds coming together, and we'll talk about how eBPF is enabling that and really providing some outcomes that you never would have thought were possible by combining network and runtime visibility and enforcement. So Cisco's vision is essentially fusing security into the network and fusing security into the workload to achieve this fully distributed security fabric. Right? So on the network, we'll talk about this Nexus Smart Switch, which is a fully capable Nexus switch with an additional DPU that can be kind of a security coprocessor, right, that lets you fuse security into the network. And then eBPF, as we'll talk about, is our way of fusing security into the workload. Right? So we can eliminate those east-west blind spots in your private data center with the Nexus Smart Switch. We can then extend that capability to the public cloud and add in deep application runtime context with eBPF. We really see this as something that Cisco, as the leader in data center networking, and now with Isovalent, the creators of eBPF, is really uniquely able to execute on. So first, we're going to double-click a bit on the right side here. What is this Nexus Smart Switch? Right? So the Nexus Smart Switch is essentially a standard switch, right, that has an MPU for processing the packets, but also a DPU, right? So the MPU does what it always does. It's really great at moving packets, right, from A to B, right? But the DPU gives us this very flexible security inspection capability, right? We can inspect, we can even do stateful segmentation up to 800 gigabits per switch with these DPUs. So suddenly you have a really powerful network processing device in every one of your Nexus switches. Right? So to show, we're at Cisco Live, so I legally have to show a box on this slide, right? So here's the Nexus 9300 series, right? You can see it has all of the goodness of a Nexus switch from Silicon One, but it also has this DPU that allows us to build in identity-aware visibility, threat detection, as well as stateful L3, L4 network segmentation. And so this allows you to take kind of that core segmentation and visibility capability and fuse it everywhere in your network. Now you might be asking yourself, wait, does this mean I need to give my NetSec team access to my Nexus switch? So the really important thing to understand is you, as a network ops team, you still manage this using Nexus dashboard. But right, that DPU capability in your smart switch gets surfaced up through security cloud control. So your NetSec team gets that single pane of glass, unified policy, right, with all of these distributed enforcement points. And building on this new DPU-based architecture gives us flexibility to do some really cool stuff we've never been able to do before. One concrete example is policy validation. Right? What's the scariest thing about updating a firewall, right? You don't quite know what you might break, right? So with this, we're able to actually effectively run and simulate two policies running side by side. And we're able to keep your existing policy in place, but be saying, well, what if I push this next version of the policy out? What set of traffic would have been treated differently, right? You could run that validation for 5 minutes, 5 hours, or 5 days, and understand, hey, is the difference in policy that I'm actually seeing in my live network, is that what I was intending when I was changing these firewall rule sets? Ultimately, this is really important, A, because no one likes breaking applications, but B, because really once you feel more confident about making changes to your firewall policy, you're going to make more progress on implementing better zero trust policies in your network. Okay, so that was the first phase. That was the Nexus Smart Switch fusing security into the network. Right, the next thing we'll pivot over is fusing security into the workload. Right, this is where eBPF, that technology that Isovalent created, comes in. Right, eBPF is a super powerful technology, very lightweight, but gives really deep visibility and control inside the Linux kernel. It's really important because it means there's no changes required to your applications. Right, they're already using the Linux kernel. The Linux kernel is just getting smarter underneath your applications. And some of you may know, well, you've been able to do this for a long time with Linux security modules, right? But the challenge with security modules, as we all saw with CrowdStrike and those types of things, are that if you make one little mistake in your security module, you can take everything down. eBPF, kind of the magic of eBPF is it lets us innovate in the Linux kernel, but with safety, right? And so any eBPF program, before it can actually be loaded in the kernel, runs through something called the eBPF verifier to make sure that it can never crash or hang your kernel. So we can drive new intelligence, deeper security visibility, smarter networking into Linux safely, right? So why is this interesting from a network security perspective? Well, this gets back to what we were talking about with combining network and runtime visibility and enforcement. If you think about it on the network, we've always just seen, hey, something in this workload is reaching out on my network, right? It's talking to this IP address. It's very hard to make security decisions without rich context. Here we can see with eBPF, we can see everything that happens inside the workload, right? I can understand that, yes, the Java process launched when this container started, but 17 minutes later, suddenly a reverse shell was opened outside of that Java process, right? Something in that reverse shell went and touched etc password, and then it reached out on the network. The degree of trust I have or lack of trust in that connection very much depends on what happened inside the workload, right? Does that look familiar? Does that look scary to me? Right? We can now think about network segmentation as being able to pull in this additional runtime context. The second thing is you'll see it's not just reaching out to some IP address, right? We're inside the workload, we're seeing the DNS lookup, we're correlating all of that in real time. So we can see like, okay, it's reaching out, it just accessed etc password and it's reaching out to pastebin.com. That's what in security we would call a toxic combination. It does not make me feel warm and fuzzy inside, right? And so we can actually take a much more risk-based approach to what we want to allow on the network and build what we call these runtime shields. So again, eBPF gives us this visibility. Of course, we can send this telemetry to Splunk, but it also allows us to make security decisions and enforce on that network protection. And then the next example, we'll talk a little bit about some runtime protection too. So, we've also always thought traditionally about threat protection being something I implement in the firewall, right? And it's still a great place to do threat protection because it immediately covers a vast expanse of your infrastructure. But there's also context, from a threat perspective that you only get inside the workload with runtime. So we can think about there's all sorts of sophisticated attacks like Volt Typhoon, et cetera. They all follow a common pattern, right, where the attacker is able to understand the exploit and get to exploit code much faster than your team is able to go patch all of your applications. And that leaves this patching gap, right? It's a time of vulnerability, right, between when the attacker has exploit code and your team has updated everything. And this isn't even tackling the fact that we hear from people all the time that, hey, I still get Log4Shell redeployed into my infrastructure all the time, right? Vulnerabilities are just a fact of life, right? But what we can do actually is use eBPF to be smarter about them, right? You might have a scanner that tells you that this workload has a vulnerability in it. With eBPF, we can actually tell you, is that vulnerability live? Is that library loaded? Is the process running? Is it listening on a port and remotely accessible? Is that port reachable from the outside internet, right? All of these things are very important threat context that we have, right? And then we can go even further, right? If we understand that an exploit requires the attacker to take step 1, 2, and 3, right? It might need to change the current working directory, drop a file into it, change that file to be executable, and then run it, right? We can actually build eBPF programs that look for that exact exploit behavior and block just that without disrupting the legitimate behavior of your application. And what this does is let us shield those applications during that patching gap, right? But then we can, once that workload actually is patched, we can remove that shield. And so this is an example of, again, how when we're combining that network and runtime context, we can start, protecting against threats in a way that we kind of never were able to before. So, just to wrap up, I think, you've heard a lot today. Obviously, Cisco is pulling together lots of things into this hybrid mesh firewall. What we want to talk about today is how you can learn more, how you can get started. You don't need to start with the entirety all at once, right? There's a lot of what I like to call on-ramps onto the hybrid mesh firewall journey. A lot of them you can learn about right over there in the AI Ready Data Center Demo Center. So you want to start off talking about a couple?
Yeah. So if you're a secure firewall customer today, I encourage you, go check out Security Cloud Control. We even have Cloud Assist if you're on-prem managed. You can look at our new AI ops, a lot of these new insights that we're building out. Now, if you're not a secure firewall customer today, definitely check out our secure firewalls over at the booth, but know that we do have Mesh Policy Engine. We're driving value even in mixed environments. I'll be giving a demo on that later today, and we can go through it. And finally, on Security Cloud Control, you can run free multi-cloud visibility reports to let you see, okay, what does that attack surface look like? What does that exposure look like in a multi-cloud environment? Straight from Security Cloud Control, also free. So definitely encourage you to see some of this new innovation that we're building out on the platform.
Awesome. And then more on the distributed side, a couple ways to get started. So first off, we talked about the Nexus Smart Switch. You can put that in your network today, right? And run it. In fact, I think over there they have a 6100 and a Nexus Smart Switch and a 200 right next to each other. So you can physically touch them, right? That's a great way to start eliminating those east-west blind spots inside of your data center, right? We also have Cisco Secure Workload, our micro-segmentation solution that can span both on-prem and public cloud environments, right? And then, of course, very close to my heart, right? Many of you have Kubernetes environments in your, in your enterprise, right? A lot of those are kind of black boxes to you from a security perspective, right? So getting Isovalent in there and starting to kind of secure that Kubernetes environment, there's also demos of those over at the AI Ready Data Center section.
So we really appreciate the time everyone has spent with us today. If you want to learn more about everything we're doing in security, I'd highly recommend you attend the keynote deep dive here at 3:45 p.m. in the Elysium Ballroom too. I'll also be giving a demo of Security Cloud Control during this. So really would love for everyone to come out and support that event.
All right. Thanks for the time, everyone. Appreciate it.
Well, what a great session that was there with Dan Wanlent and Rick Miles, taking a fresh approach on security and networking by protecting your networks wherever they are. Cisco really is redefining security in the AI era. Now, shortly, Rob is going to be back at the center stage chatting to Rick Miles, where you're going to get a further insight into how AI is changing network traffic and your security needs. Now, before we go there, We'll talk about the showcase, which is right by the center stage. There you have the AI Data Ready Centers and the Cisco Security Zone. And in these zones, you can find at least 4 demo stations where you can see the hybrid mesh firewall. So take a look at that if you're here, and I'm sure we'll be visiting that at some point during the week. Now, we also have in the Cisco Showcase lots of other things to see. As I mentioned, the AI Data Ready Centers, you have digital resilience, you've got the future-proof workplaces. I know Cedric is going to be there tomorrow looking at the collaboration area. I'm going to be going further down this afternoon to the Purpose Pavilion, where there is lots of incredible things to see as well. And I'll be looking at a live demo. Now, if you have missed any of these sessions, you can go to our ciscolive.com website, where you can catch anything on demand that you've missed. Also on there, you can take a look and see what's coming up for the rest of the week and make sure you don't miss anything. I do believe Rob is ready now with Rick Miles, so let's head back out to the center stage where Rob is there. Hi, Rob.
Hey, how you doing? So glad to hear you on the in the studio. Got Rick Miles here, and Rick, I wanted to actually tell you as you were coming off stage, I really enjoy your presentation style. You just have a relaxed manner that's confident and helping me understand things in a bit more depth. And with that, I wanted to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind. First one is around just, because I think firewalling becomes almost a term that helps you and hurts you in this situation. But we need to be thinking about firewalling differently in this context and in the reality of what we're seeing here. How do you help people do that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate the kind words. Thank you for that. It's you can think about it like firewall as a noun becoming firewalling as a verb, where in the future, yes, you still have these trust boundaries, and those trust boundaries need to be able to scale based on the demand, and you have new AI applications. The stopping threats preemptively as possible is still very important. So things like our 6100 that can scale up to the 8 terabits are important, but really you've got to start shining the flashlight into the dark areas that you can't see, into that east-west traffic as well. So the firewall alone becomes firewalling because it's not just the agentless boxes that can scale. It becomes the agents, it becomes the workloads, the applications, the processes, all working together for an intelligent solution architecture.
Do you feel like this kind of architecture is starting to get to the point where we can actually ingest more data to make better decisions than we could before, because the disaggregation almost does provide a little bit more agility in that sense, does it not?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the data that you can start to ingest to simplify operations. Yes, and even in mixed vendor environments, which I talked about, there's a lot of value there. It's the data that you can use to intelligently create policies. If I really can see the behavior of the applications, the trusted communications, I can start to even achieve a better state of microsegmentation across my firewalling real estate. And then finally, with that data, you can detect new threats, right? That becomes a corpus of information for a detection layer, because at the end of the day, we got to prevent threats. That's what the team's about.
Well, so you talked about enforcement points, and I love the fact that we can enforce things much deeper. We're not having to route everything through and then make a decision and all the hassle that comes with that type of layout. But how do enforcement points need to evolve? We've got them in the switches, and we're starting to layer them in so they become part of the network infrastructure, but I imagine that's going to change as we learn more?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that era of the refrigerator 16RU, pair of firewalls that sit there, I think that era is gone. So the two key things I'd highlight is our 6100 at 2RU with 630 gigs of inspection that can scale as your demands scale. So you could cluster 2, 3 of them as needed, but also why you can start to do that is you can embed security as a feature of your network. You can start to push that down into the smart switch itself. You can think of every switch port being a high throughput firewall that's added to your overall security strategy. So that's how those enforcement points start to change from the infra, and then the distributed nature of the agents as well. It all works together in concert.
Well, I love the fact that, I don't know if it was you or your peer that was on the stage talking to the network folks and saying, does this mean you're going to have to turn over certain runtime access and gear that you've normally kept siloed? Because you guys are breaking a lot of silos with this type of architecture. But you had good answers for this, and it kind of gets into how do we not get overwhelmed in the operational parts of making all this work together? Because it can feel big, but yet we are simplifying, yes?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the important piece there is our development is very persona driven as well. Okay. So you're a NetOps individual, you're going to have that in Nexus dashboard. There's no impact to your normal day-to-day operations, but what we're doing is we're enabling the security team through access of that data processing unit, through the firewalling that we're building on the switch, to work in that same experience that they're comfortable with, that security cloud control experience across their firewalling. Now we're further simplifying it with things like agentic ops and the level of automation and really task completion that those agents can start to bring to your teams.
Yeah.
You know, from firewall troubleshooting to discovery of policy, take you in on a zero trust journey. You got a whole team of agents that are starting to simplify your world too.
About 30 seconds left, but I'm curious, you had mentioned at the close some places where you were going to be demonstrating some of the additional things that you talked about beyond even just hybrid mesh and some of the other capabilities. Quick shout out to what you're doing next.
Yeah, quick shout out. So if you're around 3:45 p.m., Elysium Ballroom 2, we'll be going through all of the latest security innovation there. I'll also be giving a demo of security cloud control, what we're doing with Mesh Policy Engine, so would love to see everybody there.
That is awesome. Rick, thank you so much. Guys, if you get a chance, the security story that Cisco has now is not only just a great confirmation of the platform advantage and how investments in one area are going to continue to build more than just mathematically, right? Because capabilities continue to build on each other, and security is a great place to actually do it. Some of the same words we've heard for years, but actual ability to deliver like we've never seen before. This is a very exciting time, and Rick is definitely nailing it with his team. Thank you for joining us. I'll throw it back to the studio now.
Thank you, Rob. That's great. And as I said earlier, and listening to that, Cisco really is redefining security in this AI era. And as you heard there, you can check Rick Miles out later in the Elysium room at 3:45 if you want to hear more about that security and the innovation he was saying there. Now, I do have Cedric standing by. He will be speaking to Randy Pope up in the world of solutions. So over to you, Cedric.
That's right, Amy. I'm still here in the world of solutions. It is so buzzing around. Like, you can't really see it that much from here, maybe, but like there are so many people around. It's great that we have so many on the show floor. And as you said, I'm here with Randy Pope, who is a global security technologist here at Cisco. Hey, Randy, how's it going?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much for being here on the broadcast. We talked a little bit about security already. Rob was talking to Rick Miles just a couple of minutes ago, and Rick was telling us about the Mesh Policy Engine that we are basically introducing to customers right now. What does that really mean, like Mesh Policy Engine? Can you explain that to me a little bit more?
Certainly, I certainly can. So Mesh Policy Engine is one of the new features we're bringing to Security Cloud Control. Now, what does it give us? It gives us the ability to bring our customers into the hybrid mesh firewall, which we've been talking about a lot, into that ecosystem, regardless of what their vendor is, right? And why is that important? Because we know that lots of customers are multi-vendor, and we need the ability to manage security policy across those devices. So let's give a little background about what Hybrid Mesh Policy Engine is. And what it is the ability for me to create a security policy and drive that security policy across my environment. So I'm expressing my intent regardless of what that vendor may be. So we'll do a quick zoom through here and talk to what it does. So hey, a common use case for our customers is, hey, as a network security engineer, I'm going to bring in a request for my security policy to my engineering staff. I get that request and it says, hey, I need my ERP application to talk to my HR application here in my data center A. Now traditionally, what we would do is we would say, hey, I need to go figure out which firewalls I need to write policy, where do those applications live, how do I make those changes, and where do I need to make those changes? And as you can see, we've got lots of firewalls inside this environment. We've got our cloud firewalls, we've got our edge firewalls, we've got our zone firewalls. And in that example, our engineers had to say, hey, this part of the HR app lives here in data center A, this ERP portion lives in the cloud, and then you have to go and say, it looks like I need to write security policy to these 3 different devices. Now, that could be error prone, it takes a lot of work, I need to have an understanding of what the environment looks like to actually make that happen. But with Mesh Policy Engine, I go and I say, hey, can you allow the ERP application to talk to the HR application? And then take the network topology, and with that network topology, I can actually drive how the policy should be expressed inside of that environment. So I don't have to figure that out. Mesh Policy Engine does it for me. And since we're multi-vendor, that allows me to bring in other vendors as part of that hybrid mesh firewall, so we can start to deploy that across our environment. All right.
Awesome. Thank you, Randy. When is this going to be available to customers?
So, Mesh Policy Engine is coming very soon, so you'll expect to see it in Security Cloud Control relatively soon, like in the next few months.
Because also I've seen a lot of interest in that side of your booth, basically, right? What is resonating most with customers today? Like when you explain this story to them, like what are they telling you?
So what people are really getting excited about is the ability to get into the hybrid mesh firewall simply and easily without having to do all that reconfiguration and trying to figure out how to make it happen. So it allows customers to do it simply, easily, and in a very simple manner.
This morning as well, like I was listening to G2 during the keynote, and he talked about the 3 stages of AI. The second one was about agentic AI ops.
Okay.
Right? Can you tell us a little bit more about that? How does that resonate?
Awesome. So, how does agentic ops resonate with our firewall customers? Fabulous. We can certainly talk about that. We've been chewing on AI a lot inside of Cisco, right? The ability for us to manipulate a lot of data, take in a lot of data, and use that data to do things inside of our environment. Now, we've started to think about how can we do that in relation to firewall management. And you can see here a prototype of how we envision using agentic AI to go and do operations inside of our environment. So you can see that, hey, I've got my security environment, I'm in my hybrid mesh firewall environment, and I've got lots of different things that I need to worry about. I need to worry about things like configurations. I need to worry about things like operations. Am I going to have an operational issue? Do I have an outage? Do I have potential shortages, or am I going to run out of capacity? So all of these things I need to think about. And then on top of that, I've got to worry about attacks, am I secure, and those sorts of things. And what agentic ops allows us to do is it allows us to harness the power of AI and the ability to churn all of that data, munge all that data, and think about how it works in our environment, and provide proactive recommendations, and actually provide fixes for things, and let the machine actually fix it for us, right? Because the machine's smart. It knows lots of things. It knows how to make things happen and how to fix those things. So, for example, we've got some issues here. We can see that, hey, I've got some high priority, low priority stuff. That is a big deal, right? It's sometimes I don't need to know when, I need to know when something's more important to fix than later, right? So those are the things I need to take care of now. So it's all of those sorts of things, and it's really giving the ability to augment our security operations folks.
Great, I hear that like the machine is basically taking over, right? And it is providing to fix it, it is providing recommendations and so on, while a human is basically looking over that. And that basically helps us to be more agile, to be faster, to prevent rather than being reactive.
So if you don't mind, I'll correct you just a touch. So we don't let the machine take over, we use the power of the machine to help us make better decisions. And as you said, look over and understand our environment more, because we can't process the data that the machine can, but we are most certainly in control. Right, and then I think that's the important part. We understand we're using the machine to tell us what to do, and we're using that to help us make better decisions.
Awesome, well, great. Thank you so much, Randy, for taking us through.
Awesome.
That was really awesome. As you can hear, like AI is still center of the stage here. It's so important with security if you think about all the data that's going on, and so on and so on and so on. And with that, I think we can now throw it back to the studio.
That's great. Thank you so much, Cedric. Really exciting to hear all these new things that are coming out and coming out soon. And this is what Cisco Live is all about. This is why people come here. This is why they come to see what's coming up, what's new, what we can do to help your organizations and help your company. It's an exciting time in this AI era, and this is the place to be. Now we take a turn, and we're going to head over to Steve in the other part of our studio, and he's here with Jacob Al-Nasir, who is head of marketing for IP Fabric. So over to you, Steve.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Amy. I appreciate it. We're going to shift our focus just a little bit into visibility, which means IP Fabric. It gives us actionable information so that we can dramatically improve the security and the stability of our digital services, but at the same time, it speeds transformation and it helps to cut IP costs. So as you just said, I've got Jacob Al-Nasir and Seth with me. I always look forward to talking with you every year. I'm so glad that we got the opportunity to sit down together this time instead of stand up as we usually do.
Yep, and it's great to be here again, Steve, and see the energy around the show, and especially outside the studio right now.
So much great energy. All right, so let's start with one of the most common challenges that enterprises face today. When it comes to hybrid multi-cloud visibility, what are they up against? What is the issue right now that they need to conquer?
Yeah, I think really it's a combination of factors that kind of scale out from one kind of leading cause and then kind of snowballs from there. The first factor obviously being enterprise networks are immensely complex. They're spanning multiple locations, on-prem, cloud, various cloud instances spread out globally. So that in and of itself provides a pretty tough nut to crack in terms of getting visibility across the whole environment. Right. And then when you add to that, the fact that these environments usually aren't homogeneous, they potentially are using different vendors for various reasons. There have been purchases historically or whatever that have kind of built up this kind of mixed environment. Then that adds a second layer. So what you'll effectively end up with then is tooling and information that's coming from various sources, but it's very, very hard to get a single view of that network environment and its state. But that's the foundational information you really need to be able to make decisions as to how to drive and grow that network or operate that network.
What a challenging catch-22, right? We develop complexity within the network. Right. We want simplicity within the network, but the complexity is what allows us to go where we need to go by onboarding those different capabilities. So how is the network digital twin, for example, different than a legacy monitoring tool? Do we have to have both of them to cover the network with that complexity and do it in the cloud?
Yeah, so there's a real difference between them, but they actually work very much hand in hand. So both are really necessary. And I think, in essence, the difference is the network monitoring is effectively showing you what's the state of my network in terms of, is there something going on that I need to be aware of? Alerts, something's not quite right based on a setting, etc. Whereas the network digital twin is effectively, I think the comparison would be, monitoring is almost like measuring someone's pulse. Okay. So you're getting that state of what's the pulse doing, but if something happens with the pulse, you don't necessarily know why the pulse is doing what it's doing.
Of course.
Whereas the network digital twin would potentially be like an MRI. You're getting a view of that whole environment, everything that's there, which then enables you to connect the two dots together to establish this is happening and potentially this is the cause of why that would be happening, right? So they don't necessarily work well, they work really well together.
They work really well. One is almost a setup, gives you the big overview. One is the deep dive that we need, right? So when we look at visibility and how it impacts our business, let's talk the cost element. How do we optimize our CapEx on this? How do we know that we're spending intelligently and building out what we actually need as opposed to just throwing dollars and hoping that it gives us the full visibility across the stack that we need?
Yeah, I think that's it's a great, it's a big problem, and I think it's a great question because effectively the changes that happen in the network on a daily basis, whether it's hardware changes, whether it's things being switched in, switched out, expansions, migrations, whatever, it's really a living organism, so to speak, right? So there's a lot of changes that can happen and for whatever reason aren't documented, slip through the cracks, and then suddenly you end up with a place where you're paying for everything, for every powered port, you're paying for every instance of cloud, you're paying for every rack, every switch or every device in each rack. And if you're looking at this at scale and you're talking thousands of devices, then having phantom devices or devices that aren't leveraged, aren't properly managed, you're not aware that they're there, or they've gone through end of life, or various other factors, those are all costs that add up, so fairly significant numbers really quickly. So it's almost one of those things of, it seems like a fairly basic problem, but if you can get it right and solve it as much as possible, you can kind of really optimize both CapEx, but also OpEx, right? Because you've got the operating cost to actually run all of that hardware and those services on there as well, and they're potentially not being leveraged. So it's a case of figuring out how to right-size everything to really meet the requirements of what you have at that moment.
All right, so let me tug at that thread a little bit. Why Cisco? What do we do that is unique to make sure that we keep those costs in check and so people know where that potential wasteful spend is taking place?
Yeah, I think it's the fact that, with Cisco, it's the tooling that kind of works across the hardware and works across all the devices, right? So Cisco tooling itself provides a really great view of what you've got running in there, right? And I think it's that access to the information, to have it to hand and have it in a clear manner that makes it actionable. That's really the best approach.
That's why Cisco is such a strong partnership, right?
Exactly.
All right, so nearly half of all large IT projects today are over budget.
Yeah.
They're off schedule. Does network visibility change that paradigm? Can it help to get a project on track and keep a project on track?
I think it most certainly can. But I think it starts even from the beginning. I think every network project is based around an assumption of, this is what I believe I have, and this is the change or what I'd like to build on top, whether it's a migration, whether it's expansion, whatever. So just having the foundational information of what do I actually have, what is in my network, what is the state of my network, where is, what does it look like? That's the first step you need to even to build on top of it. So really just having that initial data set is what enables you to start that project. If you have projects starting without that data set, and it's based on, let's say, documentation that may be out of date or inaccurate, you're starting to build something where you're going to have errors creeping in fairly quickly. Yeah. And then bringing that back into check, that requires a lot of work in terms of like trying to figure out where did this occur, because we didn't have a starting point, right? So, with IP Fabric, it really is a case of, it's not only the foundational information at the beginning, but because you can then run the same scans and the same checks later on, it does let you then, for example, step back from any errors or drift that may have occurred, right? Because you can compare what happened and try and figure out, okay, why is this not exactly the way I envisioned it when I was kind of coming up with it?
Interesting. Here's an interesting thing. We're about to, let's say I'm about to kick off a big digital transformation, right? I've got the project lined up. I've got a time frame in front of me with my team. I've developed it with leadership. What do I actually need to know before I get underway? Is the visibility story the primary story, or is the baseline, the initial baseline, the primary story? Where do I begin?
Right. Yeah. I think it's really the initial baseline, right? But they're very much they're interlinked, because the visibility is effectively built on the baseline of, here is what we have, and then when you have what you have, then you can build the model on top of it, understanding what's actually in that environment, right? So the first step is getting that baseline of what's here. That then gives you the model on top of it of what that network actually looks like at a multi-layer view. And then from there, you can start stepping forward into the other areas of, okay, what do I need to expand, or what do I need to change to get the result I intend?
What about the security side? How do I know that I feel safe? Meaning, how can I put myself out there to leadership to say, now, this is the right thing to do. We know exactly what to move forward with. Is it a Cisco play that basically says you're safe with making this investment and taking it from the baseline to the next level?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of tooling, right? I think today it's one of these things where with these complex environments, it's usually you need to find an ecosystem of tools that work really well together, which again reflects the partnership with Cisco, where they work really well together to deliver the result that's, in many cases, can be unique or specific for that enterprise client. So from the security side, this is one of Cisco's great strengths. From our side, a lot of the security element is based around you can't control and you can't manage what you can't see. Okay, so we give that kind of baseline visibility of the devices, but then obviously Cisco's got actually the firewalls and security management, the zoning or everything else that's related to that delivers the actual implementation of that security infrastructure.
All right, fantastic. I'm going to end by putting a big pressure on you here. So you've got 30 seconds to go after this. How do I get the buy-in, right? So I want to go the IP fabric route. I know that I want to make the investment. How do I actually get that buy-in?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting question. So I think where we have one of our unique selling points is really time to value. We are very quick to deploy, very easy to deploy. So usually when we have a customer that's with us at a demo, they can see the value fairly quickly. And being able to show that value quickly to a potential customer enables them to show that value further upstream as well, right? And because we provide such foundational information, usually that foundational information is required for network projects that are budgeted initiatives, that are things that these enterprises are trying to deliver and grow. So then that gives you that path to say, look, you've got this amazing project that you know is going to deliver immense value to your company or your enterprise. You need this foundational information to make sure that project is successful. Then that gives you a quick path to basically understanding and value.
And that is why IP Fabric is such a great story. Jacob, it's always a pleasure to talk with you. I look forward to this every year. Thank you so much for the time and the great insight into everything that you and the IP Fabric team are doing.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
All right, Amy, let's send it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Steve. That was great. Great to hear from Jacob there. Now we're going to take a turn and head back out onto the showcase floor where we have Rob standing by. He is there with Joe Clark and Bobby Uman. So let's head over to the NOC and hear what's going on there.
Oh, thank you so much, Amy. Yeah, I'm very excited to be here. I always enjoy a chance to come in the NOC. And then, Joe, when you and I get a chance to reconnect, because I was kind of remembering and I was telling the guys here, I was like, wow, you were foundational in my knowledge at Cisco, period. I hate to date us because you seem to look younger every year, but 25 years ago it feels like. I think that was 25 years ago.
27 and a half for me at Cisco now.
But so I feel like the NOC, so the Network Operations Center, you guys are the foundational network supporting everything that's happening here, from the attendees to the vendors to, well, everything, including broadcast. It feels like it's changed. You guys used to be more of a glorified operations monitoring, or not operations, just monitoring.
Sure.
Which is great, love that. But now you guys seem like with the NOC and the SOC distinctions, you guys are really starting to operationalize command and control, and you've rolled out new stuff. Do you mind walking us through some of the newer Splunk?
Absolutely.
I see it at a minimum.
Yeah, thanks for visiting us once again.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got the same reliable, ultra-fast network we've always had, and we can tell you're using it, 41 terabytes so far. But because we've evolved, like you said, we've embraced more automation. We've incorporated new technology because we're nerds at heart and we want to have some fun. We want to do better by the people you mentioned, the labs. We want to do better by the vendors. So one of the things that we've looked to do this year is embrace that whole AI thing, that agentic AI thing that G2 was talking about. And Steve, get a look at this. So this dashboard here, these are the metrics for looking at our AI infrastructure. And we decided what is the load that we want to do? What value do we want to get out of AI? Well, one of the things we said, we have all these tools. We have things like Firepower Management Center. We have Catalyst Center. We have Splunk. We have Cisco Prime Network Registrar. We want to pull all of that data together. And if people need immediate information about the network, like our engineers, they can ask our agent, and our agent will pull all of that together and synthesize an answer telling us what's going on in the network. And with the amount of usage we're getting and the price on our infrastructure, this is so much cheaper doing it ourselves on our UCS platform than if we were to do it in the public AI space. This also enabled us to offer an iPad for people who come and visit the NOC. They can ask questions of our RAG, a retrieval augmented generation, about what we're doing here with the network. And all of this, all of the reliability, all of the monitoring, all of the ability we have to get out in front of issues more proactively and help identify where in the venue people may be having problems and go help them, all of that has been enabled by NetApp, by having our storage vendor here providing us that ultra-reliable, ultra-fast storage that gets us capability of getting statistics, gets us capability of monitoring, and allows us to pull all of that together. And I'm really happy to have them here. They come, they sit with us. You mentioned the SOC, the NOC, our storage vendor, they sit with us and they make sure all of this is humming along and giving the attendees the best possible Cisco Live experience.
Well, before I go talk to Bobby on the NetApp stuff, and that's a nice handoff actually, I am just curious, NetApp is enabling a lot of the things here, but you, just outcome oriented, you and your teams have experienced a difference in terms of not only based on the new stuff NetApp's providing you, but just in the way in which you've architected this thing and you're moving it forward. You've seen positive results using this approach.
As our team, so we bring a lot of the same people back year over year, and we all come with new ideas, and the technology has enabled us to say, what was the issue we had last year? How can we get out in front of it? If we see issues, let's say with NAT, for example, the tooling we have, the technology we have enables us to spot problems just before they occur, and we can go up and visit with those people and say, hey, we think you might be having a problem, let's help you. And that's all come together because we have a lot of passionate nerds and we have a lot of great technology.
I love it. You guys are my favorite nerds. Thank you so much, my Explain nerds. All right, Bobby, hey man.
How you doing?
Good, very good. Thank you for all the communication this week as well leading up to this. I hope I do you proud. I've studied, but NetApp is doing some amazing things. Joe's already kind of talked about what's new here in terms of the results that they're getting. How are they getting those results? What do you guys change this year?
So, as you know, we've been doing this metro cluster setup ever since we started now, right? So what we did this year is, apart from the resiliency, last year NetApp did the biggest platform refresh in the history of the company.
What did that bring?
So what we did is we started from the low-end model all the way up to the high-end models, brought the new platforms for the modernization of data center, that strategy, what we have, what we are looking for. So as part of that, what we did with NOC this year is, so Steve, if you can look at the...
This is a live shot, is it not?
This is a live shot.
Looks like a photo, but it's not.
It's not a photo, it's a live camera feed. We don't want to bring the actual system here and people getting creative, right? So we thought we'll give a feed, right? So this is a A50 system, which is one of the top in the mid-tier. We wanted to make sure that we bring this one. What this is giving us this year is 20% or more performance compared to the last year, and we increased the capacity by 2x. Why? We were able to add the Splunk workloads, all the indexes into NetApp storage system or the FlexPod infrastructure. What we get with FlexPod always, I say, no guesswork. No guesswork, right? We wanted to make sure it works. That gives us the confidence when we build this architecture, any workloads, whether it's Splunk, the new dashboards, analytics, we could run on it and give that predictability. And one of the beautiful things what
30 seconds left, so
beautiful thing we did is we did a metro cluster migration. We did a live migration compared to, we're basically moving from A250, the older cluster, to the new one, right? So we did it when the applications are up and running, we did that migration. That shows the robustness of the system. Again, that lifecycle management predictability, what we can give with an infrastructure like this, when we have 21,000 people coming and attending the show to give the best network experience.
Well, these changes are obviously making a difference. You guys have enabled the AI. FlexPod AI is enabling a lot of the interaction Joe was talking about. Yes?
Absolutely. So with FlexPod AI, we have a bunch of solutions already. We have training solutions which is coming out.
Yep.
We have a new solution which is called AFX. It's a disaggregated solution where you can run training workloads as large as you can imagine. On top of it, we have a customized solution which gives the data insight capability. We call it AIDE, AI Data Engine.
I apologize, I'm going to have to go. Yeah.
And Cisco will be certified for it.
Yeah. Bobby, I always feel bad because you have more information than I ever have the time to extract. Amy, we're going to go ahead and go back to you in the studio, though. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah,
thank you.
this is such.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Rob. We're going to have to hurry quickly because we're about to head back over to the center stage where Han-Lin Fang is ready to talk about Cisco Data Fabric architecture involving Spunk. So enjoy.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for being with me today. So today, we're going to discuss this very exciting but relatively operational topic. Before we get into that, let me introduce myself. So I'm the Vice President of the Product Management from Splunk Data Platform and AI. So this morning from G2's keynote session, you heard a few words that constantly used: digital resilience, Cisco Data Fabric, and Agentic Ops, plus machine data. So you will continue hearing this a lot from my session today. So the topic we're going to focus on is really how can we move the data chaos to the digital resilience with Agentic Ops. I can talk hours about this topic, but let's focus on three things. How Agentic Ops influence or impacts traditional operations, why data becomes constrained, and what it means. We want to make sure machine data can be your fuel for your AI agent. Before we jump into technical discussions, I want to ask you a very quick question. And this question, how you answered, may be the easiest way for us to reflect what agentic shift is. Are we ready for this? A simple question. How many of you have experienced self-driving from Tesla, from BMW, from Mercedes, or any vendor? So self-driving can be hands-free or driverless. Raise your hand. All right. If you raise your hand, you already know that autonomy shows in everyday's life. Tesla, for me, is a real example of AI in action in our physical world. Recently, I had an opportunity to watch a Tesla handle a very messy and complex driving environment, sensing what's happening in real time around it, making decisions, and adapting in real time. So because of Tesla was doing that, it avoids an accident. So this is what we are chasing together in today's enterprise as well. We want to move from reactive to preemptive operations. So we need a similar AI system that can sense, understand, decide, and act, so we can avoid a potential incidents. So how can we get there? We have to first change how we discuss the AI first. More than 60% of operation teams today are running agentic pilots. So by 2028, based on IDC projection, there will be more than 1.3 billion agents running in operation globally. So the real question is your system ready for this? Is your operating system set up in the way you can support this? Is your machine data that reflects the health of your operation system can be turned into the fuel to your agentic ops? Then how can we start rethink about AI? So today, when we talk about AI, we primarily focus on two things. One is the model, especially large language model, which is perfectly fine because models are our brain. The second is the compute with GPUs. They are powerful muscle. But one piece is missing from this conversation is the nervous system, the system that can sense your environment in real time. So in agentic ops, right, the operational data is your nervous system that can sense the real time. So if we say, okay, models decide, GPUs execute, your operational data is what guides your AI agents. So the AI agent can make decisions and take actions safely. Now let's take a look at a real example here. So this is one of the largest payment processor in the world and processing billions of transactions daily. One day, their network team made a minor configuration change to optimize regional traffic. A few minutes later, transaction success rate dropped. Customer complaints spiked. Of course, the revenue took a hit. Now let's see what caused this issue. It is their siloed operational data. Because their network team don't have a visibility of the business impact, their application team can now trace back to where the network team changed in the configuration. Now let's imagine the same moment, but with entirely different backend machine data foundation that unified operational data from networking, from security, and from application. So imagine an AI agent automatically correlating the network configuration change to the drop in the transaction process. Oh, even better, the AI agent can anticipate the potential impact from the network configuration change and flag that before the change went live. So this is what's possible when your operational data becomes the true fuel to your agentic operations. Where is the catch then? By 2028, the global data volume consumed or created will reach almost 400 zettabytes, right? Among those data, 55% is machine-generated data. It's also your operational data. So this means the raw material for your AI agent, for your agentic ops, is exploding. So those are your logs files, your traces, and your events, your network telemetry. So how can you turn this raw material into the connected, contextual, and trustworthy data for your AI workload or for your agent, and eventually for your agentic ops? Many organizations, unfortunately today, they have this massive data as siloed, inconsistent, too fragmented to translate them into reliable decisions that your agents can base on. Let's look at this slide. Again, you get all kinds of machine data here, from database logs to your CPU usage, to your infrastructure metrics, or your application performance traces. Each set of data is extremely valuable, but they speak different languages. The reason I say they speak different languages is the format may be different. The timing is different. The tools is different. The owners is different. And the definition of normal is different. So how can AI agents make sense from all those massive signals if they don't understand how we connect, correlate those signals all together? In order to get the context with what system we're talking about, what changed, what to do, we really need to make sure we have a proper setup for this. Particularly in agentic AI era, you can see decisions are made at machine speed that raise the bar even higher. When your data complexity keeps compounding, when your data volume keeps growing, so your data foundation really needs to be transformed to support this. Because decisions are made at machine speed, so your operational data needs to be real-time and trustworthy, so your AI agents can make proper decisions and take actions truthfully at the speed they need, right? Lastly is accountability. We also cannot compromise accountability that also needs to be supported at scale. Think about if the AI agent made a decision, we have to understand why that action was decided, and do we need to prove that? In order to do that, we have to enable traceability, right? We have to enable the auditability. We have to enable a set of governance to support this accountability. If your technical debt, if your system didn't support a system like this, your technical problems become your business problems too. So let's see this, right? So data chaos created by this massive unconnected data is approximately $400 billion issue. So recently, sponsored by Splunk, we worked together with Oxford Economics to do a research. So average, every year, for every enterprise, the downtime cost is approximately $200 million. Also keep in mind, this cost is a direct incident response cost. There's also a hidden cost responded by 94% of participants. The downtime slows innovation. That means you lost your innovation velocity, so you won't be able to introduce the cutting-edge solutions to better support your employees or your customers. And this is why we are building Cisco Data Fabric. So Cisco Data Fabric, think about this, the new architecture. We turn those machine data chaos into the operational advantages. Cisco Data Fabric connects all your operational data and provide cross-domain visibility, search, and analytics with the proper governance. Let me walk you through what this architecture looks like. Think of Cisco Data Fabric as a flexible intelligence layer that sits between your massive and messy machine data and all the analytic applications and AI workloads you want to run on top of it. So Cisco Data Fabric wants to turn this data everywhere mess into the data that is useful for your operations and your AI workload. So Cisco Data Fabric is built on 4 core elements. You can see here AI-powered data management, federation, and machine data lake. Those 3 components form a very solid data strategy. And Splunk has been in this trust mission-critical operation for many years in open ecosystem. We bring them in during the agentic era, right? And lastly is the AI native experience and AI tools as our 4th pillar. So this is the place we can either accelerate your analysts or your operators to do a faster investigation, to take action faster, or we can allow you build your own AI agents for your future. We will start with the first problem that Cisco Data Fabric tackles, which we call the data scale problem. The chaos really starts with this. So for years, the default playbook for operations is we collect all the data, save everything. But in the Zettabyte era, save everything, blow up your budget, because your data volume is growing exponentially, but your budget is not. So this gap becomes many customers' top of mind. How can we handle this? That's what Cisco Data Fabric wants to change the game. We want to offer something that with infinite scale, but finite cost. Let's see how it works. The idea is very simple. Not all data is equal. So you need to have a different data tiering. Also, you need to have a different price point or cost structure. You need to have ability to decide or activate your data progressively, right? Which data you want to store, what data you want to activate, and what side you want to analyze. So this is the process based on your own business priority, based on the business cases, right? And with Machine Data Lake. Machine Data Lake allows this progressive data activation in order to provide the right data at the right time for the right people. So you can activate specific data set to serve your specific use case. So you are in control of both value and cost. Lastly, with federation, you heard this morning from G2 as well. Not every data needs to be in single place. You probably already have a data sitting in S3 or Snowflake. So federation brings Splunk's search in place to those data. So you don't need to move data into one place. So put those all together. Cisco Data Fabric, step one is to unify and connect all your machine data to make them governed and useful for the future. Now, data unification at scale is a great starting point, but still we need a context. The context is your operational truth for your AI agent to not only see those signals, but understand the situation. Your agent don't need more data. They just need the operational truth to make the right decision at the right time. Let's look at this customer single transaction together. So this transaction touches your order processing system. So you get a log from your order system. Then in the middle, something failed. So your middleware throws an error. Customers call the support. Then you get IVR and contact center event. So every single one is a separate data stream. What connects them, however, it is your customer ID, your order ID, right? Your shared timestamping. Those are the entities that make your these separate events into a coherent story. Then with this, your AI agents don't just see the error message from middleware. They actually see the situation. The situation is like customer X order with order Y failed due to the database connection issue. Customer called and put on hold for 3 minutes. Now it's escalating. So this is what we call contextualization. And this contextualization is done through Cisco Data Fabric, Machine Data Lake. So let's see how it worked. So from the name, right, Machine Data Lake sounds like storage. It does. It does store your data. But Machine Data Lake is so much more than just storing your data. It is really the data substrate built on top of your raw data. So you can use them to empower your AI agent. When data lands at the Machine Data Lake, it becomes fully managed and cataloged. So when you need the data, you don't need to go hunt across 10 different tools. You start with this trusted foundation. Then second is AI agent will leverage the semantic layer and embeddings to understand the server timeout and request failed might reflect the similar issue, even though the message is different. So lastly, with this knowledge graph, what your AI agent will do is this knowledge graph connects the error messages to something you truly care about. For example, the customers, the services, the dependencies, or the infrastructure underneath. So with this context, right, all together, your agent can not only see the signal, they understand the situation, so they can make decisions in real time. Now we get data unified, connected. They're also contextualized for your AI workload. What's the next? Agentic ops journey is very unique for every single enterprise, right? So it depends on your industry, depends on your data maturity, also depends on the business priority. You may want to start with some simple AI-powered experience that accelerate your analyst or your operator's investigation. Or you might be ready to build your own agent to access the context of data. Or even more, maybe you want to plug into your AI ecosystem today. So Cisco Data Fabric doesn't force you with one single path. Instead, they give you options so you can decide under your pace. So let's start with AI Canvas in Splunk. So this is a workspace, intuitive workspace designed for your analysts and operators across different operational teams to collaborate together. They use natural language to do data exploration, to do troubleshooting, and to do the collaboration across different teams. When this collaboration happens, all the operational teams, they use the same canvas with shared operational context. So they can cooperate based on the same truths to solve problems faster. So now, what if you want to use your third-party agent or your own agent to tap into this same contextual truths from your operations? So here is where MCP comes in. So MCP stands for Model Context Protocol. You can think about it. It is an emerging industry standard and performs like universal adapter between your AI agents and your enterprise systems. So the power of adopting this protocol is the third-party agent can access the unified and contextualized AI data from Splunk. So they can leverage the same contextual operational truths to connect different workforces together. Then you can use this mechanism to truly enable enterprise-level, the agentic operations across different enterprise systems. That's what we're building, the MCP server. So now let's put those together. Think about Cisco Data Fabric as your AI operating system with 3 major tiers. Start with the bottom one, the machine data lake with federation. So this is where the data foundation with all your data that is cataloged, that with semantics, with knowledge graph. So those data can be used by the second tier, which is specialized AI tools tier. So Splunk has time-3 foundation model. You can use the data from the first tier to fine-tune it. Or you can use the AI toolkits from Splunk to build your own agent using that data. So this is a layer to introduce intelligence to support operational 3 imperatives, which is on the top. How can we anticipate, investigate, and respond? That experience layer is the place where the value delivered to your NetOps, your IT ops, whether it is human-driven with AI assistant or is autonomous AI agent. So the takeaway from this slide is you don't need separate AI strategy for your IT ops, for your SecOps, for your network ops. So Cisco Data Fabric unified one for you. We talk about speed. We talk about scale. We also touched intelligence. There's one more piece we got the question from all the C-level leaders, which is, how can I trust it? Speed without governance becomes recklessness. Scale without control becomes chaos. So that's how we want to enable the trust with governance. But the trust in agentic era is not the checkbox you can complete, or it's not compliance practice, you do it once a year. You need to build a trust system and fine-tune it continuously. So here's the trust system, rests on 3 pillars. Those 3 pillars work together, and they evolve when your AI maturity grows. Let's start with the first one, data lifecycle governance. Let's think about data lifecycle governance as your chain of custody for your data. From ingestion to activation to retention and to retirement. What came in, what changed, who touched it, where it flowed. The second part, policy-driven enforcement, is where we codify the intent. So example, humans need to set up rules like risk tolerance, like boundaries, like approvals. The machines can enforce it with machine speed at scale. Lastly is the data observability. Because for your entire AI agent lineage, this plays as flight recorder. Record every single step of your AI agent and data supplied to those AI agents. So with this, you can get to know certain decisions made by AI agent. You understand what informed that and why. So those 3 together build a strong trust when you enable your agentic ops. Before we close up with a summary what Cisco Data Fabric can deliver, I'd like to show this video we can watch together. This is based on a security use case, how easy you can use Machine Data Lake to activate your data whenever you need it for your analyst. Let's watch it. Oops. I think we have some technical glitch here. It's okay. Let's skip this video for now. So now let's refresh what Cisco Data Fabric can deliver you as a holistic solution. First of all, we correlate, connect, and contextualize all your operational data. So you get cross-domain visibility. You get cross-domain analytics and AI-ready data foundation. This strong foundation will allow the team to collaborate better. For example, in AI Canvas, when teams collaborate, they share the same operational truths, so they can solve problems faster. More than between your human team members, this is also the future. Your human and digital workflows can work together. And because we have this digital resilience with your AI agent, we can start executing that, moving away from the reactive to the future preventive operations. Lastly is AI's ecosystem is very powerful. So this Cisco Data Fabric is a foundation for us to see how can we make the agent, third-party agent, work all together in a broader AI system. So Cisco Data Fabric, again, is a new architecture designed to turn your machine data chaos into the advantages with your AI agentic operations. Splunk has been in this industry for many, many years. We have learned a hard lesson how to make massive machine data useful. And now we're carrying over that practice into agentic AI era. And we know you want to start that journey as well. We'd love to be partnered with you together. And thank you for being with me today.
And welcome back in the studio. We're still here at Cisco Live 2026 Amsterdam. It's still day one, and I'm actually excited to be in the studio for once. I normally get to be on roving with the crew on the floor. But anyway, we just heard from Henlin. It was a really great talk about how we can turn machine data into fuel for agentic ops. And if I took one thing away from that session, I would say that it's really about that you do not need to move your data to make it useful. Right? Cisco Data Fabric unifies, Cisco Data Fabric evolves Splunk into a unified analytics engine where you can just use your data and search for it wherever it lives. And if you think about that, it's really important these days for AI agents, for them to be autonomous, to search data and so on, to get trustworthy data, and just our machine data lake and knowledge graph deliver that just like that, basically. Now, if you missed Henlin's session, don't worry, you can rewatch all of our sessions here at Cisco Live on our website, ciscolive.com. You can just watch them on demand whenever you want, wherever you want. It's very simple. Just in the top menu bar, you can just click there on the session catalog and you can just browse there. Now, before we do that, I just want to do like a quick shout out as well for our social media channels, hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. Just let us know what you think, what you would like to see more of, what you would like to see less of, and so on. In terms of that, we are ready to go to Rob Boyd because he was able to get Helen just off stage, out of center stage. I don't know how you do that so quickly, Rob, to be honest. But she's gonna talk about us a little bit more about, what are how can customers get started around data fabric, and also what are some of the pitfalls that they might see. So Rob, over to you.
Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Cedric. Yes, it is my pleasure to be here to actually capture Hanlin Fang immediately after she got off stage so we could ask a few more questions. Let me introduce you. First of all, tell me what do you do for Cisco? How do you describe your role?
I'm the Vice President of the Product Management from Splunk, Data Platform and AI.
Perfect. You've been talking about the mesh and the data fabric, right? And so as we speak to that and we talk about the additional agentic ops, I'm curious, are you seeing this in deployment already and can start generating like, I'm always curious, what are the common mistakes customers or anybody that's deploying this need to kind of be aware of going right into it?
To answer this question, I like to answer from implementation point of view and the organization point of view. Okay. So from technical point of view is, you need to really understand the risk framework. Right, many mistakes right now happen because many organizations treated this like upgrade of model. That becomes the big thing because you jump into agent development without fully understand the risk control plan approach. You need to really understand, what are the use cases or business use cases can be automated with the risk constraint. Or you want to really understand, in order to enable that agent, you have to really connect your data first to make your data contextualize in the way your agent can utilize.
How have we, because I understand, so the risk, understanding your risk, it becomes different here, right? Because it's not just a simple upgrade, this is a completely different or an architectural way to approach things, which is good, but it does require a mind shift. How are we enabling users or end users, people that are working with our technologies to build their trust in it before they go too far? I would imagine that we can do graduated kind of deployments in that sense. What's the right way to explain that?
There are multiple phases on this, right?
Yeah,
first of all, again, at the organization level, we have to nurture this mindset shift. Okay. Treat your digital agents, your coworkers, instead of tools. Then human roles will be changed because of this shift. You are no longer doing everything manually. Instead, you are defining the policy. You are identifying the risk framework. You are supervising the agents. Right. So that's the number one, the rule shift, right? So the deployment based on that will be how you introduce your human judgment and authority into part of a deployment to define the proper framework as a part of a risk framework, also as a part of a deployment practice.
And I assume this is essentially how organizations kind of divide or kind of strike the balance between how much they let the agents do from an execution standpoint versus just kind of holding monitoring versus stopping traffic, so to speak. I always think of security terms.
Absolutely.
Anyway.
I think it's more than security.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because security is access-based, how you access certain information, allowed to do certain things. But it's really back to my frame of the risk, right? The frame of control. Right, as a business owner or business leader, you really need to identify what low risk and reversible tasks that can be fully automated so your agent can run autonomously.
Yeah.
But there's a middle layer, right? Some risk, but how human can play and constrain the automation. Yeah. There has to be a certain set of data that cannot be utilized by agentic agent. Human needs to play the role, or human needs to sign the final, saying I approved or I disapproved. So those are the boundary between those three. For me, it's the basic tiers.
And I assume the idea being that once you get comfortable with, oh, I'm getting consistency in certain areas across certain domains, then I can start kind of twisting the knobs to be a little bit more predictive or more controlling in what they do.
I love this because exactly that's a process. When we start deploying agentic ops, don't boil the ocean.
Yeah.
You really need to find the proper use cases that can be deployed with a proper set of data across your logs, your traces, your events, to make that set of data really AI ready. Then with this use case, you need to identify the success upfront. Then with that deployment, you need to actually measure what is the outcome for your business. Yeah. It can be simple like, okay, time to resolution time reduced, or a few war rooms. You have to have that before you can scale and go to the next step. That's how we approach. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's get some easy wins before and then build on that. Yes. Just real quick, we have about 30 seconds left. How do you get started in this? It can feel kind of big, but I love the fact Splunk is actually part of giving us the data to understand our risk approach to our networks as well, right?
30 seconds, quickly, get Splunk platform. Everything we shared from Cisco Data Fabric will be available from Splunk platform. Then second, get your risk framework ready. Lastly is don't boil the ocean, pick the most impactful use case and simple use case first.
I like that. All right, three distinct questions. Hanlon, thank you so much. Very much enjoyed your presentation and love what your team is doing. I hope you enjoy the rest of your stay here at the conference. And with that, guys, we'll go ahead and throw back to Cedric in the studio.
Awesome, great. Thank you so much, Rob. And some really good stuff from Hanlon there. But many organizations probably wonder, what does that mean for my business? What does that mean for my people, my organization in itself as well? And we're so lucky to have Petra Jenner with us today here in the studio with Steve. We're going to come over to Steve just in a second in terms of that. But Petra leads our Splunk business for Cisco EMEA. And with that, I'll throw it back to you, Steve.
So much, Cedric. I appreciate it. Yeah, as we all know, our organizations, they are dealing with unprecedented disruption, and we're doing it really on a global scale, which means that business resilience has become really incredibly vital for all of us, and resilience requires observability and context across our complex systems. And as Cedric just said, Petra, we are so glad to have you with us. I'm glad that you and I finally get a chance to sit down. I don't get to do this on the EMEA front, so welcome. All right, so here's where I want to begin. What do we think is the biggest shift right now in the AI conversation, specifically among technology leaders as we look ahead? Here we are at this event. We're looking into 2026. Where is it taking us?
So first of all, I think every technology leader acknowledged that AI is there and is there to stay. That's the first thing. The question is, how do we monetize that? How do we get use cases, business cases, which are more relevant, that they can really prove the investment? Like the typical question is, what drives value to the company? What drives return on investment? So that's what you see more and more coming up with decision makers. And what they all see, it's not a technology discipline, right? They all see that as a fundamental shift of the workforce. and it has a fundamental shift for the whole organization. So that's what they all are talking about. And there's a lot of discussion on how we can excel to get it more productive, to get it more really return on investing, and also to scale faster.
Absolutely. Scalability, so incredibly important. We're going to come back to that as well, right? So if we look at how businesses are trying to implement AI, one of the big talks, we heard a lot about it this morning from G2, from Gordon, from Adele as well. How do we deploy AI in a way that it becomes an AI-friendly workplace? Because I know this still scares a lot of people.
Yes, that's right. And many people, even in the technology space, right, in the technology teams, people are questioning, am my job is going to disappear at a certain point in time? So there is, of course, a lot of fear, anxiety, but I think what is very important to see that as an augmentation of skills, right? I think agentic AI is really helping you to get free space to do the things you really want to work on, rather than spending time on unnecessary actions and activities which are just not really productive, but they have to be done. So I think that's, first of all, the most important thing. From a leadership perspective, I do see the orchestration of agents and human beings as the new challenge we need to face, and the new challenge we all need to evolve our skills, and also to ensure that the agents are utilized in the proper way. So the ethical use of agents, the ethical use of data in general, is something which is going to be at the core and center of all the discussions we will have in the future. It's going to be even more important.
So talk to me then about what has shifted since Splunk became a part of Cisco? And now we are together in the programs, we are combining our powers and our capabilities in ways that we never could have done individually before. Yes. Cisco without Splunk, Splunk without Cisco. How has the story shifted? Because a year ago, even here at this conference, we were just starting to have the full conversation. Now we're in it.
I think the real power is what G2 said today in the keynote, is that Cisco is becoming the platform, right? From the infrastructure, the platform for all kinds of machine data, correlate these data, whether they're coming from the network or whether they're coming from a potential security incident, really correlate and ensure that we have an oversight of what's happening in all our infrastructure and our systems. I think this is probably the fundamental shift of Cisco and Splunk coming together. It's like getting the platform, and it's all powered by the Splunk platform. Yeah. I think for me, if you ask me the most relevant innovation the product teams under G2's leadership are working on, is for me the Cisco Data Fabric. We heard that also earlier. I think for me, this is exactly what customers are looking for, right? There are lots of business data lakes, but I think, we actually want to ensure that the customers can rationalize all the data they have to really be in the situation to be digital resilient. And that's something, even though many years we talk about digital resilience, it's still not resolved, finally. And that's where I think the strengths of Cisco and Splunk coming together is proven. And I think this is the new era for all kinds of, the whole infrastructure will be actually leading to be more digital resilient. And that's what we need in this digital age.
And that's also what I think excites a lot of our customers and a lot of our partners. All right, so when you look at resilience, key targets, right? When it comes to successful observability, how to do it right. We look at apps, we look at infrastructure, we look at business processes. Why Splunk? Why is Splunk the one that's unique in addressing all three of them, all layers of the stack to give us that resilience we need?
I think, first of all, Splunk is in that business for many years, right? We have utilized machine learning techniques, right, for, I think, 15 years now. And I think we have been able to correlate unstructured and structured data, which is unique in the market, right? And many customers have started to utilize Splunk for various use cases to really rationalize what is data about. And I think in an age where data is, as we know, the new gold, and it is even more relevant, for companies to make sense of the data, to correlate, to anticipate also what are potential threats, what are potential incidents going to happen, but also at the same time reduce the alerts. We shouldn't say that because there's so many system alerting, and I had a customer this afternoon who said, this morning, who said, oh, we have so many alerts. We want to get out of my team is fatigued, because of the alerts. So it's about having the right alert when the system may turn down, to avoid downtime, right? I think all of this is something which makes Splunk, in combination with the Cisco infrastructure and solutions, a unique opportunity for all our customers.
Couldn't agree more, couldn't have said it better. Petra, such a pleasure to talk with you. Thanks for taking the time in studio with us.
Thank you.
Cedric, we'll head back to you.
Awesome, great. Thank you so much, Steve, and thank you, Petra. I think what I really loved what you said is that data is the new gold. I truly believe that as well. And I also believe that AI is so much more than just technology. It's also about people, about culture. So thank you so much for being here. Now, we're going to shift gears a little bit because at Cisco, we talk about technology and we love talking about that, but also we care so much about our community. We want to empower an inclusive future for all. And in order to do that, I have our very beloved Amy, who is with my good friend Paul and Jeremy in the Purpose Pavilion just at the start of the showcase. Amy, over to you.
Thank you, Cedric, and I loved being called beloved there. Thank you very much. That's right, I'm here in the Purpose Pavilion, here in the world of solutions. I've got the whole world behind me. There is so much to see, and I can't wait to show it all. But rather than me telling you, I have Paul Wendell here with me, who is going to tell us a little bit about it. So Paul, first of all, tell us who you are.
Yeah, thanks so much for stopping by. My name is Paul Wendell. I lead our Purpose Communications team within the People, Policy, and Purpose organization at Cisco.
Excellent. So first of all, I hear that you're celebrating a milestone this year. Can you tell us a bit about that?
We are, yeah. So this is 5 years since we formally established our company purpose to power an inclusive future for all. And that's all about the ways in which Cisco uses its people, its technology, and its resources to positively impact the world. We tell those stories throughout the course of the year on our blog and through our Purpose Report, which came out just last month, so we hope people check that out. And then we tell a lot about that work here at the Purpose Pavilion as well.
Well, that's amazing, and congratulations.
Thank you.
So, as an attendee, what can people see here at the Purpose Pavilion? What should they see?
Yeah, we've got lots going on all week. So we have our Purpose Pavilion Theater back behind us here, where we're running sessions all week long on topics related to well-being and learning, to sustainability and policy. So from Monday through Thursday, we've got a full slate of conversations that people can stop by and listen to. We also have a number of demos that demonstrate the work that we're doing around the world. As you pointed out, we've got the world here, which highlights some of our digital impact work. We're helping countries further their digital transformation journeys. We highlight our work in crisis response efforts following disasters or crises around the world. We highlight some of our most innovative technology in 6 of our workplaces around the world. And we have some demos around sustainability that I think we're going to talk a little bit more about.
I think so. So thank you. I did actually try this out earlier and scanned the QR code, and it took me to Milan with driverless cars.
Oh, amazing. Fantastic.
Yeah, so that was great. And yes, as you say, we're going to head over now to Jeremy, who's going to tell us a little bit more about what you're doing here. So thank you so much, Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so over here we have Jeremy Marcus. Hi, Jeremy. Thank you for joining us.
Or thank you for coming.
So tell us what we can see here. What are you going to show us?
Sure, absolutely. So leading sustainable growth for the Chief Sustainability Office at Cisco, we're going to highlight really how we're innovating with sustainability and driving business value through all of our circular packaging and innovation. As you know, and if you look around, the world is filled with stuff, but how we make that stuff is really impacting the way we do business. We take material out of the earth, we turn that into products, we use those products, and then ultimately those products usually get disposed of and they end up in landfills. And we just can't do that. We're using resources at a faster rate than the earth can replenish, and so what Cisco has done and what this demo is showcasing is really how we're thinking about to make products and packaging better, faster, cheaper, with less waste, and more sustainable.
Amazing. So tell me what we have here and what these are, because you told me a little bit earlier and it's incredible.
Absolutely, so all the product is the output of a circular design principles led by our executive sponsor, Tom Jackson, where we really focus on how we use different materials to create new products. So this is made out of, if you touch it, recycled t-shirt fiber.
Wow.
Packaging is made out of recycled milk jugs. this packaging is made out of pulp and pulp wood, and so we're moving away from foam and more wasteful packaging solutions to only deliver a better customer experience with, again, less waste and at a lower cost point.
Amazing. And this is incredible and so important.
Yeah.
So what can customers expect over here?
Oh, that's a great question. So over here is really showcasing how we're remanufacturing products. So not only are we doing packaging innovation as we saw over there, but once we get product back, how do we deconstruct it? And then how do we sanitize it and then put it back together and ultimately resell it to our customers? It's basically like brand new at a cheaper price. So it's really a win-win for our customers and the planet.
Okay, great. So can you give us an example of one of the products here and basically how it works in recreating it, and it goes out good as new, or?
Good as new.
Yep.
Yeah. So what you're seeing here is actually a UCS server where, again, we're taking apart all the different components because in our design principles, we're designing for modularity so we can easily swap components in and out. Ultimately, it'll get wiped down, it'll be put back together, it'll go through different quality tests, so again, it's like new, and our customers can buy these products through Cisco Refresh, again, at a cheaper price with the same warranty and services support as new, but again, for more our cost-conscious customers.
That's amazing. So everything basically repurposed, but exactly the same quality, if not better, all absolutely brand new.
And we have a free take-back program as well, so any products that are at the end of their useful life, Cisco will take back those products at no cost to the customer because we want to make sure our products get recycled responsibly. So any customers out there who have products at their end of useful life, let us know, we will take them back.
Incredible.
Yep.
So this is all amazing for the environment and a great thing that Cisco's doing here.
Absolutely.
One final thing, because we've got a little bit more time. If you could just let me know, what's one of your favorite things here, or what you really want people to see other than these incredible things?
I mean, I really want people to see that sustainability can drive business value. Sustainability on its own is amazing for the planet, but what we've done at Cisco is really think about what are the business problems we're trying to solve and how can we apply sustainable principles to them. And I think our circular design principles, our products, our innovation is a great example of that, and we're being recognized externally by peers and other governing bodies. We just won an award from Reuters for global business sustainability for circularity, recognizing our innovation. So it's a really exciting time for how Cisco's delivering in the age of AI with sustainability.
That's amazing. Incredible. Well, thank you so much, Jeremy, for joining us.
By.
I'm going to go back to the studio now, Cedric, and over to you.
Awesome, and thank you, Amy, as well. I think it's so great to hear what we're doing at Cisco in terms of our community, of being sustainable, of designing our products with the entire life cycle in mind, and it's also great to hear that our peers are picking up on these practices as well. Now, I'm just looking in front of me in my camera, and I see some sort of a robot arm doing something with a guitar, I think it is, and I wouldn't be surprised if our very own Rob Boyd would have something to do with that. So Rob, I don't know what you're up to, but I'm pretty interested right now in what you're doing.
Be sure and tell you, Cedric, absolutely. So yes, if any of you have been wandering through the show floor, either at this show or maybe even some previous shows, you may have noticed what we call this guitar tuning demo. But one of the things that I think is interesting here is not just the fact that here represents, just like at my home office, a bunch of guitars that I can't play. This here is actually a very good demonstration of the storyline that is being told across the entire Cisco event. So yes, it draws the eye, that's a good demo. But the story that it tells, that's what we need to understand. Because what's happening here is obviously robotics and its guitars, maybe a little bit unnecessary, but what it does is highlight the communication paths, the necessity of how do we take existing architecture, and we're in the IoT, the industrial side of things here, a lot of older networks that need to support new AI-based workloads. We're not going to change that whole network, so we have to incrementally adjust and bring the future to the network, so to speak. I don't know if that's the right way to say it, but I think it sounds good there. So as we look at this, we're coming around here, I want to talk to Fabian, because Fabian, I did not trust myself. Oh, I'm remembering how I was told to walk around here, my apologies. Fabian, thank you for taking the time. You're responsible for this demonstration, as I understand it. We've got a lot of different elements at play. Help us understand the story that's being told here. What's important to walk away with?
Yeah, so what we're trying to demonstrate here is how we can help all these industrial organizations to move their industrial processes to more and more software, to control not only the machines and the industrial processes that they have in their factories or in their industrial plants, but also how they can use more and more AI to support their production infrastructure. So you've seen on the other side the robot arm playing the guitar to help tune the tone of the guitar, so that requires software to analyze the music, etc. On the other side of the pod, we have also cameras doing machine vision to analyze if there are any visual defects on these guitars, and all that requires a pretty powerful network to transport all of these flows, to power also the cameras, that needs PoE, etc. And also a lot of security built into the network, fused into the network to make sure that the machines are behaving properly, that there's no threat into the infrastructure to disrupt the industrial processes. And so that's what we're doing with our ruggedized industrial Ethernet switches, with all this security built in, etc. Yeah.
Well, tell me about the components. For anyone that already understands Cisco, but they're like, well, what's really behind this? You've got the industrial Ethernet, the 3500, I believe.
Yes, the 3500 is one of our industrial Ethernet switches. We have various products in the portfolio to meet any needs. Okay. The beauty of this platform is that they can embed some cybersecurity features to understand what's going on in the industrial network. If there are any intrusions, what are the assets, what are the vulnerabilities, and also they have a lot of the specific capabilities that the manufacturers require to power their assets, with high wattage PoE, with a lot of throughput also to support these AI workloads, and the very low latency to enable software control to the machine instead of having everything based into proprietary hardware.
Yeah, tell me, so obviously, we're using audio monitoring as well as the video monitoring in terms of this, but in a real factory setting, that latency that you speak of when it comes to AI workloads can be, can cause things to completely fail, can run up a lot of money, that type of thing. What would be an example of when this is not operating correctly because of some of the missing components, perhaps? What happens?
Yeah, exactly. The key in industrial network is how all these machines are synchronized, how they behave together to build one industrial process. Yeah. So each of the machine needs to be very timely synchronized with all the other machines. So if a guitar moves from one point to another, then the other machine is ready to get the guitar and do things that it's supposed to do on the guitar. All of the time synchronization is very key, and that requires very low latency networks to make sure the robots, the conveyor belts, all the machines get their instructions in a timely manner. So the network needs to be very reliable and also have very low latency, for sure.
Yeah, I find that fascinating because I feel like it's a carefully calibrated orchestra, if you will. Now, a lot of that, of course, we need our confidence that comes from good dashboards. I hadn't seen this dashboard before, and you're like, well, no, we created it because that's what Splunk allows you to do. Can you explain kind of how cool is that? The guitar just goes, I'll show myself in front of the screen. Do you mind explaining what we're seeing here and what's important to understand?
Absolutely. So that's a dashboard that we created using Splunk to aggregate, to blend into one user interface all the telemetry, all the information you have from the various components part of this manufacturing process. So on the side here, you see all the production telemetry about how many guitars has been moved around, what are the defects, what is the audio quality, etc. So that's really what a production manager would be interested in seeing. On the other side here, you have all the telemetry from the network, from the firewalls, from the security products that we have in the environment to understand the health of the network, if there are any vulnerable assets, etc. And also here on the bottom, you see the power consumption of these various machines. So you see in one single pane of glass, the plant manager or the whoever is responsible of the industrial process can monitor both their production information and their infrastructure and security information. And if there's any error, then the dashboard will bring red to tell the person to go take action, etc.
So despite this being all fancy, and I don't know, I doubt they can hear it because there's this low frequency hum over here, and you can feel it when you're on there. And I've had to be careful because this is a very physical demonstration. It feels quite consequential. It feels heavy and such there. How does, this is fancy. But what's the reality of customers deploying the technologies here in their own environment? How do they ease into this type of thing? What do you usually recommend?
So generally, what they are all doing now is migrating their industrial network to a network that's more managed, so they can better orchestrate all these industrial processes, increase the throughput of their production lines, because the faster the network behavior, the network works, the faster the machines can work as well, and the more products get out of the production lines. So being able to build a faster network that is easier to manage, easier to reconfigure when the production needs to change is really the key right now.
That's incredible. Yeah, the flexibility that you talk about there, especially when we talk about the platform advantage, you invest in the switch, but the switch can be configured to support some of the visibility that we need and some other things. Yeah, that's incredible. Great demonstration here. Again, we're in the industrial, the IoT area. Is that how we generally would refer to it? Fabian, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. So please stop by here if you get a chance, including you, Cedric. I think we could learn a few things. I know I'm learning.
Of course, I think this is all about learning, to be honest, Rob. And also, it, of course, doesn't surprise me at all that you are at that guitar stand. You always strike me a little bit as a guitar man. So we can talk about that maybe in a bit. Anyway, we had some great stuff during the show, during this segment. I think we talked about data fabric, we talked about Splunk, we got Petra's business perspective, we went to the Purpose Pavilion, now Rob did some guitar thing, right? So that's all good, but we're gonna go back to center stage right now where Bill Gartner and Guru Shenoy from Cisco and Michael Von Royen from Megaport are gonna talk about the backbone to the future. And I think if there is one common thread that we have right now is that we need a solid network to do AI. And they're gonna talk about how the network itself becomes intelligent and how AI and the network come together to better each other. With that, we're going there. We'll see you back here soon.
Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. You know, if you become for the entire world, really. And from a service provider perspective, we believe that service providers are at the heart of the AI ecosystem and have huge opportunities. And to understand why, look at the traffic patterns that we are starting to see now, right? We are starting to see more and more inferencing traffic, and you can see some of the statistics. 75% of traffic is now, we are expecting to see a 75% growth in inferencing traffic over the next 3 years or so. We're seeing a lot more distributed edge data centers precisely to serve these kinds of inferencing traffic use cases. And as agentic traffic starts becoming a bigger and bigger part of internet payloads, we expect to see a tremendous amount of growth in the WAN as well, 82% growth, right? So tokens as the currency of AI have become central to how traffic is being served. So the efficient creation and delivery of tokens is becoming absolutely critical. So if you think about why service providers have a huge opportunity, why we believe that, look at what service providers have, right? First of all, they have the physical assets for AI. And those are assets like POPs, real estate, cable, right, fiber, power. They have all of that already. What's more, they have these in locations that are distributed in metro locations. And if you think about how inferencing is served, it is through those smaller data centers located closer to users. And so service providers already have those assets set up. A third important factor, if you think about it, is trust and security, right? More and more, the impediment to rolling out AI at scale is going to be our ability to trust AI systems. And if you think about service providers, they've long been in the business of providing mission-critical infrastructure for decades, right? And so they're already trusted entities in a lot of countries. So they're natural providers, partners for providing AI. So if you look at all of these together, service providers are perfectly poised to provide that end-to-end delivery of AI, right? Hosting of AI, interchanging AI at these data centers, serving agentic workloads, and so forth. And this is what really we are targeting. As Cisco, what we are bringing to our customers is an entire portfolio, starting with silicon, the systems on top of it, optics, and software, all put together, designed to serve the needs of our customers when it comes to delivering AI use cases going forward. So we made an announcement this morning, and I have 2 chips with me, and Jeetu showed these on stage as well. The first of these, if I can remove this, is G300. This is our 100 terabit switching ASIC that we are now shipping, that we are now producing, and we will have systems shipping on these soon. In the show floor area, we already have a liquid-cooled system that you can see, 100 terabit, and we have air-cooled versions of these as well. So that's a switching ASIC that goes inside the data center, allows us to build these highly scaled data center environments. And then we also have a router that is a 51.2 terabit router built on our P200 ASIC. This is, at this point in time, the world's highest capacity routing ASIC, right? 51 terabits. And again, we are able to build extremely efficient systems based on those. And you can see those systems listed below, right? The 81 series are our switching systems built on the G300 switching ASIC. And the 82 series, 8223 in particular, is our router built on the P200 ASIC. And then we have optics. We are announcing new optics. Bill will talk about that for a little bit. And then we have our software. We are announcing new capabilities in our automation software, Cisco Crosswork, bringing in agentic capabilities into it. So there's a lot of goodness in the whole stack that we have built to help our customers build the AI infrastructure that they need for tomorrow. But I did want to call out one last thing before I invite Bill onto the stage. It's not just those new announcements that are geared towards high-capacity AI use cases. The Cisco 8000 portfolio for service providers at this point in time is a complete portfolio that we've built out over the last couple of years. It's a brand new portfolio built on our Silicon One ASIC. And you can see that the full family of ASICs and systems is now available. At the top left, we have our A100 ASIC. That's a 1 terabit chip. It's been designed to build use cases like cell site routers and CPE devices, the little devices that sit at the endpoints. Then we have the P100 ASIC. That's a 19.2 terabit ASIC, which allows us to build dense aggregation systems, 100 gig, 400 gig, and so forth. And then we have one of our newest parts of the portfolio, the K100 Silicon. This is an edge chip, and we have built a family of platforms already with more coming on the way. This allows our customers to build things like high scale, high feature rich, business PE, subscriber management, BNG kind of use cases. And then finally, we have the core and peering boxes, the high capacity boxes. We have deployed the first version of it, Q200 based devices. It's been the fastest growing product in the history of Cisco Service Provider. And then the newest one that I just talked about, P200, and we have systems off of that. So I'll leave you with this. We have a complete portfolio for our customers for AI use cases as well as existing use cases. And with that, I'm going to now invite Bill onto the stage to talk about optics.
Thanks, Guru. Hi, everybody. Thanks for being here. I'm Bill Gartner. I have responsibility for Cisco's optical portfolio and the optics as well. And I'm just going to talk about 2 things. One is what happens when you have to send a signal across data centers. So you're now leaving the data center and sending a signal across a city or across the country. Now you need a very, very powerful optic that can send signals over very long distances and combine them with other signals onto a fiber using DWDM technology. Historically, we did that with transponders that sit in a chassis. Those transponders are fairly power hungry and they take up space. The new innovation is actually taking that technology that would previously have been deployed in a transponder, a line card, and delivering that in the form of a pluggable optic. And so today, we can actually deliver 800 gig of capacity in a pluggable optic that can travel about 1,000 kilometers. We also have long-haul versions of this at 400 gig that can go up to about 3,000 kilometers. And this delivers very significant CapEx and OpEx savings for our customers. CapEx savings in the range of around 65, 66%. OpEx savings that are derived from power savings and space savings. Very significant economic value, and that's day one value for our customers. The other area that we focus a lot on are the optics that are inside the data center. Those optics that are used in an AI application for scale across, or in a conventional data center application. And we announced today an OSFP at 1.6 terabit. And if I can get it out of my pocket, this is an OSFP optic, 1.6 terabit. This is the highest capacity optic in the industry at this point. And these optics are used in classical network applications, but also in AI applications. And one thing I want to leave you with is that the reliability needs for an AI application are far greater than a conventional classical network. Why is that? In a conventional classical network, if there's a bit error due to the optic, whether it's a link flop or an error burst, TCP/IP will bridge that, and you'll never know that there's a problem. TCP/IP will simply retransmit that packet. In an AI infrastructure, we have all of these GPUs running in parallel, and if one link experiences a problem, all of those GPUs have to back up to a checkpoint and restart. And that can result in very significant reduction in the efficiency of that AI infrastructure. Now, what we do to make sure that we're giving our customers the most reliable optic that's possible is we put our optics through a qualification process that tests against every optical spec, every electrical spec, every mechanical spec under all operating conditions. That means all environmental conditions. It means different host conditions, like different host signal rates on the SerDes lines, different skew between those hosts, different voltage levels. And we test against all of those corner cases and all those combinations. That test takes 5 weeks to run. We know that is the gold standard in the industry because we've acquired optics from other suppliers of optics in the industry. We acquired 35 different optics, all of which claimed compliance with all of the relevant standards. We put those optics through our qualification test, and none of those optics passed the first time. They had a variety of problems. Some of them were functional, some of them were performance, some of them were standards compliance. So we know that our optics deliver the best reliability in the industry for optics that are used inside the data center, whether that's a 10 gig optic, 100 gig optic, 400 gig, or 800 gig, now 1.6T. So that's our optics story. Optics inside the data center, optics that are leaving the data center where we're using the ZR optics. I'm very, very delighted to be able to have a customer here with us today. Michael van Rooyen from Megaport is going to come tell us a little bit about what's happening with Megaport, and then we're going to do a little bit of question Q&A. Michael?
Great. Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Bill. I'll just spend a couple of minutes giving a bit of an overview of Megaport for those who are unfamiliar with us or don't know what we do. And then we'll have a quick look at a demo of how our portal works and how we interconnect not only clouds, enterprises, and obviously AI workloads, but also how we scale that out as well. And we'll go through some questions and answers about our network. I'm the EVP of Global Innovation from Megaport, looking after new products and services and expansion of our portfolio. So from a Megaport point of view, we're in over 1,000 data centers globally. That's physically in those locations, stitched together by over 6,000 pieces of fiber optic, running on a completely automated network. Apart from the physical build of the network, everything is completely automated. We've been automated since day one, 13 years ago, and we continue to scale that network out today. As you can see there, 26 countries. We're now in 27 with the addition of India that we announced recently. We have over 3,000 Cisco devices in our network, again, completely automated. We're on the 400 gig journey, talking about 800 gig, which we'll cover in a minute. Additionally, we also interconnect, and where we started was the connectivity between enterprises and cloud. So hyperscalers, people wanting to get an automated way to get into hyperscalers, was completely how we delivered that. We've also got a bunch of service providers and a huge marketplace. Additionally to that, we provide a virtual product really powered on top of our network to support things like virtual edge firewalls, Cisco FTD, Cisco SD-WAN, and we announced today our support for Meraki SD-WAN as well. On our MVE platform, the virtual edge, Cisco is our #1 partner, and we continue to see that grow heavily. We also interconnect things like other exchange services, such as you can see, the WebEx, to allow people to have direct connectivity. This is a completely private network for customers who are on our network. It allows them to connect to us globally, and really within 60 seconds connect anywhere in the world. As you can see, that we're also available on the Cisco price list, so ability to transact with us is really frictionless through the Cisco partner scheme, and also we can provision all the Catalyst SD-WAN through our portal as well. I have a quick demo, and I'll probably step out of the way so you can see it, from our CEO on how our portal works, to give you an idea of the internet.
Megaport's spent the past decade building out over 850 data centers across 150 cities in over 25 different countries, and stitching together the world's largest network as a service platform, so that in less than 60 seconds you can choose your data center, create a port, connect into our backbone at up to 100 gigs, and do that in less than 60 seconds. And there you have it. You're now live inside the Megaport backbone, and we can take that connection, and now you can choose to connect to cloud providers, private connections, Megaport Internet, our internet exchanges, or our incredibly large marketplace. Let's do a cloud. We'll take AWS, choose a hosted connection, and you want to pick your country. You could pick any location around the world. Let's go into the United States. Let's choose Ashburn. You have a choice between different colors, which give you diversity zones. Let's choose a blue into Ashburn, and then you give it a name. Pick a speed. We'll go right up to 10 gig into Amazon Web Services. Choose your term. We could do month to month, all the way up to 36 months and beyond. Choose your Amazon Web Services account ID. That's all you need to pick. And then click add. And now what you can see is in less than 60 seconds, we've connected to the Megaport backbone at 100 gig in that data center, and you now have a 10 gig connection across the US into that Amazon Web Services on-ramp. Let's go back in and do a little bit more. Take that same port and now build out what we call Global WAN as a Service. Click a private VXC, and we can choose Australia, which is where my accent's from, and in fact where Megaport was founded, here in Brisbane. Let's choose the Brisbane location. We'll give it a name. We'll pick a speed, jump through, and all you need to do is click next and add that connection, and there you have it. In less than 60 seconds, we've built out a Global WAN high-speed connection, private, all the way over to Brisbane, Australia, where the company was founded. There's so much more you can do with Megaport. Please take the time to check out our website or talk to one of our reps anywhere in the world.
Right. Excellent. Gentlemen. Did you want that?
All right.
Thank you.
Do you want to grab this end?
Sure.
I'll sit here. Bill, you can sit there. Thank you, Michael. That was very impressive. It's amazing what you've done with your network and all of your capabilities. And thank you for being such a great partner. We are very honored to be part of that journey.
Yeah, we really appreciate the partnership as well. It's certainly a collaborative partnership, and we've been building with Cisco from the very early days. As I said, we're 13 years old now and continue to expand our network, in conjunction with you throughout the world.
Indeed. So let me ask you a question that I actually ask all of my customers when I meet them, right? We talk a lot about AI. We are clearly seeing the influence of AI in a big way in networking in general. From your perspective as a service provider, how are you seeing the impact of AI, sovereignty, and how are you preparing and planning to roll out your network in preparation for this?
Yeah, great question. As I indicated earlier, Megaport was founded out of really stitching initially data centers together and then really delivering cloud connectivity, into the hyperscalers. So realistically, we were well engineered, although no one knew about the AI revolution back then. But today what we're seeing is, many customers, going from traditional north-south type activities or workloads. We're seeing very much east-west traffic across our data centers. Yeah. We have a large ecosystem of AI partners that we have delivered connectivity into that. Mm-hmm. And we see a lot of traffic patterns, really in a bursty format, moving workloads around. And in fact, with our automated network through API-driven engagements, a lot of customers are actually moving workloads around, buying GPU as a service for pricing variants. So we're seeing quite a lot of that. We're obviously going to scale it up. The biggest thing we're doing is really scaling the capacity of the network because these are such large models.
Yep.
And then with our network footprint as well, with the sovereignty component, being in over 27 countries and physically in those locations, really working and engineering how we contain those networks to be, very specific around sovereign. It's been very topical this week around sovereign.
Yeah.
But that's how we're scaling up, really preparing for that and continue to add more marketplace partners. And in fact, even our own, we've added a bit of GPU capability, for those workloads as well.
Yeah. No, that's great. We've been talking about how service providers are perfectly positioned, players such as yourself, big cloud providers, interconnect providers, and the Megaport network is a great example of exactly that, and looks like you're seeing a lot of that traffic, especially with on-ramps to clouds and so forth, that is AI-driven.
Yeah, and we're seeing the typical workload migration in and out of cloud, moving to different clouds. Probably the biggest one we do see as well is the ability for customers to do temporary work. So our network being so easily flexible to add and remove circuits, instantly, as Michael demonstrated there. We're seeing customers spin us up temporarily for a project, get a workload done, and then pull it down without having the delays of standing it up, taking the time with the carriers, thinking about the independence of that, and also moving workloads around the globe is certainly a big traffic pattern we're seeing fairly regularly.
Indeed. Perfect.
So Michael, I talked a bit about the great advantages that come with digital coherent pluggable optics, which we call routed optical networking.
Yes.
And Megaport's been on a journey of using those optics as well. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. As we've been building the network over many years, and in fact, I was talking to one of our earlier engineers last night at our event, and he was reflecting on us running 20 gig connections globally many years ago. But as we know, with the continuous adoption of these large workloads and customer engagements, particularly to cloud on-ramps and to many of our large partners, and when we talked about the WebEx example earlier, what we're seeing is the need to support much more higher bandwidth services, 400 gig, 800 gig, definitely, in conjunction with yourselves. But really, we had to look at how do we do this more efficiently as we continue to expand our network, over 1,000 locations. How do we do it efficiently? How do we support it? Our footprint has been quite fortunate in the way we've run it from a cost-effective point of view, from a power point of view. Pluggable optics and the things that we've been working with Cisco on in relation to some of the new technologies continues to help us drive that price and cost down, from an operations point of view, so less points of failure, much more bandwidth, easily expandable. We're also doing a lot of work with our subsea cable partners to bring more connectivity globally, 400 and 800 gig. And the important part of that is, we're seeing roughly early days, kind of a 70+% power reduction in some of those optics, which is great for us, of course. It allows us to, in many locations in major centers, expand the network and add more capacity to it without worrying too much about, the expense of power.
Yeah.
Great.
Now that's great. I wanted to switch over to the topic of automation, and when we met last week to just sort of prepare for this session, Michael, the CEO, they actually gave us a demo, like a live demo of what was shown in the video here, and it was extremely impressive, being able to basically point and click and within a minute set up interconnects across any region to any cloud. So that's an extremely impressive piece of automation that you've accomplished.
Yes.
Right. So kudos on that. As you look forward and you see agentic AI and AI coming into AI ops, how are you looking to leverage AI as part of your automation stack, and what are your roadmap plans, to the extent you can share, of course, around that?
Yeah, great question. For us, we really look at AI in three areas, or at least a couple of areas. Having the benefit of being automated from day one has been of great benefit and be able to scale our network. But where we're really looking at the AI use cases internally is more around network operations, really leveraging some of the tools to validate, troubleshooting a lot quicker, apart from provisioning and recovery. You're really using it to do more observability. How do we drive better responses for the support desk from a support and customer service point of view? How do we really drive those net ops? And we have a network operations engineering team or a net auto team that's really looking at some of those tools on how they can do it and how they can supplement what we've built over many, many years. Right. So there's that one area. The second area is using some of the tools to really recodify some of our automation. You know, it's 13 years of development, works really, really well, and we continue to add products and services to the portfolio. Right. We're really going back and having a look at that code set using automation and AI to really understand where we can optimize that, to maybe even leverage a quicker deployment scenario or you know, continue to scale the network. We plan to add, you know, kind of another 200 data centers next year. So as we scale, we want to make sure we've optimized that in the way. So we're doing that. And then finally, again, very much around observability and how we can use NetOps from across the network, and working closely with yourselves around some of those tool sets, you know, on top of our network.
No, great. That's really good to hear. Thank you.
So, Michael, one topic that's important for all of our service provider customers is monetization.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about how you think about that for the investments you make in the network and AI as well?
Yeah, sure. Look, fortunately, we've been monetizing from day one. Our founder originally tried to solve a problem of connecting his data centers, his new data centers, to other data centers. So he was solving his first problem. Then we worked out fairly quickly that by automating and optimizing and monetizing the network, we're able to do that. And the monetization comes from a couple of areas. For one, we continue to see you know, adoption, as I said, from a project point of view, where a customer wants to spin up something temporarily and use it for a number of hours or days. We only charge for that consumption, not in consumption, but provisioned bandwidth at the time. So we're seeing monetization from that point of view. We're also seeing a lot more monetization on customers who specifically want larger bandwidth consumption models, more than they do. Our internet product is really also in that consumption model. And then, in addition to that, customers are now also talking to us about how we can actually land some of our POPs into their locations, how they can actually use that to monetize their investments and also leverage our network from an ease of operation point of view. But effectively, all we see is, you know, continuous growth of bandwidth, monetizing that, and cloud connectivity. And of course, AI workloads are a huge one at the moment for customers who are wanting speed of access to some of the AI exchanges. And we're monetizing that quite significantly as well. Yep.
Awesome, awesome. Well, Michael, thank you very much for being with us today. And we'd like to thank all of you for joining. Hope that you got something out of this. Guru and I will be around for a bit if you have any questions. And thank you very much for being here at Cisco Live.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Well, hello and welcome back to the studio. My name is Rob Boyd. This is one of my first chances, well, first today back in the studio. So glad to have you here. I'm going to ask somebody in the back, bring me my laptop out so I have my notes, because I got out here a little bit quickly and didn't realize how fast we were moving into that. Thank you so much, guys. And it's being run out. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the teams that are here. I hope everybody's enjoying their day. This has been a fantastic Cisco Live. I think I've done maybe 15 interviews throughout here, but we have got some exciting stuff coming up next, because we've got VQ Communications, we're talking about sovereignty, and we're talking about what's on a lot of Europeans' minds, which is, hey, who's running all my gear? Where are all the control decisions coming from, and how can I reduce my risk by understanding a little bit more about what's available to me? We've got some interviews lined up here in just a moment. Let me get my notes back in front of me. And in just a moment, I believe we just came off of a center stage interview. So in just a moment, we're going to be going out to Cedric in the field, who's going to be bringing us some additional information from the world of solutions. And then when we come back, we're going to talk to Steve, talking about the future of connectivity and service providers, especially in this AI space. And so, all right, so I want to talk a little bit about how we got to where we are. So there's been a lot of decisions. There's the geopolitical tensions that we're kind of using as the setup that I swear I was going to do a much better job of setting up for us today, and until we got thrown into all of this. But it sets kind of the baseline for understanding our infrastructure and having the visibility, not into just the things that we are in control of, but the things that are part of our supply chain, the things that are going to be feeding into the networks that we control and maybe taking that decision out of our hands. Because all of us, European or otherwise, are realizing that if we don't have as much solid control as we think we do, we don't understand what part of, what domains are at risk in terms of where things could fail and how they might affect us down the line in terms of our ability to deliver from that supply chain. That is all stuff that we need to understand much better now. And so with that, I'm also it looks like he's going to help me out a little bit here with some time. And Steve, it looks like your heart rate is much lower than mine is at this point. What do you got there?
You're doing great, my friend. Don't worry about it. I got your back. I promise. We've got you covered over here on this side. You're doing a great job, Rob. Appreciate it, as always. I've got Nils Franke here with me. Nils is lead architect for IP Core at Deutsche Telekom. We just got to meet backstage a moment ago. Thank you for being here with us.
My pleasure. Thanks to host me here.
So appreciate it. And our own Jason Teller, Vice President of Sales at Cisco. Jason, thanks for coming in.
Great to be here as well.
I have no idea how you found the time to do it, but very grateful to have you here. And again, when it comes to partnerships, we always make the time. It's incredible the way that works. So here's where I want to begin this conversation, because we got a lot to cover, right? I want to start with the nature of the partnership. You are leading the business behind Cisco Routed Optical Networking. So let's start there. What is Cisco Optical Routed Networking? Why are customers like Deutsche Telekom getting so excited about it, so that everybody understands what we're talking about here?
Right, well, we'll try to make it really simple. You know, in the old days, you had IP, you had optical networks. These were two separate things. That meant maintaining two separate things. That meant the expense of that, the space of that, the staffing of that. And routed optical networking is just convergence at its core. So being able to plug something into a router, and now you're reducing complexity, much simpler to operate. You're reducing power, space, everything like that. And so we've got a ton of customers, including DT, that are moving forward on this journey, and it just makes a lot of sense.
And especially right now, since simplicity is everything, especially in a stack that is getting more and more complex by the day. And again, we're talking about AI, which is doing nothing but creating additional needs for power and space. We heard a ton about that this morning here from G2 as well. So Nils, let's come on to your side. Same sort of thing. Describe Deutsche Telekom's high-level business objectives, and specifically what drove your decision to pursue routed optical networking convergence. What changes in the industry or in technology influenced you and influenced DT to say, we got to make this happen?
Yes, okay. So DT has a history about IP optical networking. Our first attempt was in 2012 when we had our first introduction of IP over WDM, where we pretty much failed. And I'm not ashamed to say that, because we learned very valuable lessons on that. And we failed, I would say, because of 2 points. First of all, our organization wasn't ready. And second of all, the technology wasn't ready. So from a technological point of view, the line cards were still separate, so you didn't have a uniform line card. So for IP over WDM, you needed special equipment that really drew high level of powers, and it did not scale. And it was Cisco proprietary. So all of these things have shifted over the last years until 2022, roughly, when there was standardization coming up. A lot of standardization bodies were working on that. There was a uniform line card coming up, not just from Cisco, but from all of the vendors. So that really enabled us to say, okay, on this port, we're going to plug a classical gray interface. On that port, we're going to plug a coherent interface. And all of that on the same line card, because the DSP chip that was previously on the line card moved towards the optical pluggable. So from a technical point of view, that was the right time. And also from an organizational point of view, back in 2012, we were really in a siloed organization. We had optical teams, we had IP teams, and even within those teams, we had structure silos for design, for planning, for operations. And they were not integrated teams. Over the last 8 years, DT has reinvented ourselves, and we have restructured towards an end-to-end responsibility, having one team responsible for that. So what we learned from that is that back in 2023, when we were starting the journey, the time was right because our organization was ready. And due to the 2012 failure, our teams knew each other really well.
Yep.
They liked working with each other. And that actually helps a lot if you start this journey.
It's so true. I always love to call this failing upward. We always think of failure as the bad ideas. No, it's where the new ideas get generated from. And I think that's also how we develop our relationships with great partners, right, Jason?
Yeah, and I'm really glad that you framed it up that way. I see it the same way. I mean, you help us learn. We move to a more open system. And clearly, you know, we wouldn't get to where we were today without that sort of experience. But one other thing that you mentioned, and I think it's a key aspect, is it's about the organization too. There has to be not just the technology that works and the maturity there, but also a willingness inside the organization, a trust, and sometimes just a structure that supports operating in that way. And we've definitely seen that in this routed optical networking journey. And it's not unlike AI. I think there's an analog there when it comes to, you know, you got to go on the journey and kind of who's got their hand on the wheel.
It's perfectly put. Yeah, that's exactly right. So Nils, if you look at the nature of network transformation at this level of magnitude, this is a big, daunting thing. It's a very difficult decision to actually make. Where did the confidence finally come from? So go back to those steps that your org did have to make to confidently adopt coherent optics within your network and for your networking teams.
So yes, we started off doing a very thorough analysis of the industry, of the market, where we have to look what is the industry doing, what is the standardization approach to this? Can we really adapt this for an interoperable vendor, in an interoperable vendor scenario that we have? Yeah? Because DT by heart is always dual vendor.
Yeah.
So we wanted to make sure it really works on both of our vendors and on at least 2 of our WDM systems as well that we have underlaying. So I would say we approached it the German way. Testing.
Right.
Testing. Mm-hmm. Testing and qualification.
Great. Over a 5-year period or a 10-year period.
Let's say more than 6 months. So we really did a thorough test. So we started off doing paper tests. So doing everything Excel spreadsheet based. Laying out how are our connections, what are the lengths, what is the quality of the connection. Do we think that can actually work? We did that together with Cisco team. Mm-hmm. And the first indicator, and we said we are going to do 3 scenarios, the best case, the worst case, and the middle case. And we only looked at the worst case.
Okay.
Because we said if the worst case works, then the other ones are fine.
Right.
So in this initial analysis, we came up and said, okay, 80% of our connectivities within Germany should work. So that gave us the confidence to say, okay, Cisco, now, please, you have fantastic knowledge of our network. You have fantastic tool sets at your hand. Please do some simulations and come back and show us the results. Mm-hmm. And those results basically confirmed what we had done in the paper test. So after that, we invited both of our vendors into our lab and said, okay, now prove it to us. So we started off with the easy way and said 300 kilometers in the lab. Let's do it like that. Of course, that was easy, right? Then we did 600 kilometers, added more spools, and there are great pictures of the teams working those spools, to put that over the DWDM system. That worked flawlessly, and we had enough OSNR buffers to really operate that. And so we thought, okay, let's push it to the edge. And we added another horseshoe ring into it in order to really maximize it out. And we were able to get 850 kilometers out of it, and it was still working. So that gave us the confidence to say, okay, in the lab it looks good. So now let's do a production pilot. Mm. So we went to the production and said, okay, Berlin, Hamburg. That was Cisco to Cisco. That was not multi-vendor, but as a first case it was good. Let's try that. Those are 350 kilometers in the live network. Can that work? We turned it up, the lights came on, and the connectivity was there.
Right.
So it was a really successful test. We let it run for a couple of days, and it was so successful we tore it down again.
Amazing.
Because we wanted to do 600 kilometers, so we rerouted it, and it was still really flawless. So that gave us the confidence to really start with that.
This is such a great story because for so many of the people who are watching who aren't sure whether or not to hop on board, how they're going to do their own verification and validation, it's so good to be able to hear it directly from you. Jason, if we think about it from the Cisco side, how were we able to work with DT, help them develop that trust, get into the lab, do exactly what they needed in order to be able to partner with us and create the investment?
Well, it takes the willingness of a good partner, and we sure thank you for that. You know, we bring to bear a bunch of things. We've got an enormous specialist team that has skills and capabilities to work with you on that day-to-day basis. I think setting up kind of the way you described it, an MVP, you know, what's the minimum way to do this, and focusing there, because obviously if you can meet that, the sky's the limit beyond that. You know, at the end of the day, I think we know that it works, and that's the most interesting part of this story to me. Is you described, you know, 10, 12 years ago, where it was like we had an idea and it wasn't ready for prime time, and in the end, it's kind of inevitable. That's what you just described as a journey towards we must save power, we must save space, we must get more operationally efficient, and we know this will work. And so I think kind of a single-mindedness around, both on our side, but certainly on our service provider partner side, around this is the future, this is the way to do it. And inside what you talked about, I mean, you abstracted the whole thing. Oh, it went 350 kilometers, it went 600 kilometers. But we're talking about what used to be an optical line system and lots of big gear to do this, and now it's a pluggable. It just plugs right into the router port, and we're able to do all this. So it's pretty amazing at the end of the day.
It is pretty amazing, and it's exciting as well. It's the whole concept of necessity is the mother of invention, right? We know that we need to go there, and we have to go ahead and make that happen. So, Nils, what are a couple of the tangible benefits that you've seen so far directly since implementing router to optical networking? What has it led to? What have the payoffs been?
So I would give a two-sided answer. The first one is rather obvious. We have the CapEx savings because the most expensive part of the optical network we don't have to buy. Those are the transponder shelves. Yeah. But and we also have the OpEx savings in terms of power and cooling, because if you don't, if you save 85% of your power, you also save on the cooling. But the less obvious side is that during the implementation, we completely had to redesign our bring into service processes. And these bring into service processes were redesigned in a way that the automation was put up front, so that we said all of this has to be automated in the target picture. Mm. And we wanted to add quality measurement steps in between, so that we could really get tangible benefits out of that. And what we saw is that it worked quite well, and that we could leverage these processes also for other WDM lines connections that we use in the backbone.
Excellent. Jason, I'm going to give you the last word from our side as well, right? So when we talk about the benefits that DT has seen, what are we getting excited about as far as what's next, and what are we hearing from customers even beyond DT?
Yeah, look, the whole keynote was about AI, and it's sort of the critical infrastructure for AI, and these are building blocks, and being able to execute at scale, being able to be more efficient in the way we roll out infrastructure. Look, there's 450 customers worldwide that have embarked on routed optical networking, that have it installed and running. You guys are a great example, and we sure appreciate working with DT. But I think what this does is it sets up scale and efficiency and reliability and simplicity and all of those things as we step towards networks that need to be much different than they were in the past.
Couldn't have put it better. Jason, thank you. Nils, appreciate it. Congratulations to you both. Phenomenal partnership, and thank you for bringing this story to us. Rob, let's go ahead and let's send it back to you.
Well, thank you so much, Steve. I got to thank you again. Wonderful interview, by the way. It's amazing from an optical perspective. Just routed optical network to me has been fascinating for a while because it just makes a ton of sense. But optical in general, we're seeing announcements about how, as we run up against all these new physical boundaries now as we're pushing our networks, our infrastructure, and our architecture to do things that we frankly didn't know we were going to have to do maybe this soon. Maybe some smarter people than I knew it was coming. But either way, I love the moves being made here, and I think you demonstrated that with your guest there, so thank you. And on to more and better information. Cedric, you've been waiting patiently, and I believe you have a couple of guests that were just on center stage before. Do you mind telling us what you got?
Very patiently, Rob, but thanks for throwing it over. I'm here with Guru and Michael. Guru is our SVP of Product Management, and Michael is the EVP of Global Innovation at Megaport. Guys, how are you doing today? I know that you have a packed session right now, so how's Cisco Live been for you so far?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. A lot of energy, a lot of great announcements from us. It's been great.
Awesome.
Yeah, same for us. Very, very exciting about some of the new innovations that we're seeing, particularly, helping us build our service provider network and continue to expand it.
Well, we're super excited you're both here. Also, that Megaport is here, so thank you for joining us. Guru, first question for you. When we talk about, when we look at Cisco Live, we talk about AI. G2 mentioned it a lot during his keynote today as well. What is the opportunity right now in the service provider landscape around AI?
Yeah, so G2 talked about how we are starting to see a motion from chatbots to agentic AI, right? More and more we are seeing agents as driving adoption, and also the increase of inferencing to serve all of this agentic traffic. And if you think about inferencing, that's all located in distributed data centers, much smaller data centers than the big AI training data centers. And now if you think about the opportunity for service providers, it's immense because service providers have, all of the physical infrastructure they need for AI. They have their POPs, they have fiber, they have power. They're also located in metros and all these distributed locations already. And then the third thing they have is trust of their customers. Trust is going to be a huge issue in the adoption of AI. Service providers have been building mission-critical networks for decades, and as such, they're already trusted entities. So they have all the vital ingredients to be major players in the AI ecosystem. So we think that's the opportunity for them.
Right. I really love that you talk about trust, and we're going to touch upon that a little bit later in this interview. But Michael, in terms of Megaport, how are you guys embracing this new landscape, especially around sovereign AI?
Yeah, sure. Look, for us, the ability has been really that our network that we've built over many years has really been really at the foot, has provided a great footing for the adoption of AI workloads. The ability to deploy workloads, as you said earlier, around distributed workloads, with Megaport's locations over 1,000 data centers globally, being able to automate that connectivity and see their workloads being able to be moved seamlessly and in an automated fashion is really the opportunity. And from a sovereign point of view, being able to, because we're in so many locations and really treat it as, I guess, a telco overlay, is being able to keep that locally stored, from a sovereign point of view, and continue to expand the footprint in that areas, and really delivering that to locations that we aren't in today.
Right, because I think Guru already, you mentioned trust, security is very important as well these days. You are supporting critical national infrastructure as well. If you think about the steps that some, I would say partners or vendors, or I don't know how to best describe it, should take to really be ahead in that journey, what are some critical steps that they need to do? And I heard G2 talking from silicon all the way up to service. So how does that work? What's your advice there?
No, it's absolutely critical because technology is moving fast, but how fast it gets adopted, being able to trust, being able to secure these AI systems is going to actually determine how fast things get adopted. So, if you think about all of the capabilities Cisco is bringing, and we gave some examples of it today, right? Smart switches, where you embed security and switching together. Infrastructure, service provider infrastructure, for example. We are doing things like embedding post-quantum cryptography mechanisms inside the infrastructure, right? Distributed DDoS mitigation inside the infrastructure itself. So fusing security into the network infrastructure is going to be absolutely critical. And we think that's the way we would engage with our customers and partners as well, ensuring that security is a first-class citizen, it's embedded throughout the infrastructure that they adopt as they start rolling out more and more AI-ready systems.
I love how you described it as security as a first-class citizen. Michael, is there something that you want to add to Guru's response?
Look, I completely agree with everything that Guru said there. And particularly for us, being the kind of customer base that we support globally on our network, security is front and foremost for us as well. And how do we continue to work with the likes of Cisco in making sure that we continue that security end to end, and being able to offer customers a bunch of security services that sit on top of our network to not only defend our workloads, but also secure them, and also the transit across borders, and how do we continue to do that? Yeah.
This is a unique partnership, right? Megaport and Cisco. How do you see this evolving over like the next coming years in terms of, we are looking for more intelligent, more secure-driven, AI-focused networks? Like, how is that going to work?
Yeah. I'll take a crack at it, Michael, first. So, a lot of what I talked about, the innovation that we are bringing, networking innovation, switching innovation, routing innovation, and then things like security, AI-driven operations. We really have been working very closely in partnership with Megaport, right, in particular, and our customers in general. And it's been a great partnership because Megaport's been driving so much innovation. We saw some of it in the center stage session earlier. And so for us, it's been a privilege working together to push the boundaries of technology innovation and actually see it come to reality in your networks.
Yeah, and look, to add to that, we appreciate the partnership. We've been, using Cisco from the beginning. We'll continue to do it. We've got a really collaborative partnership, really innovative together, and onwards we go.
Great, awesome. Thank you so much, Guru. Thank you so much, Michael, for being here. And with that, we're going back to you, Rob, in the studio.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Cedric. Wonderful interview. Appreciate that. And I've been looking forward to this segment here for quite a while. A lot of people don't realize, maybe you don't care, but my background prior to Cisco 25 years ago was video conferencing integration specifically back when we were still going, I wonder when video is going to take off. I wonder when that's going to, and then all of a sudden we look behind and we realize, oh, it already did. And there's been a lot of advancements, obviously, but we're staying on that partnership conversation, and I've got two guests with me right now that I'd like to introduce. Giles Adams, you're CEO of VQ Communications.
That's correct.
You guys specialize in sovereign video conferencing. We'll talk more about what that is in just a moment to make sure there's no confusion. But then also, just to make sure we don't leave him to Johan, it's nice to see you again. It's been a while.
Thank you so much for having us, Rob.
Tell me your title, Johan. You're with Cisco.
Senior Director in Collaborations. So I take care of the solution engineers for Europe, Middle East, and Africa.
Okay, well, perfect. Well, I want to talk about the relationship a little bit because, well, for one, if anyone's not familiar, first, Giles, VQ Communications provides sovereign video conferencing. How do you define what that is?
It's a really good question, Rob. So the reality is that when people are looking at the communications and deciding how secure they want them, when you look at the ultimate definition of that, we're talking about delivering services in an air-gapped environment. Okay. So that could be a government that wants to protect its nation's secrets. It could be a banking and finance organization that's potentially having conversations that could move the market. And our platform, our software, complements the great platform that Cisco has in Cisco Meeting Server to allow people to build, configure, manage, and run those sorts of services at significant scale.
Yeah, you and Cisco have been in partnership. The company have been in partnership, you too, but in partnership for quite some time. This is not new, and you guys are quite experts in this space on Cisco equipment, correct?
Correct, yeah. So VQ's company is now nearly 20 years old. We've had a direct and exclusive relationship with Cisco for nearly 5.5 years. And so we have a lot of experience, we've made a lot of mistakes, and to your point about video conferencing being around for quite a while, we've seen a lot of things come and go, but the reality is people have an expectation that the service is consistent and reliable, and with the partnership with Cisco, we've got the best infrastructure, the best video devices that we can on a global basis.
Well, and normally, of course, we think about high-risk networks. When we talk about air gap, we're talking about situations where communication is life and death. It's things that have been deemed so important. It's not just military, it's not just nation state and such. And Johan, I'm curious, the partnership with VQ, how important is it to Cisco? How is it continued? What does it mean to Cisco to have partners that can do things actually that other partners really aren't even doing?
Well, first of all, let's take a look at what we're looking at, right? So we have a whole range, a whole portfolio. We have cloud, we have purely air-gapped, and they're really at the end of the spectrum of each other. So that means that we have to have something in between as well. Certainly nowadays, we got a lot of demand for AI. AI requires, or sort of like implies big data, implies the cloud to some people. So we need to make sure that we've got solutions that cover all of these areas. I typically refer to it as the path to sovereignty. Sovereignty by itself is not easy to obtain. Yeah. Obviously, there's a lot of sovereignty washing out there. Sometimes there's different definitions. You know, what do you mean by sovereignty? Is it data residency, having the data in a certain location? Is it having support by sovereign people that like classify as sovereign or have national clearance or stuff like that? So to your point or to your question, Rob, for us it's crucial to have a really great user experience that you can offer across a whole portfolio, be it in the cloud, be it in a hybrid solution, be it on-prem. And remember, on-prem or air-gapped in this case, it doesn't update as many times as we do it in the cloud.
Yeah, for sure.
Many people do not know, but we actually update many of these microservices that run in the cloud multiple times per day. There's like hundreds of microservices. For air-gapped and on-prem solutions, the frequency is a lot lower. So you need to make sure that the user experience kind of like is the same. You need to make sure that you got really sound, robust systems that users know how to use, so they can actually shift from something which is less sensitive, like cloud, okay to use cloud, onto on-premise. And then in the extreme case, of course, we go to air-gapped solutions, typically for use in the military, healthcare, whatever is sensitive and where people really want to take and keep control.
Well, the sovereignty washing, as you called it, because we've seen this, it seems like every commercial that we see is someone's announcing a sovereign solution, and boy, you just can't buy it at face value. You really have to dig in. But I think it has forced some good conversations with customers in the ability to say, do you even know where your data is? Where is it being processed? Where is it controlled? Because none of those answers are bad, it's just a matter of understanding so that you can make decisions that are appropriate for your particular risk environment, is kind of the way I would look at it. So you need options. You're nodding yes. Go on.
Yeah, absolutely yes. And I think in the end it boils down to risk. Risk assessment, like what's the type of data we're talking about, and what's the risk that I don't have this control. And this is why we introduce control points. You can have cryptographic control points, like I manage the keys. You can have role-based access, like who can access the data. Sometimes in certain situations, typically for air-gapped solutions, knowing that a meeting exists kind of like could be influencing the world economy.
Yeah.
So that's typically
Move
where
markets.
air-gapped, and again, coming back to your previous question, this is where the partnership of Cisco and VQ plays so nicely, very complementary, really focused on user experience and making sure that people make use of the systems in a very intuitive and very seamless way.
Yeah, I think the usability experience is really where we start from, because if you've gone through that analysis of where is your trust and where do you want your communications to be, when you come to where we are in these air-gapped environments, then you've already made those decisions about how you want it to be deployed. But the next thing that you have to solve is how are the users going to be able to access that service? So not everybody has the ability to go into a conference room that may be securely screened. They may be on a laptop in a government building somewhere, but they need to have the same sort of user experience. And when you and I were talking a few minutes ago before we came into the studio here, we talked about the fact that some people have got iPhones and other people have got Android, and it's largely the same thing, but the reality is if you go from one to the other, it's quite tricky to relearn. So that friction is something that our UI and UX people spend a lot of time trying to figure out, because actually the content of the conversation is more important than actually having to remember to press certain buttons in certain sequences. And so it's really critical that we actually spend a lot of time at the front end. And to Johan's point about AI being, the topic that is in everybody's conversation here at Cisco Live, Cisco's been doing a lot of work in what's called the AI pod, which allows us to take some of that AI functionality and bring it into these environments so that from a user's perspective, we'll be able to start to deliver the things that we expect and see from WebEx, like meeting summaries, transcription, closed caption, all of those sorts of things that you just kind of come and say, that's table stakes in a cloud-based service, but I want the same experience for my users when I'm in these air-gapped environments. So it's a really exciting time, and certainly that partnership with Cisco is allowing us to take those sorts of innovations that only an organization with Cisco's investments can actually look at and deliver, and then put them together in a package and deliver those to our customers. Super time.
Yeah. And I love having the options available. I don't want to mischaracterize anything, but I kind of feel like the digital sovereignty when it comes to video conferencing specifically maybe hasn't gotten enough attention. I'm just curious how you guys have seen this market, and are you seeing a shift now into more than your normal customer base potentially saying, wow, we need your help in doing this?
Yeah, I mean, I think Johan ought to chip in from his perspective, because my business covers customers around the globe. What we are seeing, and perhaps Johan can add some data to this, is that in EMEA, this territory, Europe, Middle East, and Africa, specifically, there is a resurgent in interest in actually being 100% sure where your conferencing is going and who's looking at it. So whether you range from conferences that you regard to be less demanding in security, where you can just access a cloud-based WebEx, which is damn secure anyway with the encryption end-to-end and so on, through to a sovereign version of WebEx, through to an air-gapped. So this is a unique offering that Cisco has. There's no other vendor out there that can say, on that whole sort of curve, if you like, from lower risk through to super secure, that there is an offering all the way through there. And I think it's a really exciting time to be able to say that this is showing significant growth. And Cisco's putting a lot of energy behind that to make sure that we can keep up. AI pods being a good example of that. That's not a small market play for Cisco to go and do that.
No, there's been a huge architectural changes. Johan, you mind a final comment here, and we're going to go out to Amy, I believe, in just a moment. But yeah, I want to hear.
No, I want to make sure that the EMEA market is the market that I'm covering. EMEA acronym, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Now, there's different demands, different regulations even, you can imagine. We have a lot of acts coming out of Europe, and it keeps on coming. So it sometimes is a bit of a challenge, not only for vendors, but also for customers to keep up. You know, Digital Market Act, the AI Act, and whatnot. So we need to make sure that we classify, that we find common points in between markets. We call these control points, and one of the control points that I mentioned is cryptographic control points, like where's your key? Can I manage my own key? If someone comes into Cisco and says, hey, we'd like to get all the customer data, we'd go like, well, we can give you encrypted data, but for the real content, you've got to go to the customer. And this is also where we see a little bit of overlap to some extent. When governments say, hey, we have extraterritorial application of our regulation, and sometimes there's a bit of an overlap. So it kind of like leads to some friction. And of course the solution is, well, let's go and give full control to our customers, and then we typically end up with air-gapped when there is nothing to give because we don't have anything.
Well, what I appreciate is the calmness. I believe there are options here. It's easy to overreact and think that we need to go to some extreme, but the point is that there are options for being able to reduce risk that's appropriate for wherever you need to go. So I want to end this up here in just a moment. Sorry, we get a little bit of a time change. I've got 30 seconds left, but Giles, I'm curious, what's next for you guys? What do you hope to see happen over the next year when we meet again, hopefully, at the next Cisco Live? Things are picking up pace. What do you see in store?
So for us, what's next? I mean, like any software engineering organization, we've got a stream of innovation coming down to improve the meeting experience, to talk about observability, to talk about the integration of AI. But on top of that, what's next is really, it's growth, it's delivering scale, it's delivering the reliability that Cisco's come to expect from us, and that's keeping us pretty busy.
That is awesome. I appreciate that. We're going to have to run because we got to go to the center stage, I believe, is where we're going to be going to next. We've got Secure Campus. Look at my notes here. Yeah, Secure Campus Blueprint for Faster Operations. Another jam-packed day as we've got going on here. I'm having so much fun. I hope you are as well. Please enjoy center stage, and we'll see you back here right afterwards.
Too kind.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Neil Jacques, VP Product Management for Switching.
And I'm Lee Peterson. I'm the VP of Product Management for the Secure WAN portfolio.
All right, as we all heard this morning from Gordon, we are at a time right now where there's more pressure than ever on our networking teams. The technology is evolving. There are greater and greater mandates from our regulators. Our teams are changing, we have fewer people, and we're being asked to deliver more faster. This is on top of a fundamental change that is happening in the requirements for our network. Probably the biggest of which is a change in the fundamental network patterns that we observe, where for the last 15 years, we mostly had to think about north-south traffic, the advent of AI agents, robotics, and all of the other devices on the network mean that we're seeing more and more east-west traffic and having to protect against that. As we think about AI, it is certainly true that none of you think that the sole answer is to ship everything up into the cloud. We know that we need to do inference in the cloud, but also on our campuses and in our data centers. And finally, the hard line between IT and OT is very much blurring.
We've also seen where 10 years ago we built very closed networks. Our networks are now incredibly open, and that necessitates zero trust right through the network. the ability to make sure that we keep all our workloads, our users secure. Bandwidth is exploding, so this makes people jealous, particularly when I tell the story in Europe. My house in the Bay Area, I have a 10 gigabit per second symmetrical fiber connection for $40 a month. So the availability of bandwidth has exploded, and we're seeing certainly with AI, the need and the ability to consume that bandwidth is increasing as well. And then finally, Neela touched on it a little bit with the compute working around, but and AI and inferencing and reasoning being different parts of the network, but even general compute. It's not a default now that that's going all up into the cloud. We're now seeing things like neoclouds. We're seeing repatriation of workloads back into owned data centers, into colo locations. And so that means that the workloads can really be anywhere.
So as you heard from G2 this morning, we at Cisco think that we are at the dawn of a new era in the way that we build, deploy, and manage our networks. And this really can be captured via 3 primary shifts. The first one is shifting the way that we manage our networks, the way that we secure our networks, and the fundamental capabilities of the devices that we need to leverage to build our networks. Let's start with management of our network. 20 years ago, we managed switch by switch, router by router, AP by AP. SSH, CLI, that's what management meant. About 10 years ago, we entered a second era of network management, the era of the dashboard. Finally, a human could sit and be able to get a unified view across multiple devices and then dive into. As I said, we are at the dawn of a new era, an era where we leverage AI throughout our network. For the first time in history, you can now talk to your network. You can be alerted that there's an issue. You can ask questions of your network to understand where the issue lies. And you can even talk back to the network and say, yes, that makes sense. I agree with your analysis. Why don't you apply those things? We saw that demoed this morning by Benson. And so the AI assistant is a critical shift in how we engage and interact with our network. Last year, the #1 question that I got from all of you was, hey, that sounds great, but will I only be able to access that if I'm doing cloud management? And we said, no. Regardless of how you manage your network, you should be able to leverage an AI assistant. You also heard this morning about the importance of delivering greater and greater levels of automation in our network. That's true for day 0. More and more of our European customers do not want to put someone on a train and then drive through small country roads to have a networking expert just to light up a new site. And so we're delivering zero-touch deployment for our APs today and continuing to invest in the day 0 problem. At the same time, we can't forget about the day N problem. And here, simple rote tasks like having to deploy a compliance or develop a compliance report monthly, quarterly, should be able to be automated. We've launched intelligent workflows at scale to be able to take a workflow that's already been created, or take one that you want to adjust a little bit, or finally, create one that is customized just for the workflows within your organization and be able to access them from one click just from your cloud dashboard. All of these are available today.
So show of hands, this is the only one I do, I promise, but show of hands, who's aware of quantum computing and is considering the impact of quantum in their network designs? But maybe 20% of the hands went up. So we'll talk a little bit about that and how we're building these technologies, these products we're building to be what we call quantum safe. So to start with, we think about multi-layer security. Security doesn't live in one place, it lives everywhere. It's very pervasive. It starts in the device, it extends out to the network. And what's fascinating is you get out into the users and the endpoints. In our networks, there's less human users than there is OT users. And that can be anything as innocuous as a HVAC system controlling my climate, all the way up to autonomous robots. So they outnumber the users sitting there with handheld devices or with laptops these days. Now, when we think about a post-quantum world, as we call it, and making networks a quantum safe, a quantum in its simplest form is the ability to have a quantum chip that can do massive levels of parallel processing. That means effectively the security methods we use today become somewhat obsolete. Its ability to do parallel processing and crack the techniques we use today is coming, and it's sort of referred to as Q Day, the day where a quantum chip that can be used for those workloads is available. And some researchers say that could be 5 years away, some say 10 years. But the reality is, investment decisions you're making today in your network, you have to consider a decade out what the threat landscape might look like. So for us, it starts with how do we physically secure these devices? And even that has multiple layers of it itself. So making sure that from just a pure SoC perspective, that the chips are secure, that somebody couldn't use a quantum processing technique to be able to compromise those chips and be able to sideload code and be able to access things within the device and tamper with them. Even something as simple as physical security, making sure that if somebody does pop the case open on one of our devices, that we send an alert to say, hey, somebody's physically tampering with this device. So it's from very simple to very complicated techniques to securing these devices, what we call a quantum safe boot process. And that's built into all of our next generation products, making sure that they're ready for those quantum attacks, ready for Q Day. Secondly, we now want to secure the data that's in transit. So there is a concept of called harvest now, decrypt later. And so that's the scary thing, is that there is bad actors out now gathering all this data, knowing they have no ability to decrypt it today, but hoping that at some point in the future they do. So very based on standards, a lot of which are driven out of the CSNA standards, which is out, the NSA in the US, the NIST bodies. We are active participants in developing these standards, but ensuring that as we think about data that's in transit, that we also have those same abilities to use very strong ciphers, to use quantum-proof key exchange to make sure that we don't get the data compromised in transit as well. And across different techniques, MACsec, IPsec, the technologies we use within our SD-WAN, any of the products, the next generation products you buy today are ready to be able to be upgraded to be quantum safe in the future. And you'll see increasingly, it starts with government departments, three-letter agencies, departments of defense, what have you, financial services, health, anywhere where basically a compromise of the security and of the data would be devastating. And we want to make sure that we're building the networks that are ready for this future. And as I said, Cisco's really leading the way here and driving these standards as well.
One of the things that we're starting to see, and I'm hearing a lot from our customers, is how what we're actually protecting is shifting dramatically. I was recently talking to a European customer that came and visited us out in San Jose, and they are seeing more and more industrial robots in their environments. Well, it used to be that an industrial robot either talked directly to one control system or needed to talk back up to be able to get a download of a new firmware update, but that was about it. What we're seeing now in manufacturing sites and distribution centers is that robots are wanting to communicate a lot more. Whether we're talking about pub-sub information or actually robot-to-robot communications, they're having to give information as to where they are, if they're moving around, whether they're full, their status, whether they're up or down. And so they're needing to communicate ever more. And in fact, even the same robot over the life of the robot may actually gain new communications abilities. We're also seeing in our carpeted spaces more cases in which you have a contractor with a device that you don't control, but that has to access sensitive systems. And so we talked about at the beginning of this talk the importance of thinking about how do we secure new east-west traffic that we're seeing over the network. Some of that we've talked about in the past is the idea of being able to leverage policy information that we can go ahead and deal with at the switch level. The other way is to actually take the flow and bring it up into our security devices like firewall. You may have heard about a hybrid mesh firewall, but the truth is that is actually a misnomer. It is not so much about a firewall, a device. It is about the process of firewalling. It is a concept that should apply throughout your network. And so I'm excited to tell you that we have released a key technology, something called SSI, Security Service Insertion, that allows us to be able to say, hey, here is some communication between two things within a microsegment, maybe two robots, maybe two people. And I want to make sure that I examine all of that traffic. So I'm going to take that traffic, I'm going to route it up into a firewall, and automatically make sure that I can manage that flow back. By being able to have the deep packet inspection that I may want to have, now I can be sure that these two robots, that if someone hacked into, could really cause a lot of damage, that I have eyes on it and I'm able to control what they're doing. So there's a lot that we're doing at Cisco to think about how to fuse security deep into the network. And I specifically want to take this one level deeper. Some of you may have seen recently Anthropic did a white paper where they were able to demonstrate that someone leveraged the Claude AI to be able to do an attack where they're able to go and access information within a network. And they published exactly how this was done via an MCP server. The question that I got from most of our customers was, could you see that? Could our customers see that and actually stop that kind of attack? And the answer is yes, and I'd like to invite my friend Matt up here to go and give a demo about how you could spot and prevent that attack with technology that you likely have today in your network.
Okay, so in a second. Once we get our demo onto the screen. There we go. All right, so challenged with replication of the Claude attack, here we go. Or it's not really a Claude attack, but in this environment, or in this scenario, we have a suspicious or malicious user that has decided they want to do a little bit of vibe hacking. And so they have connected their Claude desktop to an MCP server. We're going to check to make sure we're connected. We have these set of penetration tools available to us. The next step is to do a little bit of we'll call it prompt engineering to try to get Claude to act as a nefarious individual on behalf of our user. So we're going to ask it to make use of these tools to begin to attack another host inside of the organization. And with that, Claude begins its effort. It's pretty straightforward. Now the question is, do we detect this? Yes. So here we are, we're flipping over into the network management dashboard. We can actually see that this particular attack has been detected. We see port scanning attempt by 192.168.131.3, a little bit of details there. And from here, we can click a little bit deeper into the security dashboard to actually see the details behind the attack. And so what we have done is through the collection of telemetry from the environment, so from the network, we've collected all the different network logs, security logs, et cetera. Through the application of AI and ML, we've either created unique detections such as identifying of the scanning attacks, identifying lateral movement, identifying data loss, data hoarding, as well as correlating any security-related events associated with that particular effort into one cohesive incident. And you can kind of see it here. We see the original desktop connecting to the MCP server, connecting to the victim under attack. And from here, now that we've reconstructed the attack, you can continue to drill in deeper. You can look at our AI summarization of the attack. You can walk through our reconstructed storyboard. But in the interest of time, I am just going to take action immediately. We're going to click on this particular host. We can see the host. We can see the details. We can see what network it's on. It's different information from the Meraki environment, the serial number of this MX that it's connected to, and so on. But what we're really going to do right now is just take immediate action. Click on our little drop down, and we will reassign this user into the suspicious user security group tag, which will then allow the network to enforce, using SSI, as Neil was just mentioning, new sets of policies against that user and redirecting that traffic to firewall and so on for additional sets of security controls. And with that, that's the demo.
Thank you, Matt. All right, so as you see, this idea of embedding security deeply in the network isn't about one thing, one technology, one approach. It's about multiple technologies all working together to be able to ensure that no packet flows over your network without having the ability to enforce policy at the network level. And now this brings us up to the third area that we said we're going to talk about, which is scalable devices for this new age of AI. So last year at Cisco Live in the United States, as G2 mentioned this morning, we unveiled a whole new class of hardware built specifically for this new era. And what you see from us here, and you will continue to see from us at each of these events, is that we continue to fill out and refresh and do refreshes across our full set of devices. Today we'll talk a little bit about the next generation of the world's most deployed network OS, iOS XE. We'll talk about new models of secure routers, a new model of our game-changing campus gateway, as well as some new innovations around our firewalling, as well as our wireless and industrial IoT portfolio. But I want to start by talking about, given I come from the switching side, my favorite, of course, our 2 brand new switches that came out last year, if my clicker will actually work. Here we are. I'm super excited about the Cisco C9350. Not only is it the world's most powerful, lowest latency, most advanced access switch, but it is a switch that doesn't ask you to make a decision up front whether you want it to be cloud managed or managed on-prem. It has PQC, as we talked about, built deeply into the switch. It leverages the most advanced ASIC chip, the Silicon One chip. And as you keep finding out, there are detail after detail that's been thought about to deliver the ultimate resilience in your network. We also announced the granddaddy of them all, the Cisco C9610, the most powerful core switch in the world. As I mentioned, it is not just about the hardware, but it is actually about what is running on the hardware. iOS XE is by far the most deployed network OS. And I'm excited to say that this year with iOS XE 26, we've taken a huge leap forward. One of the big areas that we mentioned at the beginning is the importance of resiliency. We've gotten to a place in which your network matters more than it ever has, and you can't tolerate any downtime on your network. Whether that downtime is caused by an outside attacker, which is why we protect it against PQC attacks, or from yourself having to go ahead and upgrade that switch because there's an attack that you need to protect from. One of the key features of the 9300 series is the ability to have very limited downtime on an upgrade. Initially, it was a few minutes, then it went down to 30 seconds, then 5 seconds, and I'm so excited to tell you that we're now down to the sub-second level on an upgrade of your switch, thanks to XFSU. But you know what? In many cases, we can protect you without even having to upgrade your switch. Thanks to Live Protect, which you can go get a demo of from the data center team right now, which you will see in the campus by the end of the year. With Live Protect, we can leverage eBPF technology to see that an attack is happening in real time and either alert you of that attack or, in fact, block it. This is on top of a whole set of small changes, as I talked about, including one that's really important, which is we will no longer enable you to do unsafe things on your switch, like using unsafe protocols in the future. First, we'll alert you that you're doing it now, and then later we'll just block all of those. So many great things. You should double-click into this. Go get a demo of some of these changes in iOS XE 26. Try your clicker. Mine doesn't seem to want to
Mine
go.
works.
There we go.
So time for my favorite product, ironically enough, the secure router. So this is the Cisco 8000 series secure router. A few things I want you to know about this product. One is we've built this on a secure networking processor architecture. What that gives us is a few advantages, all those post-quantum cryptography benefits we spoke about. There's more performance, more throughput, the things that matter to our end users, the ability to run more traffic across these networks. We've taken firewalling, and we have consistent firewalling across the sets of products within networking, within security as well, and are able to run that at very high efficacy and very, very performant firewalls in this device. Lower power consumption, so better from a sustainability perspective. The cloud management benefits that Neela spoke about, we are bringing those to this platform as well. And for any existing routing customers, we've massively simplified the licensing. So no more bandwidth tiers, no more HSEC licensing for security. We embedded perpetual license within these devices, so these can be used as CPE. They can also be used as SD-WAN devices with the right licensing, and like I said, a firewall. That's what makes this a secure router. Finally, making sure that these work fantastically with our SASE product with secure access. So native integration from a workflow perspective with how we enable and how we activate SASE to make sure you've got full security from the device into the cloud. So we did a full refresh of this product set back in June, Cisco Live last year, all the way from small branch up in a large campus, up in a data center. So I won't go through each of these line by line in the interest of time, but it is a full refresh of these products that are ready for this, all those benefits, the security, the post-quantum crypto, all the things that we've baked into this product set. We're announcing 2 new sets of products here at Cisco Live EMEA. One of those is the 8100s with DSL and the support for XGS PON. So that helps us with existing networks running DSL, but future-proofing, being able to upgrade to fiber when fiber is available. So that is built based on the XE platform, the iOS XE platform. We've also announced the refresh of the 8100, which will be functionally and effectively a replacement for the MX68 and the MX75 on the Meraki side. So a Meraki OS running on the same hardware, consistent across our product portfolio. So anyone that's standardized on using the Meraki dashboard is able to use these devices today in the same way they operate an MX device. The XE devices over time will develop that same capability to be able to be managed by that dashboard as well. But a lot of this is about flexibility of deployment. The XE routers, if you want to run them with CLI, you want to run them in sovereign type deployments, air-gap type deployments, full support for that, but with a cloud optionality there as well.
We're seeing greater and greater scale needed in terms of our wireless networks. More devices on the wireless networks, larger wireless networks. At Cisco Live US, we announced our new campus gateway that took cloud management to the next level in terms of scalability. Many of our customers asked for a smaller version of that. You can manage small sites already natively directly from the cloud. You can leverage the existing campus gateway for the largest of all deployments. And now here, orderable March 2026 is the new campus gateway model for those mid-size networks. And so now I want to make a quick switch, as I will hand it over to Lee in a second. We're seeing our customers more and more asking for a more opinionated view on how do I build a network. Our good friends on Lee's team really invested a lot in tackling that from a point of view of a branch.
Yeah, so we think about branch locations. These are critical. This is where you have a bad experience in a branch location, you can't pay for something you're trying to order, you're going to walk out of that store. Cash is less and less something we carry in our pockets. So it's absolutely critical that we get these networks right and we build them in a way that they have maximum amounts of availability and resiliency at those branch locations. There is a terminology that gets used called coffee shop networking. Doesn't that sound simple? A coffee shop, it's some SSIDs and some switching and maybe some VLANs, and that sounds very easy. Try and do that 1,000 times. Try and do that 10,000 times. That's the sort of scale that we're operating at, and where we want to make sure we focus on having techniques for deploying at scale, managing at scale in a consistent and secure way. So unified branch is an effort. We also announced this back in June last year, and there's a few different layers of this I want to talk through. Firstly is around the idea of the platform. It's very important we have a platform for managing these devices, and that's across both our SD-WAN manager and our dashboard type deployments, whether it's a cloud deployment or more of an on-prem type deployment, because that's a consistent point where we can apply APIs. And the technique we're using around this, and I'm going to bring somebody on stage to do a demo of this in a moment, is using Terraform. Terraform has been an automation framework used in data center for a long time, where we're bringing it to the branch, the ability to logically deploy and manage branch locations and effectively express configuration the same way we express code, which then means you manage this the same way you manage software in terms of the workflow, in terms of the ability to deploy, to test, to do pre and post validation, to do rollback if there's a problem. So a very powerful set of tools that anyone that's worked in data center is probably familiar with, extending that out. We also have the ability to do that natively within dashboard itself as well. So getting to true intent-based networking, literally just writing, please deploy me 10 branch locations based on the validated design, and have an agentic approach, have the agent run in the background, take care of that deployment, all managed through workflows. And so depending on where the technical capabilities are, depending on what you're trying to achieve, both valid options. Across not just routing, my set of products, but also across switching and Wi-Fi to manage very consistently. Finally, we document all this in what we call the Cisco validated design. So we test and make sure that these things work. They'll operate the way you want. These are open source approaches. These are things you can go now today and download the Terraform provider for the network. We have a first party provider that we support. But if you look in there, fascinatingly, a large coffee company, which I won't name, that you've probably all heard of, is the biggest user of this. They've actually published this open source, and you can use their provider. Our provider is a little bit more extensive. But ability to do it open source, but also get support from us as well. We have CX services to help with deployment, with management, with learning how to do this yourself. So it's all there, and we're going to continue to build this out across different types of branch locations and across different verticals. Because a healthcare branch is not the same as a coffee shop, which is not the same as a big box retail. So I'm going to bring Simabir up on stage to give us a demo of this.
Thank you, Lee. So folks, before I kind of jump into the demo, right, let's imagine a typical day in the life of an IT admin, right? My organization's growing, I've been tasked to deploy new branches, right? Traditionally, I would have had to go do my research, figure out what configurations are best, and then go on ahead and actually manually configure it, right? But with Unified Branch, powered by infrastructure as code, we no longer have to do that, right? All I need to do is go to our repo, which is publicly available now, go ahead, clone it, get it on my ID of choice, and just go ahead and define my branch variables, right? So if you see here, I've further templatized these to make it more expandable as well as more modular, right? And you come here, all you need to do is define your branch variables based on your organization needs, and that's it. You're done with your branch definition, and you're good to go. Once you've done one branch, you can go ahead and do multiple branches, right? You can do 5, you could do 10, you could do 15. It really doesn't matter. And then finally, once the branch definition is done, all you need to do is go and push these changes back to your repository, and that will trigger a pipeline for us, right? This pipeline is integrated with our CI/CD operations, right? So here you see I've gone ahead and triggered a deployment pipeline to go ahead and configure those branches. Now, if I further drill down into that pipeline, right, we're actually going through multiple steps and actually validating both pre-deployment as well as post-deployment to make sure your deployment is successful. One thing I want to do highlight is it took me about 5 minutes to deploy 5 new branches. That's truly powerful, folks. And then finally, we also do extensive testing to make sure your deployment is successful, right? We ran over 100 tests, making sure your deployment is actually what it is expected. And that's it. I can actually go to my dashboard here and see that my branches are configured and ready to go. This really makes the on-site experience seamless as well, right? You no longer need a highly skilled person actually configuring your branches on-site. It becomes more a plug-and-play model. You just ship the hardware, and you're good to go. And with that, in just a matter of minutes, you can scale up your organization based on Cisco-validated designs with security and assurance built in.
So when we launched this, the feedback was phenomenal. People love the ability to have everything at the click of a button. The next question, obviously, is if I'm refreshing my network over the next 5 years, what does the next generation network look like? What are the components? There are 4 primary components. We talked about the infrastructure layer. We talk about scalable network segmentation, so you can do micro and macro segmentation. We touched on hybrid mesh firewalling, and of course the last part, whether you're leveraging SSC or SD-WAN, is zero trust access. All managed by agentic ops, all unified with our data center portfolio by common policy. How can you find out more?
So please go see the future-proof workplaces. We have those unified branch demos there. Go look at our next generation routers.
And we have a brand new solution brief for the secure campus network that you can get by scanning that QR code. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
And welcome back to the studio and your Cisco Live 2026 broadcast. Coming to you from the Amsterdam RAI, we are back from center stage. I'm Steve Moulter. We just wrapped another value-packed session. This time, we talked to Lee Peterson, to Neela Jacques. We discussed the Cisco Secure Campus Blueprint, specifically faster ops, stronger security, better performance, all 3 so vital right now as the rise of AI and dynamic applications bring all of these new threat vectors in from every direction. They're really redefining expectations on our enterprise networks. And that's why we got this deep dive into Cisco's high-level architecture design for the secure modern campus. We got a chance to see how branch networks are fusing advanced security and deeper visibility into every layer, giving us that true digital resilience we've been talking about all day across the enterprise. Every center stage session, think of it as like a proactive how-to that's getting us to what's next here in the age of AI and helping us create that critical network infrastructure that Cisco does better than anybody else. So Cedric is over at center stage. I can see right now he's wrangling Lee and Enrique Alves from National Trust for some behind-the-scenes insight. We're going to go back out to Cedric in a moment, but here in the studio, I've got my friend Amy Vertanis. Hello, Amy.
Hello, Steve.
First time we've had a chance to hang out since this morning. We got a little bit of time earlier in the day. I wanted to ask you, I know you were out in the showcase. You talked to my pal Katrina Spang Hansen, who's amazing, and she walked you through the wayfinding boards in the showcase. What was that experience like?
Well, it was incredible, Steve. I mean, basically, I was going up to her and asking, you know, if I'm looking for something particular. We used the example of Catalyst. Then she selected the search. There is a recording of this, so you will be able to see it. And basically, put the search, and it came up with all the sessions that might be of worth to me, or all the areas, or the demos. And then we selected one, and then it just basically did a little map to show me exactly where to go. And obviously, Katrina was there on standby as well if I needed a little help. She would walk me there. I mean, but it has other things as well if you're looking for, you know, just simple things like first aid, things like that. It just has everything there. So
it's great.
Very useful.
We will look forward to seeing that video when it comes across. So Cedric is ready out with Lee and Enrique. Cedric, I'm going to go ahead and send it out to you in center stage. Hey, friend.
Awesome. Hey, friend. Like, I've been spending a lot of time here at Center Stage, and we just came out of a really great Central Stage talk by Lee and Enrique, and I was able to just grab them from the podium as people were walking out after the session. Lee, Enrique, hello and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
How are you guys doing today?
Fantastic. Very good.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Very good. Yes, we're so glad to have you here. Lee, you are VP of Secure WAN at Cisco, and Enrique, you're with National Trust.
Yes,
so
correct.
Thank you for being here with us again today.
Thanks for having me.
Lee, we talked about the secure campus story. Why is secure networking so important these days? We've heard a lot about AI and everything, and I know you're an expert.
Yeah, massively critical. So the security threat the environment is exploding in terms of the bad actors, in terms of the threat environment, in terms of the things that people can do to compromise our networks. AI is creating this, what I like to call the threat environment renaissance. There is a barrier to entry to be able to do bad things to people's networks, to their data, to applications, is much lower than it's ever been. And we need to make sure that the network is the first line of defense in defending against that.
Right, that's from a Cisco perspective, right? Enrique, sorry. Do you want to kind of give your thoughts from a customer perspective on how you deploy these networks and how Cisco is helping you to do that?
Yes, absolutely. So we have obviously acquired recently the SD-WAN solution, so the Catalyst solution. We are also using Cisco Umbrella as our platform for inspection, corporate traffic inspection. I mean, it's a great product. We have some challenging settings as well, so we are a very diverse institution and organization. So yeah, so a lot of the versatility that the product brings to the table is appreciated by us. And yeah, so.
I love how you said that, like the versatility. What are some of the use cases that you see today that you that we can double click on here in terms of just shedding a bit of light around
yeah,
it?
So in terms of, for us, it's all to do about connectivity. So the lack of a specific underlay in terms of connectivity, that's really appealing to us because a lot of our properties are in very remote locations, and yeah, the fact that you can use any underlay that you can get your hands on, any type of connectivity, that's definitely really important. Also secures the infrastructure because using Umbrella SIG allows us to mitigate a little bit maybe the edge problem, let's call it. So obviously we are moving away from an MPLS solution where everything is inherently secure if you want. And when you start deploying an SD-WAN technology, you are opening your perimeter. So obviously, you know, securing that with Umbrella is optimal for us. And yeah, at the end, it's a solution that really offers all that flexibility without compromising a lot on the security side as well. So yeah.
Okay.
I know you're on a journey towards SASE. You want to talk a little bit about what that looks like as to how that plays into what you're doing?
So basically, yeah, so the way we are interacting and the way we are integrating the technology, yeah, is towards a SASE deployment, let's say. As I said, basically, you know, Cisco Umbrella, we have used that for a long time. It was a no-brainer, really, in terms of decision making from our side. So yeah, it's really happy and really moving forward with the solution.
Awesome.
Very pleased.
We're so glad to hear that. Like, we have to go back to the studio. I want to talk to you a little bit more about this, but with that, we're going to throw it back over to the studio right now.
Thank you, Cedric, and again to Enrique and Lee for bringing us the great content, great session. We're going to dig even deeper now into Cisco Secure Networking because, frankly, it has never been more important than it is today. Our users, they've never been more distributed. Really, they're everywhere, connecting to applications, to data, to resources that are equally distributed. This has become a big risk and a big challenge more than ever. Cisco secures that access, protects our organizations against cyber threats. And I've got Stephanie Chastain here with me, our Director of Technical Marketing at Cisco. Stephanie, you brought a couple of guests. I'm going to let you make the introductions and I'll step out of the way.
I did. I am very excited to have BBVA Guarantee here. And I want to first ask you guys both introduce yourselves and tell me a little bit about your role.
Hello everyone, my name is Sinem Avcı-Kurtkaya. I am a senior expert network engineer in wide array team in Garanti BBVA. Garanti BBVA is one of the largest private bank in Turkey. We operate around 800 branches and more than 4,000 off-site ATMs across the country. Managing a network with large company is with legacy technologies is extremely challenging. Also in our banking sector, we cannot compromise on availability, accessibility or performance. That's why we improve our network infrastructure continuously by deploying Cisco SD-WAN across our ATMs and branches. We built a network that's more manageable, more scale, and more lower in latency.
Interesting. Wow. Yes.
Hello, this is Sinan. I'm the manager of data center and workplace network technologies in Garanti BBVA. In Garanti BBVA, we have two separate data centers separated in different geographical locations, and we are working that in an active-active model. In our data centers, we have over 500 Nexus data center switches, and by taking into account the ATM and branch switches, we are managing over 8,000 switches in our environments. So managing this big of an network infrastructure, especially if you are zero tolerance to downtime, it's a big challenge for us. But with Cisco's software-defined networking solutions like SD-WAN and ACI, it really helps us to manage these environments. They allow us to manage this environment centrally, reduce the risk of human error, and simplifying troubleshooting.
Oh my goodness. So tell me more. So how have you integrated Cisco's networking and security solutions across your 800 branches and over 4,000 ATMs in Turkey? How have you done that?
Yes, our target was to create end-to-end and standardized deployment model based on Cisco SD-WAN. First, we divided this transformation into multiple phases. Then each of phase, we developed automation scenarios. Manual migration for 4,000 devices was not realistic, so we focus on automation, zero-touch provisioning, and reducing field dependency and operational errors. Also, protecting customer experience is one of our top priorities. To prevent customers from being affected by network level issue, we use key SD-WAN. For example, with packet application, we eliminate link dependency for our critical banking application. On the same time, application-aware routing allows us to use multiple links on active-active states, and we leverage vAnalytics to monitor our application usage. With this, we can do proactive capacity planning and deliver a better service to our customers.
Oh, wow, that's fascinating. So I'll ask you, how do you manage and secure operations across your 2 data centers using Cisco technologies.
Yeah, we have 2 separate data centers, and we are using Cisco ACI under the infrastructure of this data centers. We are using them in active manner, and we are using autonomous ACI clusters, and we are managing them with automation. So we are managing them centrally to keep them synchronized and in consistent manner with Nexus as code approach, with automating our configurations. Also, visibility and operational control is also very important for us. So we are using Nexus dashboard insight for monitoring, troubleshooting, and capacity management. We started using the AI analytics also for to be able to solve the problems more easily and make the troubleshooting more smooth for us. So overall, this enables us to operate our data center in a centralized, automated, secure, and also scalable way.
Oh, wow, fascinating. So automation and analytics. So I'll ask a question. So how does your dual fabric SD-WAN architecture deliver geographic redundancy and resiliency to meet your business and create those trust amongst your customers?
We operate 2 data centers located in different geographic regions. Both data centers run in an active architecture, and thanks to Cisco SD-WAN, geographic redundancy is no longer passive. It's actively utilized right now. Our main purpose is provide to a resilient, seamless, and always available network infrastructure for customers. This directly improves customer trust, which is the most important thing in our banking industry.
Absolutely. So one last question. What operational efficiencies and cost savings have you guys achieved by consolidating network management and security with our Cisco solutions?
Yeah, with this many number of routers and switches in a large spread across a large geography like Turkey is a big challenge. So we are using Cisco's centralized management and automation, so we achieved significant efficiency gains with this. With SD-WAN, we achieved field teams we are using our field teams more effectively, we are utilizing our data link layers more efficiently, and we are simplifying our processes. This not just only affects our cost saving, but also the quality of service we provide to our customers as a prestigious bank. Also, we have thousands of switches, and we are managing these switches with Cisco Catalyst Center, with zero-trust provisioning, with minimal field intervention. And also, finally, we started using Nexus as code in our ACI infrastructures to be able to manage their configurations automatically and centrally. So as a result, Cisco solutions help us to achieve scalability, operational efficiency, and cost optimization.
That's effective, and that's pretty amazing. So by using SD-WAN and the ACI fabric, you have had to scale how many switches?
More than 8,000 switches.
And more than 4,000 ATMs. Yeah. So this is a large, and you have delivered security and trust with your customers and within your network.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
fabulous. That's amazing. What a great success story for SD-WAN and for your company. I'm so glad to have had the opportunity to talk to you guys.
Yeah, thank you for
Thank you very much. Hope we have a great rest of our Cisco Live.
Bravo, bravo. Thank you both. Really appreciate the partnership with Guarantee BBVA. A great story, and thank you for bringing it to us today. And Stephanie, thanks again for hosting it up so well. It's really appreciated. All right, so what we're going to do now is take a quick trip out to Hall 7 in the world of solutions, where my buddy Rob is checking out what is next in DevNet and in Cisco certifications. As Rob likes to say, these are the people points of critical infrastructure for AI. Rob, hi, my friend. What have you got for us?
Oh, man, yeah, you stole my thunder just a little bit, because I wasn't sure if it's just me repeating the fact that I feel like this is the area, Hall 7, at the end past center stage. I'm here in Cisco University. Cisco U, yeah, right here. Oh, sorry, let me step over here. I really like the lighting that was in there. That's kind of a neat little area at the Cisco U. It was almost like, certainly not a portable version of my ring light, but it'll work. Either way, I encourage you to get down here if you've not already made your way. I have a feeling most of you have, however. It's a very human-focused, how do we deal the reality of AI infrastructure deployment, like we're talking about, we need smart people. We need to address that skills shortage. So I was trying to figure out, like, hey, what's a way to kind of bring this together? We have Cisco U, if you look over here. Areas have been packed since well before the official kickoff. These guys have been busy attracting nerds with great storylines and saying, hey, I came here, I traveled all the way, I want to learn something new. But then, of course, behind me, we've got Cisco Certification Lounge. So this is the verified proof of capabilities. And we've seen, I'm not going to be good at reeling this off, but certifications have continued to also adapt to everything that we're hearing this week as we understand how does automation, how does programming, how does all that work together in terms of what we're talking about with agentic AI. And then you can't see it, so I won't have Steve turn over that way, but over the DevNet area in this direction, still in Hall 7, is we've got customer success. And so there you have a chance with the, not the Cisco Insiders, but the, what did we call that group? Customer Success and Cisco Insider. These guys, this is where you get your peer proof, as I call it, which is how do you work with others that are saying, oh, you've been doing this, I wonder if you could help me do with this. How are you dealing with these sovereignty changes? Those kind of conversations, and probably a little bit more detail than that, are going on over in that area. It's all very human-oriented, leading up to the glue that holds it all together, which is DevNet. DevNet still has a huge presence here. They're still hugely educationally focused, and in just a moment, I'm going to talk to Shannon McFarland, get the details on how DevNet continues to evolve, what that means for his group, and what that means for you and our careers. So definitely come back with that, and I'll check back with you in just a moment.
Appreciate that so much. Thank you, Rob. I always look forward to hearing from Shannon. I think Shannon is one of our great Cisco storytellers. He's got phenomenal energy and enthusiasm for what we do. So we're going to be back to you literally just about 2 minutes or so from now. One of the most interesting and instant impact areas that we have here, being in person at a Cisco Live EMEA, is we talk about all the learning, all the certification opportunities that we have across each day of the conference. And I love that wherever we go on the show floor, I don't, you get to go. Any attendee, anyone who's tuning in on the live stream, wherever they might be in their individual journey, the Learn with Cisco team can help any person and bring them up to speed, regardless of what level they enter in. So we've got all these training options, right? So just here in Amsterdam, I've noticed technical training in networking. I can see over in security and AI, collaboration, observability, automation, Cisco U, which Rob was just showing to us in Hall 7, all these innovative learning experiences using the hands-on labs and tutorials and certifications and learning paths, videos, courses, practice exams. And again, this is why when you're here at the show, you've got all of this right at your fingertips, which I love. Another area that's really cool that you had a chance to hang out in, I think you said you were in Purpose Pavilion earlier. What did you see over there?
Yeah, that's right, Steve. It was absolutely brilliant. I absolutely, you know, just love the fact that what Cisco does is, well, first of all, if you're a customer, anything that you're no longer using, you can just simply give back.
Yes.
And they will reuse, repurpose it, and clean it through. They showed me the process. They clean all the parts, put it all back together, basically make it good as new, and then can reuse it again. So everything is repurposed. So, you know, as a customer, if you have any Cisco products that you're no longer using, don't throw it away. Don't put it in a landfill. Give it to us, and we'll repurpose it.
Part of our great sustainability program. I remember back when, I can go back far enough, when we talked about positively affecting 1 billion people by the year 2025, and then we blew past that goal so early on that all of a sudden we upped that to an even higher level, dramatically higher level, and we've even surpassed that now, and Purpose Pavilion is a big part of it. Keep bringing us these stories, if you would, from all across the show.
I would love to.
I'm stuck here, so I need you to head on out, like I need Rob to be heading out over into the DevNet area. And like I said, Rob is one of my favorite people right now. Please tell Shannon that one of my highlights of the week already was getting a photo with him back on Sunday over here in the showcase. So I'll let you tell that to him now.
All right, so Steve's sharing that y'all have photos together that we're not going to talk about. I got to tell you who this is. Shannon McFarland joins me. We're here in DevNet space. One of my favorite interviews because he's just very good at speaking to what he does, which means I have less to do, which I'm always looking for. Shannon, it's always good to see you.
Great to see you, buddy.
Absolutely. Another year, and it feels like we are only picking up speed. And I feel like DevNet has been in continual evolution in a good way. And I wonder if you could highlight what's most important to understand about what's changed with DevNet right now.
Well, we've stuck to our base of programmability and automation. That's always the cornerstone of what we're focused on here within DevNet. But with all the Gen AI hotness and model context protocol, all of those things, we've got to make sure that we're carrying forward our community members, which are a massive group of community members, and we need to bring them along with all of these new technology advances. And so for us, it is constant iteration of what we're doing here in the DevNet zone, but also with developer.cisco.com, which is really where most of our community members interact with us.
Well, there's certainly been no shortage of talk about developers and with AI and vibe coding and different things going on as everybody's kind of reassessing, well, what's my role in this going forward? What are the conversations you're hearing in that regard, and how does DevNet help in that area?
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, I think we've got two extremes, and we're trying to get people into the middle of those extremes, right? You've got some folks that have an extreme view of my job's going away, and these chatbots and these intelligent IDEs are going to take over the developer or the operational role. And then the other side of it is my organization is not touching AI or won't let me touch it, and so I have nothing to do with it. So we're actually trying to drag them along towards the middle here, where we can actually give them the facts around what is doable now. So model context protocol is probably the most important thing we're talking about right now, and just getting them to enable their day job with AI utilizing tools like MCP. And so that's kind of a point where we're actually dragging kind of the audience more towards the middle instead of those extremes.
You mentioned MCP, obviously model context protocol, which I don't think is considered a standard. It's just something we've all kind of rallied around, and there's just, what do they call that, de facto? Not de facto. Either way, it's something that's coming about towards something like that. It doesn't do everything, but it certainly has enabled both good and dangerous things to happen. And it's been so much fun to play with. Here, are you guys focusing in those areas in terms of how that works with network architecture? Because the challenge with network architecture, I feel like when it comes to AI, is that we have to make these changes, but we're playing at a different level of stakes than, say, an endpoint or some of the other parts of the market that we connect are doing.
Right.
And so it feels like we have, and we're trained to feel like we have less room for error. How does that actually manifest itself here? And maybe walk us through a little bit of the sessions that have been attended.
Yeah, so this is the continuum of the DevNet zone has certainly been one of those ones where we have been slowly gluing AI to the existing operational frameworks that our customers already have. So MCP is one of those things there. It is basically the gateway drug, if you will, for AI when people can't fully enable all of their AI functionality inside their organization. And so a lot of the sessions we have here are aimed at where do I look at my network or my security or my operations view today as it sits, and then how do I slowly introduce AI into that across Cisco's product sets and other open source product sets, and even things like GitHub, et cetera. And so that's really been our focus this week, is really gently introducing AI to those that are already in a really developer or operational role.
So it's very interesting, because I feel like I kind of credit DevNet in my early days, as far as, I'm taking the courses you guys would roll out on just understanding APIs and kind of that connectivity, but there also felt like we were kind of bringing Cisco and some old world technology ways of looking at things that were very important for Cisco's evolution, that have now come to where it's something different. And so you guys have obviously adjusted your role to be complementary in this particular environment. You're still heavily focused on education.
Yep.
And in scheduling wise, I think one reason we were talking today as opposed to maybe it was Thursday, you actually have a center stage session yourself, I believe, coming up. Do you mind giving us a little tease about what you're covering? What should we look for?
Yeah, so I'm co-presenting with Sujith Joseph, who is the lead architect for the Circuit application inside of Cisco. And so our view is around basically walking people through their automation journey of AI. And so my part of that conversation is, if you're in an existing brownfield environment as a developer or as an admin, how do you gently introduce AI into your job to really accelerate the velocity? His part of that is really, if you're building something from scratch, what would that look like? And so we go through the circuit architecture for that session.
That's always fascinating. You mentioned automation and AI, and I feel like those are terms that, not to even the uninitiated, some very smart people I know would kind of conflate or confuse one for the other, when in actuality, success in automation is not made easier by AI per se. It kind of feels that way because we're using AI to kind of draw across silos and do different things, But I think if we still don't address those underlying fundamentals, then it's going to catch up to us. It's going to bite us here. Have you seen a maturing of the understanding in the people that you're interacting with?
Absolutely. I mean, if you go back a calendar year in this exact venue, the number of people that would raise their hands to most AI-oriented discussions would be very, very low. Now, it's the majority of people that are sitting in these sessions have a basic understanding of the tools, of the standards, and of the needs, and how it applies to their particular role. They're here now to basically go after the deployment side versus just raw education. And so we've absolutely seen a massive increase in the skill set and the awareness of what AI means to their day job.
I hope this question makes sense, but as a final question, I'm curious, how do you recommend we engage with DevNet? If someone's not familiar with you guys, or maybe have preconceived notions for whatever reason, what do you recommend today, and how are people getting started and getting value out of the relationship?
Yeah, so our anchor location is developer.cisco.com. That is the starting point for anybody that is really going to go after anything that we've got, whether they're consuming APIs. We just launched this week, we just launched an MCP and AI agent catalog. We call it the AI Hub. And so they can go to developer.cisco.com right there at the header, click on that link, and it's going to have the model context protocols that Cisco is producing. So Thousand Eyes, WebEx, et cetera. So it's a great location for them to go and find that, and we're going to be producing many more of those, and so people can start at that.
So funny, that's one of those questions where I'm like, should I ask this? And then oh yeah, I'm glad I did, that's awesome. And I didn't get your title from the beginning because I made fun of the fact I could never remember what OSPO stands for, but give me your title and then explain OSPO.
That's great, so I'm the Vice President of Cisco DevNet, Developer Relations, and also Cisco OSPO, which is the Open Source Program Office. And so we basically govern any contributions by any Cisco employees to any open source project, and that's the role that we've got there.
That is awesome.
Awesome.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Shannon.
Buddy.
I appreciate your time. I think we're going back to studio at this point. This is so much fun. I'm going to stay here in DevNet.
Great job, Rob. As always, thank you. And again, our thanks to Shannon McFarland. Shannon does always just such an amazing job for us, and he's such a great voice, especially for us here at DevNet and everything DevNet does in interconnecting, not only with our Cisco folks, but with our customers and with our partners as well. Amy, I was sort of looking through statistics a little bit earlier today. I had a bit of a break to go down, and I didn't realize just how many things we're offering. So certain things we know, 1,400 sessions, 1,000 with a dash and 400 after it. 5 keynote deep dives, 19 of our center stage sessions, but then I looked into the number of meetings that are taking place, the Meet the Engineers capabilities, the one-on-ones, people back in the Whisper suites and so forth. Over 9,000 scheduled meetings here at the conference. How do people navigate all of that, and what do you do to keep your head from blowing off your body? What have you seen when you're out walking around? Because it really is, it's intense.
Yeah, I mean, hearing all those statistics makes it even more intense, you know. Well, looking around, there are lots of things to do to relax here, Steve. So actually, right here behind the studio, we've got on the left a kind of a sort of antique area, lots of lovely antique furniture, Chesterfield sofas, so you can feel nice and relaxed. And they've got lots of games to play, like chess, Connect 4, all of these wonderful things. And then on the other side, we've got some massage chairs, which you can also find near where Rob is as well, near the DevNet zone. There's lots of massage chairs dotted around, which are fabulous, by the way. You just have to try and get a go. And I did see somebody sitting on there multitasking. It was a man, and he was sat on the massage chair on a laptop with his phone as well. So you can do it all, relax and work. Everything is here.
And food and drink everywhere. I love it. Keep walking around and finding these stories. We are going to head back to center stage. This time we're going to take a look at SASE for the AI era. We all know how AI is transforming our organizations, the way that they operate. We've got Jeff Schaefer and Hugo Villegen on deck with us, along with great customer Felix Schwartz, team leader for IT Network Access from Dasher SE. We're going to head out right now. Enjoy.
Okay, thank you all for joining. We've seen as AI is moving from chatbots answering questions to agents taking actions and physical AI just over the horizon, it's having a significant impact on how we operate networks and security. And one of the reasons for that is these are distributed systems. So it might be a robot in a warehouse connecting with an LLM in the cloud to do reasoning and planning, connecting with tools and data in a data center somewhere else. And so that seems a perfect fit for SASE and the convergence of security and networking. And that's something that we're going to explore here today with a great panel. We have the expertise from the front lines with Felix, who's going to give a perspective on that side, as well as both SD-WAN and SSE product leadership. So we're going to take you through some of that in the next few minutes. Let's start with where we see customers today. And several times you've heard the agentic era is here, it's begun. We ran a survey of about 200 IT and security professionals just in January, and we saw that about 60% or 55% are already in active adoption of agentic, and that it's the IT operations and security operations use cases that lead in this early adoption, but there's a bunch of other business use cases that we're seeing as well. And so I'd like to start, Felix, with you. And first of all, maybe a little bit of background on Doxer for those who are not familiar and what your role there is.
Okay. So my role exactly is I'm leading the network connectivity as well as the network security topics for Doxer, which also includes IoT, OT design itself. So Doxer is a global, most European-focused logistic provider. We are transporting food, we are in the air and sea logistics, but we are also doing warehousing itself, so multiple different solutions. And to just give you some numbers, we're operating in 43 different countries, so quite large deployment, more than 500 SD-WAN sites at the moment. So there's a lot of things going on, and to just give you also a number about shipments, we're talking about 83 million shippings a year. Wow. So there's, a lot going on.
A lot going on. And so as you look at AI and potential adoption scenarios, I know you're excited about some of the potential here. Would love just some visibility into what you're looking at, what excites you, how you think it will change your operations and your business.
So at first, I would like to start with the concerns I see here. Because with AI, everything is moving very, very fast. So new demands are coming up, new business areas are there, and we need to secure it, we need to connect it. Therefore, I'm a little bit, let me see, excited what's going on, but I also see the huge potential of AI. So basically speaking, what I see here is there's the possibility to optimize how we are troubleshooting, how we get visibility. By today, we are working in different silos, which means I have a focused expert of Wi-Fi, I have an expert of switching, or an expert of SD-WAN. But with AI, I see the potential that also the troubleshooting itself will be more efficient for the company.
Yeah, so it's very much on the IT operations side of things. Cool, thank you for that. So as you look at both the concerns and the opportunities, it's obvious this will have an impact on both networking and security. And so I'd like to start on the networking side. And these talked about the robots in the warehouse. Maybe they're doing picking and looking to an LLM in the cloud and tools somewhere else. If the AI waits, the business waits. And so that's a significant impact. Hugo, the network's going to feel that pressure first.
Absolutely.
What's different about AI traffic?
Absolutely, but before answering the question, I should tell you how we met, right? Because I like going to customers, because if you go to customers, meet with them, you get new ideas, right? I'm the business of new ideas. And so we were meeting in Stuttgart, I remember that, right? Yeah. Just 1 or 2 hours you were giving to me, to talk about roadmaps. But then he was so full of ideas, right, in terms of the complexity to manage that logistic department. 5 hours later, we were just still talking because he was 5 years ahead of my roadmap. So anyway, so back to your question, how AI is coming to the network. And it's very interesting. We have been spending 2-3 years in the industry to building the AI factory. Now AI is coming to where people work, where the processes are. And I see a lot of customers experimenting, but as well warehouses. We have one customer with tens and tens of thousands of robots and warehouses. And what you're seeing is that AI is being multimodal. It's bringing back video, text, images on the network. And the other thing as well, if you think about the robots, physical AIs, is that no packet can be left behind. So what is happening, all these techniques in SD-WAN, they start using so that no packets are being dropped. The other element, it's AI is enormously chatty. So if all these agents collaborating with each other, there's a chatty aspect to it. And now latency, in order to control latency, is super important. And the other aspect is as well, people are creative. And so you will see an explosion of new apps. So how can you take control of it that AI will not overwhelm the network? So that are some of the things which you're seeing from a network perspective.
And how have you, from an SD-WAN perspective, looked at like what needs to happen in order to help keep up and to support this requirement you're seeing from customers?
Yeah, so there are a bunch of things. There are a lot of unknown apps. So how do you classify these unknown apps? Because you have to have that explosion. So you need to identify, but as well have mechanism plates to really grab them, understand them, decide on whether they are important on the network, right? QoS comes back for that. And as well, the other thing, the total, that you can observe it on your network. So that are some of the elements which are coming back to the network for how to deal with AI streams on that network.
Awesome, and that may lead us well into what have we announced this week at Cisco Live.
Yeah, it's super important. So a couple of things. One, we are able to detect AI apps on the network. That is one thing. And we can set a policy against those apps we detect on the network, and we can group them, we can classify them, we can apply treatment policies against them to optimize it, like application-aware policies and all kind of other mechanisms and treatments. The other thing which is super important with the explosion, so in Cisco SD-WAN, we have an automated detection of unknown apps, so that because there will be an explosion, there will be a lot of apps, but we mechanize it how we can detect that, so that between unknown and known, to the customers, that time is basically shrunk. And the other thing, what we are able to do is we can take network traffic, and if we don't trust it, we send it to some security stack, and where Jeff can go more in detail over that.
Awesome. So lots of potential, lots of capabilities that will help teams keep up with the onslaught of new applications and really take advantage of the magic in SD-WAN. But I want to bridge on that last point, because you've talked about the networking aspects, but there's also security aspects here. And we have now agents are acting, and so they are going to interact with systems and data and do stuff, and that creates challenges. We've talked a bunch, and G2 talked about this. It's another member of your workforce.
Yes.
And Jeff, we have a lot of history in security with how we control and put process in place about what users and even what things have been able to access. What makes agents so different? And did I burn the remote out? There we go. Okay.
So Kevin, that's an interesting question. So the challenge, of course, every enterprise faces, how do they have the agentic ready enterprise? And we have a lot of history with users and machines on corporate networks. But the agentic entities, whether it's an agentic member of the workforce, an agentic agent of some form, they have a new set of challenges, and they're creating a new kind of problematic space for how do you manage that. And so it's probably worth understanding how they're different than what we're experienced with before. So number one, when it came to managing the security posture around human entities and the interaction of humans in an enterprise environment, the challenge, of course, for humans is they had very broad access to resources and they had very non-deterministic behavior. Today I'm accessing a financial system, tomorrow it's the order inventory system, the day after that it's a public website. You know, there was a lot of unpredictability of that. And what allowed us to, from a security perspective, be able to manage and secure the human entity or actors in a corporate enterprise is that we were able to identify them, characterize them, apply policy. But humans overall, you had two compensating controls. One is their speed of operation was fairly limited, so how quickly could they navigate resources in the network, and the ability to apply a compensating control if necessary was possible. And then the second chance, they exercise judgment and ethics, right? Then in the era of web and internet, cloud and mobile devices, we saw this, Cambrian explosion of machines. And whether that was a machine, a thing, a software service, they had a slightly different behavior on the network. So first, the challenge was scale. 10 to 100 times as many machine entities in a network as we had with human entities. And their speed of operations is very fast. However, they were very constrained in what they did. And so because they had very predictable patterns of behavior and they were constrained in their interactions, we were able to implement compensating controls for machines. So humans, it was the speed of operations gave us a fighting chance. With machines, it was the deterministic behavior of the entity gave us a good chance. But now when you look at agentic services, we're going to combine the worst of, or the most challenging aspects of both worlds. We're going to have agents that have extremely broad access to resources, the non-deterministic behaviors of humans, but combined with the scale and the speed of operation of machines. And the only way to keep up with that, of course, is to be able to use AI to manage AI and to be able to respond to that environment in a successful way. So it's a very new problem space.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things that we've talked about in the past is agents are very motivated to do whatever you ask them to do. And so, that may be something, they don't have common sense.
No judgment.
So they will do whatever it takes to achieve the outcome that you've given them, whether it is something that is ethical or not.
Yeah.
That's not something that is generally you can rely on. And so, Jeff, sounds like a challenging problem. We've got some principles to fall back on, but a challenging problem. How are you thinking about addressing this?
Yeah, so I think you were referring to like some of that Molebot, some of the agentic agents interacting with other agentic agents, and they're evolving very quickly in terms of the interactions. So in general, the challenge, of course, for any sort of practice is in order to either manage or to secure it, we first have to know it exists. So what we end up doing is it's a common pattern. We've all done this before. Is the number one problem, of course, is you have to be able to identify and classify. So the discovery, the identification, the classification. Then we need to be able to do common authorization, authentication and authorization functions. Then we apply the policies that give the guardrails to the behavior of that agentic service. And then we have to be able to enforce those guardrails generally through some form of enforcement mechanism like a proxy control, et cetera.
Okay. And now I know Hugo got the chance to announce new stuff, and I know it's always a competition within the teams to say, how can I one-up the other product? So
last, but not least, and clearly winning, we have security for the lead. All right, so the thing that we were really excited to announce here at Cisco Live is within our security service edge as part of our SASE platform, we have a very rich set of capabilities around AI defense or being able to protect users accessing AI services. Today, we announced the extension of that capability in terms of how we now apply those same set of security controls, the semantic proxy, in order to look at how an agentic service interacts with data over the MCP protocol. So the ability to do the discovery and the classification of agentic services, talking over MCP, being able to then apply the policies and then enforce that through the semantic proxy controls of our SASE platform.
Yeah, and this seems really important because if you rewind to when users interacted with web apps, we had this thing called HTTP, and we've spent the last 2 decades trying to secure it. Now, when you talk about agents accessing tools and data, the primary way is over MCP, and it's a new, unproven protocol. So we're going to see lots and lots of scars as we go, and so the ability to have the security built right in is a major win.
Yeah, absolutely. So for those of you who are aware, Anthropic developed a protocol, the Model Control Protocol, agents interacting with data services, and we can actually inspect that same protocol, look at the prompt or the content being passed from an agent to a data set or bidirectionally, and then be able to apply the guardrails to it. And that's just the first kind of step in securing these agentic services. There's an entire roadmap that we have behind this, of course, as you extend also to A2A protocols authored by Google, or even looking further around inserting the proxy controller, a gateway in the middle of the MC protocols with OpenMCP. So a lot more to come, but very exciting with the first steps announced here at Cisco Live.
Yeah. And I gave you grief about the one-upping each other, but I think one of the really important things is, as we look at this, we've talked about the networking side, we've talked about the security side, but really the power is when these two come together. And so this is why we refer to SASE, and I know the two of you are partnering really closely on this, but the combination of security plus networking is really where the magic happens, because we need the security in without slowing down the business. And so this is where SASE comes together. And Hugo, I want to take it to you because I know you are very, very passionate about the value of platform and bringing security and networking together into SASE. And so, kind of give us a sense of why this is so important and how you're approaching it together with Jeff.
Yeah, so everybody knows that security and networking are converging. And at Cisco, we are, traditional market leader in networking, and we have innovative solutions in security, and we have been for many, many years keeping them kind of separate. And that doesn't make sense from a customer's perspective. It doesn't make sense on how all these elements come together. And by the way, it's not just networking security, but as well Thousand Eyes, for example, and other components which comes in that total system. So one is about, of course, simplification, right? Simplification of operations, and I'm talking about that networking security in terms of visibility, observability. You want to bring that all together. But there are as well elements that you can create intent-based policies across networking security. Ideally, it should be intent-based policies associated with an identity, like an app or a user or a thing. But what happened as well by bringing network and security together, where you have security services, you have it across the network, right? And it doesn't matter whether the switch or a router, or the firewall, or an SSE, Cisco Secure Access, but you can create a policy which, based on intent, a person can reach certain apps, yes or no, with certain policies around it, and then the system implements it across all of these different platforms which are within the network. So intent-based policy is super important, but as well troubleshooting. You should not go as an administrator if there's a connection issue between a user and an application. You're going in the SD-WAN manager, Cisco Secure Access, you're going in other stuff. No, you want to have a system-based troubleshooting, maybe AI-assisted, where you can find out what are the issues across all of this. So that's another reason to have a platform coming together. Third one is, of course, investment protection. This is a fast-moving world. We see a lot of innovation in security with AI. It's only going faster. And with a platform, you are able to keep consuming all these technologies without forklift upgrades, right? So it comes in, you can consume, new things are happening, you can consume that very easily. That's another element of the platform. Now, thirdly, that's most important, because Cisco has and networking and security, I think we are able to create system advantages. So some advantages are, Jeff talked about, a distributed enforcement, right? So you don't have security in one spot and networking in another spot. No, deeply integrated, I can enforce where needed based on an intent. And the other element to it is, you think about it, the old traditional way of doing networking security, you have a network policy, then you have a security policy, and a network, and that slows the whole system down. So we can automatically detect in the network, we can detect nefarious elements, we may have micro-segmentation in place, and we can change the segment and redirect the traffic for further inspection. So there's huge system advantages, and as well, because the world is going to be hybrid in terms of architectures, network architecture, security solutions. So all of that to come together in a unified way, I think doing a platform will provide huge advantages to enable new use cases.
Yeah, that's exciting. And I want to bring it back, because we started with your hopes and aspirations for AI, as well as some of the concerns. And as Hugo shared, you also first bonded over this idea of networking and security converging. Felix, I know that Doxer and your team use a lot of the Cisco products, and so would love your perspective on platform and the advantages and how it helps you run your business.
Yeah. So basically, we are just using Cisco products because we have a very great account team who is selling nearly everything from Cisco to us. So, but no, just kidding. There is a real reason why we are going with the Cisco portfolio. We would like to have everything integrated. So workloads are moving. For example, in the past, everything was running somewhere on a compute on-premise within your own data center. So it was easy to connect, easy to secure. But now more and more, we will talk about SaaS applications. Everything is spread around. And for me, it's really important, because in the past, I hated it if we are talking about security versus connectivity, connectivity versus security. So especially in the old firewall management system, you need to select something to balance it, and it was really a nightmare. Why should I lose security if I'm choosing connectivity or on the other way around? So therefore, I strongly believe that both needs to be once fully integrated without any borders, central configurations, and so on. And let me just give you a short example. By today, I don't care where the user is. If he's sitting in the facility, if we're talking about an identity, if we're talking about an asset itself, really I don't care. And I also don't care where the workload is running. It could be somewhere in the cloud, it could be a SaaS application, it could be but also running on my premise in my environment. So why should I have different ways to connect, different ways to secure it? But with this solution that we are now integrating security and connectivity, I'm still keeping all of the best of my environment. So I have a really, really great and big SD-WAN network, which helps me to find always the best way to make sure the performance is up there and also have the visibility. And on the other side, with secure access, and by the way, because we just see some trucks behind us, we just finished to roll it out to more than 12,000 trucks, to have it there on the devices, to really make sure that our production is really based on secure access. That's how we are trusting Cisco in that environment here. So I really believe that I can now secure independently of the location, independently of the identity, always the workload, the network access, and don't lose security or connectivity.
Yeah, no, so it sounds like some of the things that you and Hugo talked about a while back have come to pass, and it's helping you to manage it, to deliver a better experience to your users and a better experience for your team, which is great. This is, Jeff, Hugo, I'm sorry, but we have a customer on stage, and the two of you are sitting here, and he uses your products. So I have to ask Felix, do you have a feature request for Jeff or for Hugo or for both that you would really like to see prioritized?
Just remember, Felix, when you submit your Make-A-Wish feature request, it's on the back of the PO.
But after Kevin opened these questions, so don't be surprised if I need to request something. So yeah, I strongly believe into the security cloud control of Cisco, to have a central way how I'm enforcing my policies on firewalls, nearly on all same enforcement points. It could be everywhere in the network. So something is missing there if we're speaking about identity, about assets, and so on, and it's really identity service engine. So do you plan to also integrate the identity service engine into the policy framework of the SCC?
Yes, we do.
That's good, yeah.
Well, no, absolutely. It's as a matter of fact, it's the best expression of identity as a feature of the network, is the identity service engine and the security group tags. So absolutely, we'll get right on that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, and this is something we hear a lot because there's a very large and loyal ICE base out there, and the ability in SSE and across the SASE platform to identify and then apply policy based on things is a very, very valuable differentiator. Bringing that fully into the management framework and integrating it is a common request. So thank you for pushing us on that. So thank you for spending time with us. Hugo, Jeff, thank you. And thank you all for joining us as well today. We do have, eventually, there are opportunities for you to get more information about the things that you heard today. So we'll go forward, there we go. From demos and even into workshops on this. There's also a very simple answer, which is to go over to the Future-Proofed Workplaces booth and see some of these demos and talk to people about what you heard and learn a bit more, or catch us after we walk off. But thank you very much again for your time today, and look forward to continuing the conversation. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Cisco TV studio, coming to you live from the beautiful Amsterdam Rai. We are right in the middle of the world of solutions. My name is Steve Multer. We have just wrapped up another great center stage session. This time we were talking about SASE for the AI era. All the different ways that AI is transforming our organizations, the way that they operate. More importantly, though, the ways autonomous agentic AI is introducing so many new operational and security challenges into our organizations. We just heard from Jeff Schaefer, VP of Product Management, along with Hugo Vliegen, VP of Product Management for SD-WAN and SASE. And they had a great partner who we're going to hear from in a moment, Felix Schwartz, Team Leader of IT Network Access for Doxer SE. Cisco is helping us really accelerate AI adoption. How? We just heard flexible automated networks. At the same time, we apply identity-centric security and zero-trust controls for AI agents. And you put those together, such a great play, because modern SASE architectures, they actually reduce complexity. They adapt to dynamic workloads. We just heard they empower teams, help you operate more confidently, unlock the full potential of AI, do it safely, responsibly, efficiently. Another great center stage session. In just a moment, we'll go back out to center stage. Cedric is going to have an exclusive insider conversation with Hugo and with Felix Schwartz. Amy, let me turn over to you. Hi again, my friend. I didn't even say hello to you in that segment.
That's okay.
Let's talk about socials, because everybody who's watching here on the broadcast, they're the folks who are not able to be with us here at the show. Hopefully next time you will be. Listen to me. You want to be here with us, but what is it about the socials that keeps us so connected to everybody who's viewing out there around the world?
Well, basically, Steve, we want to hear from everybody at home. So if you are at home, take pictures. Take pictures of yourself, take pictures of your setup, maybe take pictures of your Cisco devices that you're using, anything that you like that is clean and sensible. We'd love to see those pictures, and also any comments. What's your favorite session that you've seen so far? We've nearly had the whole first day, which is unbelievable. So your favorite sessions, is there anything that you've learned in this first day? All the exciting things that you've seen today, we'd love to hear from you. So just go onto your favorite social media platform and just put hashtag Cisco Live EMEA, and we would love all that feedback.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I really enjoy is when people get really creative and playful with us. We'll see it, because we've got out here in the social hub, which is out near the Cisco store on the other side of the WAS, is they'll put up people's jokes, their commentary, like you said, photos of their dogs. I love those kinds of things. Here I am. I'm on my couch. I've got my dogs all around me, and I'm tuning into the broadcast, and I'm checking out phenomenal content from the keynote, which we're going to come back and touch on in just a few minutes. Great content from the center stage session, so the more the merrier.
Absolutely.
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 So I'm looking out into the hood, and there's my friend Cedric DeValder, who is back out in the center stage area. Have you got our speakers of the hour with you, my friend?
I have, Steve, but I just want to make a request to production. I would like to have some sort of sleeping facility because I seem to be spending a lot of time here in one of these corners of center stage. But jokes apart, I am joined by Hugo Vliegen, one of our VPs of project management here at Cisco, and by Felix Schwartz, who is with Dasher SE as well. You just came off stage right now, so thank you for taking some time to be here. How's it going today?
That's great.
Great. Felix? All good. All good. Yeah, I thought it was really busy, which is really great to hear, like talking about zero trust, which is really important as well these days. Now, Hugo, I'm going to start with you. AI traffic looks very different than it used to be, right? How are we at Cisco with the SD-WAN solution looking at the future with that in terms of how are we now prioritizing requests? How are we optimizing? How are we kind of dealing with these new requirements?
Yeah, so one thing is that over the last 2-3 years, the industry has been working on building the AI factory, the AI data centers, and now AI is coming where people work, right? So we see a lot of experimentation happening, and we have, for example, customers with robots in the warehouse, and what we're seeing from this that AI is going to be multimodal. It's video, it's stacks, it's control system, audio system, and so there's a combination from very high bandwidth. But the other thing what we start seeing is that AI applications are chatty, especially if you have agents working together. There's a huge chatty aspects to it. So we see a lot of requirements in terms of how you can control the latency, right? And the other aspect is as well, there are a lot of new apps. So how do you deal with all these different unknown apps and classify them rapidly? So what we're seeing is that there's a lot about how you can detect it. So we have capabilities in SD-WAN to detect AI traffic and apply policy to it and make sure that latency and performance are up to the level of that particular AI application on the network.
Because I can imagine that many of our customers, like they might be at different stages of adopting AI, of bringing that into their organizations. They might see different challenges, like it's very industry specific potentially. How are we making sure that like with this platform approach, how are we making sure that we meet customers really like where they are rather than trying to push them into a certain direction?
Yeah, it's all evolutionary. So you can take Cisco SD-WAN and you can upgrade it with more security, or you can upgrade it with more capabilities in order to detect apps, treat apps. There's no forklift to it. You can as well different models, how people work together, SecOps, NetOps, and we create an environment so depending on how you work, whether you can do everything from your SD-WAN manager, or you can have a integration with Cisco Security Cloud Control, where SecOps and NetOps can work together. So there's no forklift to it. It's actually a bunch of Lego blocks where you can bring together when you need it, right? And the same with cloud management, cloud or on-prem, is all very evolutionary.
I love how you said forklift because, like, Felix, you are in logistics, right? In terms of how. And the logistics is a lot about reliability, like getting goods from one side to the other. People are depending on you or on the company. How is Cisco helping you to do that from an application, like not the logistics part, right, but like the technical part, from an application performance, from a user experience, like from many other parts? Like, how are you experiencing that as one of our customers?
So basically for us, it's very important that we have a partner with which we can really trust and rely on, because we are operating in more than 43 different countries and we are very critical for some of these infrastructures. So therefore, it's very important that we also have a kind of end-to-end visibility, and this is only happen if we have one vendor there. So if we're talking about connectivity, we also have SD-WAN, we have switching, we have Wi-Fi, but we also have the security stack there to really make it sure that everything is secure and connected. So for us, it's really, really important that we have a global partner. And therefore, on the market, for me, there's only one choice, because in the past, we were really, really successful with Cisco, and Cisco helps us to really be on track and making sure that we can reach the company's goal to be the most digitalized logistics provider by 2030.
Awesome, and maybe also, like you did it during the keynote, a shout out to the account team from Cisco, who seems to be working very, very closely with you in partnership to really bring these business outcomes to Dashi. I think as well, like just shifting, well, staying on the same topic, but like this is just a start, right, guys? Like this is just AI. Like, I mean, 2 years ago, it was there, but now with all these models and agents and so on. Like, what are you most excited about? And I would love to hear from both of you about what's coming next in terms of AI and networking security.
So there will be a lot of innovation, and I see that customers bring a lot more finesse and insights to where any process and where people work. So I think I'm just in general excited about being part of an area where we innovate, right? And some of the things what I see happening is that good enough networking is changing because we have a time that the internet was good enough. What I see coming back, that latency is super important, as well as I cannot wait for tying network policies and security policies against an identity, right? So if you think about users, I can apply to you have access to X, you need this and this performance. Now, all of that technology abstracted on an intent level is coming as well to apps and to some agents like API. So it's super exciting from a technology point of view, how you create value for customers where things become simpler. And a lot of these policies being abstracted on an identity level, but as well the visibility, the troubleshooting of that is becoming more on a systems level versus you go product by product. So I'm just excited to bring all these experiences together, and the world keeps changing and innovating.
Yeah, we never know what's going to happen in like the next 5 years. Felix, for you, like what is on top of your mind?
So I would close on Hugo, because for me it's also the operation, the visibility in general, which I see there would be a huge potential. But also, if we're thinking about security and connectivity, I see that we are now enforcing security policies on nearly every network layer. So also maybe in the future somehow on a satellite connectivity. So all of these are there. Therefore, I see really a huge potential in the AI area. And I hope that Cisco is our partner there also in the future, and we can make it successful like we did this session in the past, Hugo.
Awesome. Thank you. Great. Thank you so much, Hugo. Thank you so much, Felix. And also thank you for being a customer and trusting our brand. We're going to go back to the studio right now where Steve is with Amy, and we'll see you again soon here at the center stage.
All right, thank you so much, Cedric, appreciate it. And again, Felix, as we just said, great partnership, fantastic. Hugo, well done. You know, you look at these center stage sessions, Amy, and it's incredible how much value they pack in. So much amazing, actionable content. I think that's the most important part. What can we do with it as we look to the future as to what's next? Creating that critical infrastructure for the AI era. That is what we get out of each one of these fantastic center stage talks. And it really all ties back to the keynote that we started with, and we're going to come back and talk about that in a moment. We're going to go out to Rob in just a second here. But we're going to dive into the keynote in a little bit more detail in just a minute, but we opened up with the power of the portfolio, right? The value, the outcomes that we are delivering to customers all over the world each and every day, and we do it by putting the power of the portfolio together with Cisco's integrated strategy. Only Cisco pulls it all together. So networking, security, observability, collaboration, puts them all into a foundational package, and then takes that integrated platform, helping our customers thrive in this world of AI, and at the same time defining security for the AI era, which is so exciting because we fuse it right into the network. We're going to talk a little bit more about it. The reason I wanted to bring all that up is that Rob is out in the showcase right now where all of those pieces come together, and you got a good friend out there, right? How you doing, pal?
Yeah, I've got a new friend, a new security friend. You know I like my security beeps. And yeah, Prabhu, I'll introduce him in just a moment. But yeah, I'm in the future-proof workplaces. I think that's the official naming. I'm bad about getting that specifically correct. But yes, a lot of the storylines are coming here together. And specifically, when I looked at what was coming up on this particular conversation, I believe it was listed as zero trust, but for identity first, zero trust. And I'm like, I get that, identity first, zero trust. I'm like, I'm not sure that most of us have really gotten our heads wrapped around how to pull that off successfully, and here we go. But that's just the way the market moves, and that's the way we have to respond at the pace and velocity that we're doing it. Prabhu, I want to go and bring you in. I'll quit skirting around the subject. Give me your title one more time.
Hey, I'm Prabhu Bharati. I'm a global security technologist here at Cisco.
Whoa, look at that. You're forgetting who you're with here. Yeah. You've been with Cisco for several years, and I apologize, I threw you off with some of my questions earlier.
No worries. I focus mainly on our SASE solutions, and happy to be here.
So I want to make sure we do cover what was announced today, because there's been some good stuff. There was just a bunch of stuff, but specifically, so help me with this, identity first, zero trust. I assume that this has a lot to do with agents and the fact that we're grappling with super smart employees that need access to resources, and it's like, how do we enable them, but not too much? Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if you focus on this a little bit, right, in the last couple of weeks, we've seen an explosion of developer-focused agentic activity. Like if you follow the news at all,
like OpenClaw or
OpenClaw, exactly, Moltbook, whatever the name is now. A lot of folks are really trying to experiment with these tools on their corporate machines, on their personal devices, and also then connect it up to enterprise resources.
Yeah, nothing to worry about there. No.
Nothing bad can ever happen there,
What
right?
could possibly
could go wrong with that, right? And this is what a lot of folks in the industry and security researchers are calling the lethal trifecta. It sounds like a really good movie name, right? Almost.
Novel,
but what the lethal trifecta effectively is that number one, these tools connect to your enterprise resources. Right. Number two, they have the ability to now get compromised when they connect to untrusted resources. And number three, these become a channel for data exfiltration, ultimately. Right? So all things really just come to head when you think about this as a new security threat vector.
Right.
Now, the challenge a lot of times that you often find is agents are actually kind of like a best of both worlds and also the worst of a lot of them, right? Because agents need broad access to resources. Like think about it like if you had only access to 4 applications, it wouldn't work, right?
No.
In order for them to effectively do what they need to do, they need to have broad access to resources, but they also have speed of execution, so they can do things really, really fast. But they lack judgment.
So how are we actually pulling that off? We're storing all of that now, or are we just on that road? What's our current trajectory in terms of providing that capability to customers?
Yeah, great question. So what we're doing right now is at Cisco Live EMEA, what we've announced is our ability to secure some of these agent interactions. What you've seen in the industry, a little bit technical, but what you see is a standardized way that everyone is starting to come to start using these agents is with something called Model Context Protocol.
Okay,
if you're not familiar with Model Context Protocol, no issues. 30 seconds, what it does is it gives us a standardized way to connect agents with their resources.
Okay.
So step one, as in everything security, we want to provide visibility for folks, saying, hey, these are your agents, these are the resources, these are the things that people are actually connecting to. That's step one. Step two is a way for us to start doing inline threat inspection. This is where what we're doing is very, very cool, is focusing on the intent of the agent. What I mean by that is we don't use traditional data matching to say, hey, does this match a credit card number and so on.
Yeah, because it's not really identity-based.
It's not identity.
We're searching for identity-based. It's not based on a person and what their role is, but that's kind of how we need to think about it. You just had to figure out how to apply it.
Yeah. So if you go back to the example I gave you earlier, right? So we focused on the intent. So if I have, say, a compromised agent, like I managed to, say, send malicious commands to an agent, I was able to compromise this agent. Now, if I start to say things like, hey, show me all passwords, show me all credit card information, right? Yeah. The agent, because it doesn't have any judgment, it's going to be like, sure, let me give it to you.
Yeah.
But then when we inspect that traffic within secure access, now we can focus on the intent of this thing. It's not using data matching, it's using the intent of what it's trying to do. And that's how we're able to provide some guardrails for these agent workloads.
So I've only got about 1 minute left, I apologize, but what's the most important thing to understand about what you're talking about here and what we need to take away with this in the enterprise?
Yeah, definitely the fact that the agentic era is here. We're seeing a ton of developer-focused activity. The way for us to be able to connect to agentic resources and LLMs is only getting easier and easier for non-developer folks as well. And we need to be able to ensure and provide guardrails for folks to be able to onboard and use these agents in a secure manner.
Well, you know what I like that you guys are doing, and it's collectively, but the idea is I feel like this is really what holds us back from, because enterprises I feel like haven't really bitten off heavily. One, because it's like, well, what am I trying to achieve? But then it's also, how am I going to do this in a way that just doesn't totally take me off the rails, and mess up the company. We get this right, we instill trust, the market continues to open up and support the velocity and the valuations that we're seeing across this. Probably, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I appreciate your time. Guys, I hope you've enjoyed this show. We are going to go away to a quick video for just a moment, and then we are going to come back. We are not done, so please hang with us.
And welcome back to the live studio here in the World of Solutions in Amsterdam. Rob, thank you for that great interview. Probably was great. He and I have had a chance to have great conversations at a number of different conferences over the past year, and he's just so insightful and such a lovely guy. And again, one of those great storytelling faces and voices for Cisco, because we really do appreciate that. I cannot believe we're already ticking down to the end of day one broadcast, which is amazing. Cedric, thanks for running back here from your interview at Center Stage to join us for this last segment. So I want to, as I said before the break, Amy and Cedric, I want to go back to the keynote, right? Everything kicks off from the keynote. All of the messaging that happens there trickles down throughout everything that we're seeing here in the world of solutions across the show floor, and frankly, it's going to guide our conversations throughout 2026 as well. And I want to go to where G2 started. He started with his 4 T's at the beginning of the day. He talked about time, trust, talent, and technology being the 4 key elements that we need to focus in on as we create this critical infrastructure for the AI era. So let's start with that first one. And Cedric, I want to begin with you on this time, right? He said that every second has never presented us with a greater opportunity to win. Gordon was talking about how time is kind of already slipping away, right? Are we moving fast enough? That preparedness can't be a long-term goal. We have to move now, but we have to move intelligently, right? What have you been hearing today along those fronts?
It's a good question, Steve. Like, I think we've talked a lot about AI, right? And what always amazes me is how fast everything is evolving, right? If you think about, like, you know, like your language models before, like that was just like something that you might see in like Star Wars or something like that, right? But now it's real. Like, you know, I think G2 also talked about the fact that you had chatbots, then it went to agentic AI, then we're going to go into physical AI, right? I think now we're sitting at that second stage of agentic AI mostly, where before we just would ask questions and it would give us information back. Now it's actually doing stuff for us.
Yes.
Right? And we're implementing AI, agentic ops and so on in all of our portfolio. So instead of like me, let's say, being a network engineer as an example, my job changes a bit, right? Like I have to, instead of spend my time being in CLI and writing commands, I can now ask AI to go and do that, right? So my role becomes not just doing the command anymore. My role starts to become overseeing that, right? And I think in the sense of time, that has rapidly evolved. Like if we think back about Cisco Live last year versus now, a massive up, right? So I think this is just a start. Again, there is more to come, and I think your other T's will talk to why it's important that maybe Cisco is part of that journey as well.
Exactly, exactly. We've got to move, but we've got to move intelligently. We've got to move with absolute purpose. We've got to move with safety and security. I'm going to come back. I want to talk to you a little bit about the trust part of it. But right now, we're going to go back out to Rob out in the showcase because he got another nice interview there for us. Hey, pal.
All right, yeah, hey, I'm over here in we're in the digital resilience area, and Eric, I think we've talked to you off and on already, I believe. So you seem to have a lot of power surrounding you.
Well, you know how it goes. We're representing the power that is Cisco here today.
I know how I want it to go.
I'm happy to be a spokesman for all this goodness.
Well, it makes sense for us then, perhaps, because when we talk digital resilience, what's important to understand about that terminology?
So digital resilience means staying up and running, really no matter what comes your way as a customer, whether that be a bad code push, a cyber attack, a hurricane. With digital resilience from Cisco, you can be up and running no matter what comes your way and recover quickly and bounce back from whatever happens.
Well, and I think, to me, I've always considered resilience, if I just look at the terminology, as being different from security in the fact that at first we acknowledge that bad things are going to happen and we can't predict exactly what they're going to be.
100%.
Your ability to take that hit and respond in a way that has minimal impact to your business, ideally none.
Yep.
But it's like, well, how do you do that? So how are we actually manifesting that from
Absolutely. Well, so as you point out, digital resilience is a $400 billion problem these days, where organizations around the world have downtime. That means less customers interacting. That means people not being able to do their jobs. And so what Cisco has brought together here is the power of Splunk, Splunk security, Splunk observability, and Thousand Eyes to cover every part of the digital resilience spectrum, including understanding what's happening in third-party networks that you don't control, but you increasingly rely on to deliver those digital experiences to your customers. So with all of that together, you can understand the business impact of any outage, and you can be prepared to stand up against the ever-escalating AI-driven cyber attacks that are coming your way.
Oh, this is going to be fun. I feel like you're a statement machine. I like this.
You know it.
Yeah, all right, let's keep
I
rolling.
am on our messaging team, so I should be able to say this.
Perfect. And I've been studying it. I just can't quite get there.
Absolutely.
So, but when it comes to actually pulling that together, because I feel like, just be honest, I've been around Cisco, been 20 years.
Absolutely.
And we've talked a lot about some of the consolidation. Historically, I think we've not always done a good job with everything from management to something else.
You know, it's not an uncommon problem, right?
Yeah.
What happens today is most of the time you have a network team, an IT team, a security team, and if you're lucky, they work together, they talk over the water cooler, but in reality, what happens when something goes wrong, they all start pointing fingers at each other, right? Oh, it's the network. Oh, no, it's the application. Oh, no, it's the firewall. You security guys dropped the ball again. And so now what we have with the power of the Cisco Data Fabric is you can bring all of that information together in one place and have all of those teams be able to work from the same single source of truth and understand what the real root cause of any problem is, and again, like I said, the business impact. So they can understand where to start troubleshooting first. And we've made it even better these days with the AI canvas that is now in preview, and you can actually now do all of that with agentic AI and AI assistants built right in, and so you have one singular place to do all of your cross-domain troubleshooting and making it so much easier, no more swivel chairing, no more finger pointing.
Wow, okay, I mean, sign me up. That's exactly, of course, what we want to have happen. But as we talk about these singular interfaces, dare I say single pane of glass, and some of the stuff, because I've often looked up and I said, surely there's a better way we can say this, and I haven't ever come up with one.
No.
But, because it makes sense. But when you talk about third party being integrated into there, I've heard mention of federating some data sources and such like this.
So, you know, the knock against Splunk in the past has been you have to ingest all of that data into Splunk to be able to see everything. And that can be cost prohibitive for some customers. And so we've done a lot of innovation in that department, allowing you, as you heard G2 say today, to keep the data where it makes sense to you, whether that be in Amazon S3 buckets or other places, and then be able to bring Splunk to your data to be able to do the kind of analytics that really you need to stay up and running no matter what comes your way.
Yeah. I gotcha. Well, now this is exciting areas, and I'm thinking, if you come back with the answer so quick, I'm like, you got to give me a chance.
I got to give you a little chance. Okay. Yeah, let me ponder on the next one.
Well, okay, but on the agentic side, as we talk about surrounding it with security, because the concept that I'm sure is pretty common, because I'm sure we're all reading some of the same sources, but the notion of treating agents as an employee. So it was mentioned from the keynote stage, we've got to look at becoming managers of agents and understanding how we extend skill sets. How is Cisco still leaving human in the loop, whatever terminology you want to use, but knowing when's the right time, especially based on trust and risk factors, to say, wait, you need to weigh in here before I take that next step?
Yeah, the approach that we've taken is really, like you said, keeping that human in the loop and making sure that there is always a human understanding what's happening, because now that agents need their own identities, we do have to treat them as essentially employees. And the whole vision for what we've got going here as the critical infrastructure for the AI era is being able to treat those human and agentic employees basically the same way and create ways that they can collaborate together and 1 + 1 = 3, rather than having to figure out, oh, again, where's Bob? He knew the thing about that one application over there. Oh, wait, he left the organization. Now we're totally up a creek without a paddle. But now that we can bring in those agentic capabilities, you can do things so much faster. And one of the things also about Splunk has been, we have this proprietary coding language, but now with the agentic AI capabilities that we're building in along with the assistant, you can actually do those kind of queries in natural language. So it's really starting to democratize the ability to do that kind of cross-domain troubleshooting and making it easier for organizations to stay up and running, because they don't have to go out and find all that specialized talent all the time. So again, bringing it all together in one place and giving those troubleshooting capabilities that can really change the game for organizations can give you a competitive advantage against some of your competitors who may not be as digitally resilient as you are.
Well, and I really think, speaking of the platform advantage, and this is the last point I make before we go back to studio.
Absolutely.
But I love, because I actually spent some time on this before I ran out of time, but it was like, I like painting the notion of, okay, you do a switch refresh these days in the Catalyst 9300 series, you're getting so much more than just your set of switch ports and maybe replicating what you did before, because you're really laying the groundwork for things that become easier as you add more components, based on whatever makes sense for your particular company, doesn't matter per se. But yeah, can you speak to what do we need to watch out for really maximizing that?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, the platform advantage is really the answer to that problem. So the more Cisco technology you build together, that more accelerating value that you get, and the way that things work interoperably. Like, we have built so many technical add-ons that connect the Splunk capabilities to the Cisco data sources to make it really plug and play easy for customers to be able to do that. And that's what you're only going to get with Cisco and those combined portfolio capabilities, rather than trying to duct tape all these different solutions together and hoping that the bailing wire holds when an incident happens and that things stay up and running. But with Cisco, you now know you have that guarantee, that platform, that foundation of digital resilience that'll keep you up and running no matter what comes your way.
Which I love, because I feel like a lot of customers right now are dealing with a lot of technical debt that really needed to be addressed before we got to this velocity that we're now experiencing. Absolutely. And now we're saying, hey, you need to do this additional things, but the blending, especially for the enterprise market and such, between traditional networking and where we need to go next, I think Cisco has a nice path for being able to do that.
Well, with the smart switch innovations that you heard about, you can do so much of that security workload out on the edge where it needs to happen, and then only use Splunk and the SIM capabilities when you need to piece together what happens when something did get through that massive network of security that Cisco can give you. Now we have the ability to help you figure out if something did go wrong, which of course it won't when you use all Cisco stuff, but when it does inevitably have a problem, you've got that solution at your fingertips to be able to bring all the people together that need to work on those problems in one place.
Man, I couldn't have said it better. Well, I just realized I've been studying all your material. That's exactly what I've been looking at. This is fantastic. Obviously, this is the answer to everything in terms of how all this stuff ties together. Eric's got it, but obviously there's a lot of team members here that are putting the proof to the ground that you can come in here and ask them these exact same questions. So with that, we'll head back to the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Rob, appreciate it. Great conversation. Eric is amazing. I'm sorry that we don't have you in studio. The rest of the three of us are here, but we will see you tomorrow morning on the broadcast, my friend. Amazing work here today. All right, so I just want to touch briefly back, because we don't have time to go through all four of our T's of how we're heading toward this AI critical future. I just want to hit on one more. So we talked about time before we went back to Rob. Amy, I want to come over to you, and I want to talk about the trust component and how important that is. And I think the trust component is a bit of a two-lane highway. One of the things Gordon mentioned this morning is he said that Cisco turns what if into what is. That is all foundational on trust. What did you hear this morning?
Yeah, well, I agree with that. And as you said, I think it's a two-lane thing. So you've obviously got trusting the machines, trusting the security, but then I also was very lucky to speak to Adele this morning and managed to have a quick chat with her before she went up on stage. And she was telling me as well, you know, the main thing she said was innovate, innovate, innovate. But then she also said what she's been seeing is customers are happy. Yeah. We trust them, they trust us, partners, customers, everybody. There's a lot of trust here, and that is key to a great partnership.
Agreed. And then also there's the safety part of it. The more secure people feel in their adoptions, the more they start to trust the process. Absolutely. So what we're going to do right now is the three of us get to kind of hang back a little bit. We're going to watch a fantastic highlights reel that was put together by our great Cisco TV engineering and edit team. Let's go ahead and let's watch that together and go back to first thing this morning.
Good morning, everyone. We have 21,000 of you here with us this week, the biggest event we have ever had in EMEA. AI isn't coming. AI is here. We are not stopping. We are working at speed because AI isn't waiting.
Cisco is at the center of it all. In fact, the way that you should think about us is we are the critical infrastructure company for the AI era. So today, for the very first time, what we're going to do is we're going to announce to you a scale-out solution for the agentic era of the next generation. And this is a full-stack solution. We have a brand new chip called the G300 chip. This is what it looks like. Cisco is one of the few companies that makes our own silicon, makes our own systems, makes our own software, makes our own security platform, makes our own observability platform, has our own data platform that all works together in one cohesive unit. And this becomes one of the biggest differentiators of why you should partner with Cisco. So we've got this G300 chip, which is a 100 terabit switch. It's a 100 terabit switch silicon. And it enables in-field upgrades without silicon spins, which means it's programmable. This now runs on two systems. The Cisco 8100 system is what hyperscalers use. And then we also have the Cisco N9300 And this is going to be available in 2026. It's a whole new Cisco. It's a whole new Cisco. It's so much fun. And so what we now are doing is we're going to be adding support for a 28.8 terabit modular router system, which is this Cisco N9800, as well as the Cisco 8800 line cards. And we're going to also have the Cisco 9364 NXOS 51.2 terabit chip for the enterprise. It's completely magical. So when you start thinking about it, we now have a full scale-out system, and we have a scale-across system. So we're announcing Cisco Nexus One. And Cisco Nexus One essentially is a fully integrated stack of an on-premise Nexus dashboard plus a cloud management Nexus Hyperfabric. So what we're trying to do is make sure that we provide you the ultimate amount of choice so that you have the best solutions in the market, where it becomes completely irrational for you to think about going to anyone else other than Cisco for your infrastructure needs. What we're also doing at this event is we've expanded the secure router model. And so basically, it's going to have two form factors. One of them is DSL to fiber channel, and the second one is merging Wi-Fi and 5G, both of which are really important for the European market. We're going to make that available. And so we're simplifying basically not only the hardware stack, but also how you manage it. And today, we're taking it a step further because we're announcing a dramatic simplification of operations using what we call agentic AI. We want to make sure that we are actually having our infrastructure operate at agent speed, not just human speed. And so available in May this year, what you'll essentially have is the ability for secure access to protect the world of agents. We are providing agent protection capability natively in secure access. So we're thrilled to announce a brand new Splunk Enterprise Security Premier Edition. It is now available in GA today for you to go out and use.
All Cisco services are now underpinned by Cisco IQ. We are embedding AI directly into your operation. We don't just fix problems, we prevent them.
Yeah, what's coming next? Look, it's all around AI and AI-centered, right? We need to reimagine it from two parts. So how can AI help me to run my infrastructure better? But also, what can I do different? What is outside of the box?
We have been Cisco users since 2000. This is the company that is the only one that can deliver end-to-end, a value chain, seamless, and providing robustness, reliability, scalability, and a present and a future.
Real Madrid and Cisco together are going to shoot for the stars.
Give me a hug and hey.
You are the architects that will unlock AI potential across Europe, Middle East, and Africa. It's a really exciting time, and we're in the driving seat together. So let's not just let the future happen. Let's get building it together. Let's meet this moment. Thank you, everybody. Have a phenomenal week at Cisco Live. Take care.
There you go. Let's get to it. Let's start building it together. That is what Cisco Live is all about. That is why we're here this week, my friends. We are about 35 seconds away from the end of the day one broadcast. Can't even believe it. I want to leave everybody with one final thought from each of us. Cedric, what is it?
Security is the foundation.
Security is the foundation. Amy, how about you?
AI is moving fast. Cisco is moving fast with it.
Amen. I love that. I'm going to go with AI unlocks human potential, because we never want to forget the human side of what AI is all about. It's been so good to have all of you here with us. On behalf of Amy, Cedric, Rob, and myself, grateful to have you on the broadcast, and we are going to see you right back here in studio first thing tomorrow morning. Good night, everybody.
Welcome to Cisco. Welcome to Cisco 2026. Welcome to Cisco Live 2026, here in Amsterdam.
We are back. Bigger, bolder, loaded with everything that you love about Cisco Live.
With new experiences, deeper learning, and more ways to connect.
From technical deep dives to amazing demonstrations. We're ready, if you are.
It all starts here in the keynote, where today's leaders and innovators are sharing the amazing ideas that help to create what comes next.
We have amazing sessions here covering every topic you need. There's something here for every skill level, role, and curiosity.
Whether you're diving into networking, clouds, AI, or security, you'll walk away with real insights.
Step into the world of solutions to experience innovation up close. Cisco, partners, learning, and networking all in one place.
And at the heart of it all is the Cisco Showcase, where you can explore Cisco's newest groundbreaking technology products and solutions, everything that will power your future. And yes, AI is everywhere.
Whether it's AI-ready data centers, future-proof workplaces, or digital resilience, you will find it all here.
DevNet is where builders belong. Automation, APIs, and tools where you can get fully hands-on.
And you are right here with us for all of the keynotes, all of the deep dives, the center stage sessions, and those exclusive moments. Every single one of them streamed